or potentially recast the Essica.
Mm-hmm. Could be a Court of Colin even with all the green they're floating, but I don't know if they have anything that would really help them here. Do they run Court of Calling? Let's see. They do run Court of Calling, so I don't know if there's anything that would give their creatures indestructible though. Seeing anything.
I'm assuming, yeah, we're just gonna let this resolve and then either well, sorry, no, there is a Boromir if they have that. I believe I saw that in the list.
I don't see a Boromir.
Really?
Unless it's has a title in front of.
Oh, I guess I'm just misremembering. I thought I saw that. No, there isn't. Yeah, my mistake.
Not seeing the Ranger Captain cracked in response, so interesting they decide not to crack that there.
Yeah, that's I mean, I guess maybe you're not actually that worried about if you're not actually that worried about Noah, then leaving the interaction up for other people is better, and also you could be worried about Disqui flashing in something and wanting other people to have removal and or counter spells for it.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but it's tricky. But we do see another Ranger Captain, so that also, again, hurts Ganesh's plans quite a bit. That will stop most of the win cons they try to go for, or at least make it more difficult to win through them.
Yep, for sure. And can provide, in fact, 2 blockers by tutoring up a 1-drop to block something next turn, which is very important when you're at 5 with a Mana Crypt in play.
Ranger Kraken. Release the Kraken.
Okay, it sounds like perhaps chat was... the stream is being restarted. There was a dam overloaded. That is what happened to all of the things.
Yes.
Disqui has floated a ton. Wait, I'm slightly confused. Wasn't that only the second spell? Oh, they just paid. Yeah, that does it.
We are seeing a bunch of mana floated.
Yeah, just redeploying the Sessica.
Definitely the most unfortunate one you could have there. Could there have been a world? I guess there wasn't a world where they could play the other side of it. We are seeing a response.
I think the colors are really rough on that.
A Final Fortune.
Huh. I mean, I guess you could be worried about what Ari's gonna put down, but like on 3 mana, having just had the board wiped, this feels...
It stops the Stax piece from coming down, right? It stops
It does. But it still feels quite risky for... Like, just the potential of, like, doing some setup, Final Fortuning on your turn, and then untapping and going for your win after having put out more mana, or like Timna to represent Fierce Guardianship, or SWAT, or something like that.
But they've been drawing a lot of cards, then they've been sculpting a hand for some time now. They drew so many from Crom, so many from Timna, and really haven't been playing much. So maybe they just have enough to try the Thassa's Oracle with enough backup to get there.
Yeah, no, it's certainly possible. I don't think it's out of the question that they can win and that they have enough protection to back it up. It's more just a question of, like, does the risk of doing it this way outweigh the risk of Ari putting down a really problematic Stax piece for you?
I think it might, because if you don't have removal, you're at such a low life total that this could be your window. And I don't hate this attempt if they...
No, and I think it's likely to work out for them. Just obviously Noah has no mana.
Grandaball should have started.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Though this is, again, the sort of thing where I'm thinking, could you have played Grand Abolisher and then cast Final Fortune? But I suppose if you have enough backup, then just avoiding the chance that Ari drops like an Archon of Emeria makes sense. All right. I'm assuming this is just going to be a Thassa's Oracle Wind.
Demonic Tutored.
Demonic
Start.
It's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
And there's almost nothing that anyone can do here. I guess Desqui could have exactly Elvish Spirit Guide and Beseiju, though that probably doesn't actually stop anything relevant here.
No.
But just no mana plus Grand Abolisher is makes it really hard to do much of anything.
Yep, there's the Demon Consultation.
Which does not need to be shown, but I suppose you're allowed to show it.
Yeah, it's a power move.
Unfortunately, by using this Alchemist Refuge to get Ezeka down, Desqui is tapped out of their Nimble Obstructionist. Because that is a card that's in their deck and could potentially have actually made the difference here.
There are a lot of cards in that deck for sure. Yeah, looks like players are letting this happen. Nothing they can really do to stop it. Naming Emrakul, I doubt it's in the deck. Blue Farm getting the dub here, Eternal, yeah. Looks like they're pulling this out.
Yep. It was definitely a really well-timed plan by Ganesh. Just wait, know that Noah feels this pressure to clear the board, and then just set up to be ready to take advantage of all of those Stax pieces going away and give basically no one else a chance to really do anything. Worked out quite well.
It did.
And also certainly makes the Mindbreak trap on the Ranger Captain make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Because trying to Final Fortune into a Ranger Captain is not a great plan.
It's not. It really isn't. But they found their window. I think they were able to politic a situation that was the best for them, being able to politic to make the board wipe happen, and then having the Final Fortune to follow it up with, get past any hate pieces that might come down, and just have enough card advantage to sculpt the hand to get the win.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very well played. I think we probably have enough time left in this round that it's worth it to hop into another game.
Yeah, plenty of rounds still going, and then also about half an hour left, a little less. But as we go to a new round, just to shout out and let everyone know that we have a league going on our Chaos Discord server. It's a really cool event where we have pods firing every day during all times of day, where people who are subscribed to our Patreon at the $5 tier get access to. Plus, any of our top 16 from this tournament will have access to our next league, which will go until the night before our next tournament in October. And after the tournament today, it will actually be free for everyone. So anyone who wants to try it out, see what they think of it, until all tomorrow, so from like midnight EST tonight into the day after, you'll be able to get onto the Chaos Discord, find some league games. Again, a lot of the top 16 and top 4 and even the winners, try it out. So definitely check it out if you're interested. Great way to get some practice in.
Yeah, for sure. It's often can be a struggle getting tournament quality games as practice. Particularly, a lot of local groups or friend groups who play, people are very casual, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't necessarily prepare you for the environment where people are being a little bit more serious. So it's good to have just some place where you can go and have the expectation that everyone else will be really, bringing their A game, focusing all of that to get a little bit more of the experience that you'll find in tournaments.
Mm-hmm. And just to put into context, how many games these players see in the league? One player played 61 games in the last month. Another played 56. And we have players who are like 47, players who are in the 20s. So games are definitely firing. So if you're worried about not being able to find a game when you invest the $5, that won't be the case.
Yeah, for sure. People, it's really impressive how dedicated some of these players are.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, one of the ways you can get good is just, as they say, practice makes perfect.
It does. We have some requests for Pod 2 in the chat. Wanting to see Max.
Is that Pod 2 or Pod 22?
That is Pod 22. You are right. It got lost for me in all the exclamation points. Pod 22.
We shall see what our glorious stream god gives us.
Yes.
We we are but vessels for the gifts that Jacoby chooses to bestow on us.
They don't keep us here for our technical know-how.
True. Someone asking, could Esca have used the Nimble with Grand Abolisher out? Yes. Grand Abolisher only stops the activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, I believe. And anything not on the field can't be one of those. While it's not on the field, it's an artifact card, a creature card, or an enchantment card, and thus does not get hit by Grand Abolisher. The Grand Abolisher does hit mana abilities from non-land sources, which is a mistake people often get caught by, where they tap their lands and they leave their creatures up, and then they try and do something like a Boseiju, or I guess Nimble Obstructionist, that type of thing, through a Grand Abolisher by tapping their creatures for mana, which you are not allowed to do.
But
you can catch people, you play the Grand Abolisher, they don't crack their treasures, and then you play your own dockside, and then they can't crack the treasures. That's a classic.
Oh yeah, that will get you. That will catch you off guard. That's happened to me once before, where it was like, I had only one treasure, but it was just enough that they were able to get through it. But yeah, Channel is a really good ability. It can play around those kind of effects pretty well.
I think sort of like how there's Flash the ability and Flash the card, I think they should unban Channel the card. That's the
unban Channel.
Please no. Please no. All right, looks like we are about to hop into a game, assuming Spell Table, which is a very stable web page that never has any technical issues, will load properly. Looks like we might be having a little bit of difficulty on that front. But hopefully we will be getting into whatever pod this is very soon and continue with these great games.
Yeah, and just to highlight too while we load up, that last game, politics can't be understated. We saw that some players had mana for interaction in hand, but we saw like the Flusterstorm, for example, in the Asika player's hand that they could have used on the Mindbreak trap, but opting not to there.
Yeah, that is actually, I think they were completely out of mana, so maybe they couldn't have, because they didn't get to untap, right?
Well, no, they had the floating mana, so they could have.
Did they not spend it all on Esika? It was a little clear.
They could have
I guess they wouldn't have been able to cast Esika.
Yeah, that's what that. Yeah, so the table talk is very important. But hopping into this one, another Malcolm Kedis. Is that Samurai there? I can't quite tell, but it looks like we have a Malcolm Kedis, a Kinnan.
I think I saw Samurai Dancer in chat earlier saying that the round was over, so I think not.
Okay. Then there's just another Malcolm Kedis player about. Good to know.
I do notice they have a Niv-Mizzet Perun in play, which is often what you want to be seeing for if you're playing a deck like Malcolm Kedis, because card advantage is that deck's big struggle. Yeah, we got Kinnan looking to do some Kinnan things, and by some Kinnan things I mean have a ton of mana,
which they do have.
Absolutely.
Sisei though with a lot of mana and the One Ring.
a little bit. I can't. Is that 2 counters on it? It's a little difficult to make out on my end.
It looks like it's 2. Yeah.
Okay, so it's relatively fresh, but they're not still under the protection.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, we have a Tatiova with just a mess of a board state.
A Graphics Cage, which might be relevant
a
here.
Graphics Cage, what appears to be a Summoner's Pact on the stack, and an Ashaya in play, so that if the Summoner's Pact resolves, which it looks like it's not, or at least there's going to be a fight, can just get Quirion Ranger, and that will go infinite.
Mm-hmm. Good thing about Niv, though, you play these instants and sorceries, you're going to get draw, so maybe you can draw into another interaction piece?
Yes. I don't think there's anything particularly worth it to kill off on this Tatiova player's board, unfortunately. Ashaya is comically large, it seems, and I think Tatiova will just wind up being recast.
Mm-hmm. It does look like thing damage is being put on Tatiova, though.
Which makes a certain amount of sense, but okay, we've got a deflecting SWAT.
Mm-hmm. So just to highlight what the stack is right now, we have a Summoner's Pact from the Tatiova player. Malcolm Kedis is fiercing it in response, which Tatiova responded to with an offer you can't refuse. Now with a deflecting SWAT targeting one of those spells.
Presumably it's targeting the offer you can't refuse. Nothing else really makes sense here. Letting the Niv trigger resolve is an interesting choice if Tatiova has anything else to do here. So that may just be a sign that they don't. Looks like Tatiova, that shouldn't go to hand, it should go to the command zone. But...
unless they had something to return it to hand that I'm not seeing. Do they have the...
is that it?
Already on
is
field?
That it? What I'm wondering is if that blue enchantment is at trade routes.
Oh, maybe. That's possible.
It's a little hard to tell. But I believe one of the abilities on trade routes is to return lands to your hand.
Yeah. And with a Ashaya, that makes actually a lot of sense.
It does look like it's a trade routes. I looked up the art for that card. So yeah, return it to hand to avoid having to pay commander tax on it. Makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like it's going to be coming back down this turn, unless that die next to the zombies may be a ton of green mana floating from the Sky's Cradle. But having come into this game midway through the turn, it's a little ambiguous.
We're not sure whose turn it is, but we do know that the Summoner's Pact is in the bin. That was at least countered.
I'm assuming it's Tatiova's turn. I could be wrong about that, but
it might have been Summoner's Pact and like an end step though. Because Summoner's Pact
could have been, yeah. I mean, Summoner's Pact, it is an instant, but it is also free and has an upkeep trigger, so generally you want to cast it as late as possible.
True.
But there are reasons you could want to cast it ahead of time, so it is definitely possible we're on someone else's turn.
You have a lot of mana you can play with to pay for the upkeep too, which is something to contend with. That's fair.
I'm also I'm a little unsure what this card is that's under the Ashaya.
It looks like almost an arcane signet, maybe? With that art.
That would be a strange way of stacking those cards. But it's pretty difficult to tell.
It is.
Hopefully it's nothing, that completely hopefully it's something that completely changes how this board state reads. Because it could be almost anything, because all the creatures are lands, so it could be like basically any creature that was just tapped for mana. Or it could be an arcane signet. 100%.
It's definitely very developed boards here, and I think the Grafdigger's Cage is pieces that are maybe stopping a little bit of everyone from going off. So
yeah, there's sort of a lot of things are being hit here. This I guess this rest in peace is not actually like particularly great on this board. The cage, is certainly doing much more to hold these creature decks down. Turning off Kinnan Spins is obviously a very strong thing to do, because that deck can just start putting out scary permanents for free, or maybe not free, but at least uninteractively. So having that cage there definitely makes that a lot harder, and also depending on the build of Sisay, could either completely remove their options or at least limit them. Though, yeah, there are builds of Sisay that I feel like I've seen anywhere from 2 to like 12 planeswalkers, so I don't want to make any too strong assumptions.
I'll get to talk about Sisay Super Friends all day, but I do think that the Rest in Peace has some merit here, because it is exiling the Tatiova's graveyard, which green has some good recursion pieces, and if you do manage to get rid of something like the Ashaya, you can make sure that it's gone for good.
I guess the other thing that we probably should mention, though it doesn't actually look like the island count is particularly close, is that we do see that the trade routes, which is part of Mystic Sanctuary combos. So yeah, the Rest in Peace could definitely be shutting those off too. As those are often something that have been included in Tatiova decks. Though, again, a little surprising to see so few islands, if that is the case. I believe there's just the Tropical Island and Breeding Pool, and no basic island, so the Mystic Sanctuary would need one more island and then the Sanctuary itself to come online.
Yeah, but I can't tell how many cards they have in hand, but it's possible that they could get those pretty easily. But yeah, everyone's like that one step away from just going off, it feels like here. Except
it doesn't look like too many cards in hand, though with Ashaya, every land draws you a card and every creature draws you a card. So you can definitely chain a lot of stuff.
You definitely can. And Niv's good. I think the One Ring's going to put in a lot of work here for the Sisay player as they try to just get those value pieces going. Like, if you can't get the cards tutor-wise, you can draw into them, and you have the mana to cast them.
Absolutely, and also, if you're running something like a Derevi, you can get real silly.
A lot of table talk going on right now. Not quite sure what they're discussing, but life totals are pretty healthy too, which is something to note, especially with how many creatures are on board right now. I think Niv's going to get in there pretty soon to start chunking away at those.
Yeah, although it doesn't actually kill people all that quickly, especially if you're spending your pings on trying to control the board, which it seems like that's what's been happening. The other thing that can get in, though there are a lot of chump blockers for it, is this Ashaya. That is a 8, 9, 10, 11... It's like an 11-11-ish or 10-10, something like that.
Pretty big. It's thick, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Something is happening, and it's still a little unclear whose turn it is. Or exactly what's going on, but hopefully we'll get an unambiguous sign, like a player untapping their permanents, to be really sure where we are.
And just a quick update, we are going just under 10 minutes in this round before we head into round 2, so this could also very possibly be a draw.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a surprisingly stable board state in a lot of ways.
A Jenga tower?
No, I mean, but like a really solidly well-built Jenga tower, not Not a one where half the pieces have been removed and a gust of wind is going to topple it.
No, yeah. But even still, a well-built Jenga tower, if the one thing's removed, it's hard to do it, but if the one thing's removed, it can still topple over.
True.
But that's very hard to do, and like you said, I think there's just a lot of things keeping everyone in check here.
Okay. We're tapping a bunch of green mana and a blue.
A little bit of blue.
Tatiova. It is, in fact, Tatiova's main phase.
Alright, we got there. We figured it out.
Unless there was like an emergent zone or Born Upon a Wind, but I choose not to consider that possibility because it would make my head hurt.
We'll just go with the simple answer here and hope it's the right one.
Simple answers are usually better, right? They're almost always correct. That's how that works.
Listen, we spin the narrative here. If we say it's the Tatiova's turn, it can be the Tatiova's turn. And no one can say otherwise.
Well, they can, just in chat where their voice isn't nearly as amplified.
Yes.
Oh man, who would think that the blue-green win-con with Stax extra turns deck would toe the line with drawing? I mean, I'm assuming, given the Ashaya and Summoner's Pact, that this deck is not in fact win-conless, and that they were going for Quirion Ranger to attempt to win the game here. But yes, it is definitely a slow strategy.
It can be, yeah. Developing enough to be able to cast the extra turns consistently, though, can still...
Though I will stand up for my slow strategy players and say, slow strategies are fine if everyone plays quickly.
Mm-hmm. Choosing to bounce the land here to hand, it looks like. Hopefully maybe just replay it. They are making those zombies off the field of the deck with each land drop, which is fun because those are then also lands.
I thought Ashaya only hits your non-token creatures.
Is it non-token? That would make more sense.
It is non-token, yes.
Okay.
But interestingly, if there's... Okay, presumably whatever's under this Ashaya is not a cheap creature, because if it was, then what could be done is just continuously trade routes the cheap creature back to hand, play it, draw a card. Mm-hmm. That was an interesting choice. They picked up a tropical island with floating mana, seems like.
And they just passed from there.
Maybe they want to be able to discard it to draw with trade secrets. Maybe they have like a mystical tutor or something. And they were worried they would be low on mana, but I'm a little... It's a bit of an odd one for me.
The only thing I can think of, and this is a very niche example, but if they were just trying to also do it now, so Sisay doesn't get the Carpet of Flowers mana, but there's already a couple islands on the Niv's board, so I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like that's not going to be limiting the mana too much. All right, we got a Jeska's Will, which will make some mana. I don't think it looks like no one has too many cards in hand.
No, it looks like 4 might be the most.
Yeah, but just seeing 3 more cards, especially if any of them are instants or sorceries that you'd like to cast and can draw you more cards with Niv.
That's a Gilded Drake.
That sure is a Gilded Drake.
That's a good one. How would you like an Ashaya?
Well, I mean, it'll just... Yeah, the thing about going after anything on Tatiova's board is that trade secrets can just return it to hand.
Oh, it's any land to their owner's hand? Okay.
I believe it's return a land you control to your hand. Yeah, potentially either the Sisay or Essica or Kinnan could all be appealing targets, and admittedly just forcing the Tatiova player to spend their turn recasting either Tatiova or Ashaya is a reasonable option.
Mm-hmm. We do see the Sisay responding with a stern rebuttal, or stern scolding. That's the one.
Doesn't that not hit? That doesn't.
It hits a Gilded Drake, doesn't it?
No, it hits a creature with power or toughness 2 or less. Gilded Drake's a 3/3.
Is it a 3/3? I thought it was a 2/2.
No, it's a 3/3.
Interesting.
This is... We need to get a judge. Oh, okay.
It looks like they recognized it.
They figured it out.
Yeah.
I will tap a land and reveal Stern Scolding from my hand. You may proceed with your Gilded Drake.
We were actually going to see that card do something almost. Not quite, though.
Hopefully, I think they caught it before the Niv trigger, because that would be very awkward to have to rewind.
Yeah.
But if they didn't, then...
I don't think I saw it.
Call a judge and get that sorted.
Yeah. Do confirmation that is the trade routes like you were thinking.
All right, so we got the Gilded Drake. Very curious to see what it's targeting.
Kinnan, okay. That makes the
Kinnan.
most sense.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that gives you 3 extra mana every turn plus the treasures. So potentially 6 extra mana every turn. It's a lot of mana.
Mm-hmm. A Narset.
Narset.
Do we see the wheel with it? Oh, that would be wild. Activating Narset down ticking to see the top 4 cards, I believe. See if there's anything that they can get.
Yeah.
I see a Cephalus call for you.
Which is pretty good with Narset, although you're not allowed to take it, unfortunately. A Ponder is not great, but I guess it does give this Niv a chance to try and shoot something down.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly sure what you're looking to shoot down on this board.
I don't think it matters. I think I see a Time Twister in hand.
Well, that will be pretty good.
I think so. With a mana drain for backup, yeah. Looks like they're starting with a cantrip, though. Preordain, okay.
That's just an Art of Preordain I did not recognize.
Me either. I haven't seen that one.
Are they just forgetting? Feels like there should be a lot of Niv triggers, and it's very unclear.
They did draw.
They've been pinging.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure what they're pinging. It's a key part, but
like this Tatiova could be gone again already. Oh, okay. Looks like it's the Sisay. I guess worried about a potential Planeswalker coming in at an inopportune moment.
Yeah, makes sense.
It would be funny if you went for your Narset Twister and then Sisay activated and put their own Narset into play in response.
Yeah, I don't think they have the mana to activate, but that would be silly.
Yeah, it looked like they were off by 1 before the Sisay died.
Mm-hmm. This may just be the Time Twister, or they may also recognize that time is... Yeah, they may recognize time is coming to an end, so maybe they are just trying to dig for the actual win instead of trying to Time Twister.
Yeah, because... although Time Twister does dig you for the win. But yeah, I think there is no chance that they're getting another turn. So they either have it or they bust.
Hitting the Ignoble Hierarch here and the Noble Hierarch, I believe. So getting those dorks off the board right now.
I guess this also makes sense because it's also unlikely that Tatiova's getting another turn at this point.
Hi, Dockside. That's a good hit.
That does make a truly disgusting amount of mana. Okay, taking a quick look through the hand there, I didn't see a Time Twister, but maybe I just missed it. The Dockside is drawing the Stern Scolding attempt, which drew the mana drain, which is now
Niv triggers,
enabling this Mindbreak trap.
looks like they are using some mana.
Trying to win counterspell wars through Niv is just such a bad time.
But it actually worked. Dockside is countered.
It did work here. Kind of curious if that's because they don't think they need. They just don't think they need the Dockside and would prefer to spend their resources on other things, or if they actually just don't have any more backup. Though it is possible there's no more interaction either, and they can just slam. I guess they could have the Buccaneer here.
Yeah, I think if you can protect the Dockside, it's not a bad idea though. Looking to play the Scatter Shell. Is that the land for turn?
Well, the thing about just letting the Dockside go is that you force anyone who wants to interact to have specifically a counterspell. Like if you're going for Glinthorn, they have to have a counterspell that hits creatures, right? Whereas like if you try and dispel the Mindbreak Trap, you get got by Mental Misstep or Flusterstorm or any of that. Is that
Professional Facebreaker? It looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Their setup's very dark, so it makes particularly cards with dark art a little hard to differentiate. That was
Yeah. So
my thought was also Facebreaker, so I'm assuming
it has like that kind of dark background in it, right? That makes me think. But it looks like there was no Time Twister in hand. I'm not sure what I saw then, but that would have been sick if it was.
I think I saw something that looked like a transmute artifact, but
that might have been
it. Was a quick flash of. Could have been any number of things. All right, looks like we're doing combat, getting some treasures.
Notably, going to combat now means that they are off the Glinthorn plan this turn at least.
Well, I think we're more or less at time. It's possible this pod has some extension for an earlier judge call, but I think I saw someone say in chat that's time a few minutes ago. So we shall see.
Yeah. So what I mean is that means if they are going for the win their turn, I think the only one that they would have is Curiosity, which I think we would have seen. Maybe the Reckless Fireweaver. I'm just curious to see if they can pull a win together because they are going to be getting a lot more mana now.
Yeah. Though with Rest in Peace and Cage Out, this deck, I guess you could have Curiosity for the Niv would be probably the easiest thing that could still be available if they're on that. If they're not, because it's not a Niv deck, then they may just have no real options to win post-combat other than getting up to enough mana to maybe overload a Rift or like remove all of these pieces.
It is looking like they want to use some of this mana at least. Think about cracking a treasure here.
All right,
let's
casting a spell. Here we go.
We're playing Magic, folks.
Looking at the Gilded Drake.
Looking like they were just making sure that people knew it was a Kinnan, making sure they're generating 2 mana.
I guess. It's 4. Okay, we've started
Professional Facebreaker.
Facebreakering, which is probably not a great sign.
Is that a Perplexing Chimera and a Niv?
It sure is a Perplexing Chimera, yeah.
Okay, it's spreading.
Honestly,
evidently.
I think that's the best way to end this game. You just put the Perplexing Chimera into play, and then it's like, all right, go for your win attempt.
There's a Glinthorn. A little late, but there it is.
The classic post-combat Glinthorn. I'm the more I see that card, the more I think it's a transmute artifact. But I think this game must just be over, right? Surely.
Yeah, I think they're just spinning their wheels to see if they can get anywhere. It doesn't seem like they can.
Well, if you can get up to enough, cards in hand, can you you go to discards, you discard, you ping with Glinthorn, you make treasures with Malcolm, then you cast spells with Niv to draw yourself back up to more cards to discard again.
Well, you can only activate Glinthorn during combat, unfortunately.
No, I'm not saying activate. I'm just saying like discard to hand size.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then use the mana you get from Malcolm to cast more spells to refill your hand with Niv, and then go to your next cleanup, discard to hand size, and repeat the whole process. I don't think it's a consistent path to victory, but it would be very funny if someone could pull it off. But it looks like this game is ending in a draw. Very unfortunate or fortunate, depending on your perspective. But all right, I think that will mark the end of round 1 for us. So we can, I suppose, go to a quick break, as there may be one pod that's just finishing up their last turn, but we will be back with round 2 once the players start getting themselves situated. So be sure to stick around. And before we go, I want to give a quick shout out to some of the ways you can support us and get involved. You can go to chaostournaments.com, which has a link to all the other things we're going to mention. So that's sort of your little one-stop shop. Hopefully our lovely stream god will be throwing all of these links up in chat. And then we have a Patreon. Nekud, why don't you tell these fine folks some of the benefits they can get if they choose to support us there?
So we talked a little bit before about our league. So great opportunity to get some games and get some practice. Also, we have some tokens that we give away to our patron members, which have just the most adorable art. We have like a Chaos Treasure token, all cat themed, really beautiful. We have a podcast and other YouTube videos, and those who are part of our Patreon at a certain tier will have their names called out at the end, getting a little bit of recognition there, which I think is really cool. And we have like a Patreon exclusive chat in the Discord, so just a lot of cool perks to help you get a little more involved and connected to the Chaos community and kind of what we're growing here.
Plus you get a cool color on your name in the Discord.
Ooh, yes.
And a role that is, just one of the many great cat-themed cards we have in this card game of ours. Another way you can get involved is you can check us out on YouTube at Chaos Tournaments. We've got, as Neko was just mentioning, a podcast. I believe sometimes they put up like recorded gameplay of finals and things like that. Lots of good content over there. We got a great team making just more content, because one day a month of content is just not enough.
Bi-weekly we have a podcast, and in our next episode we will be breaking down the top 16 and giving some more statistics about the tournament as a whole, what decks were in abundance, some things that took us by surprise, so definitely something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, so that's how you can get involved, and if you're looking to play in these tournaments, then definitely the Discord is the place to be. And we'll have, I believe the upcoming October tournament is a charity tournament. So it's always good to get community involvement and support good causes. I believe our last one we raised something like $500 that was then matched for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So we support a range of good causes. I'd love to see people getting involved with that.
And to give a little more detail on the October tournament, I believe the date it is happening is October 21st. And unlike our Treasure series, there is no fee to enter. It is free to enter, but we are accepting donations. So we're asking people if they have anything that they can give to support a good cause. We would really appreciate it. But if you're new to CDH and don't want to invest the $20, $30 price tag that comes with entering a tournament, this might be a good place to start as well.
For sure, yeah. You can get sort of a taste of what all these tournaments are like for free, or for just a small charitable donation.
Yes.
All All right. I think we're gonna have a quick break. When we come back, I will still be here. Neko will be taking a well-deserved breather, but I believe you're coming back later today. Is that right?
Oh yeah, you can't get rid of me that easy. I'll be with you all a lot today, in and out. So I look forward to seeing you all again. And
right,
as always, it's a pleasure, Spleen.
Absolutely. Yeah. Have a good one, and good luck with the rest of the day after I head off after the next block.
And good luck to all
everyone.
players playing.
For sure. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Speaking of marketing, one of today's greatest marketing triumphs in the entertainment field is video games. It's a business which has tripled in size in just 3 years. Ron Indran went out in the field to bring us this special report.
All over the country, armies of young people are blasting away at invaders from outer space and paying for the privilege. I'll be looking at the electronic game craze, which has not only fascinated the nation, but which has created some interesting problems as well. Although it looked innocent enough, this machine turned out to have some unusual powers. It kept kids mesmerized for hours.
We are not a sentimental age. We don't want our parents trying to order ticker tape parades. We are not a sentimental age. We're all getting high on fire escapes. We are hooking up with strangers we will never see again. We are not a sentimental age. We are not a sentimental age. When dream we're all melting together, synchronized in a mass embrace. Beads of water folded together like a North Shore wave. How strange, we're parts of each other. How strange, I'll never even know your name. We are not a sentimental age. On our shoulders is a boulder of a debt we cannot pay. We are not a sentimental age. My diagnosis says I tend to disengage. I'd rather have my privacy, I'd rather have my space. These are just the pills I have to take. We are not a sentimental age. When I dream we're all melting together, synchronized in a mass embrace. Beads of water folded together like a North Shore wave. How strange, we're parts of each other. How strange, I'll never even know your name. I'll never even know your name. I'll never even know your name. We are not a sentimental age. We don't want our parents' China or their ticker tape parades. We are not a sentimental age. We are not a sentimental age.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the Chaos Treasure Series, number 7. We are just about to get started with round 2. We'll be bringing up that pod in a moment, but first, I have to introduce my new lovely co-caster, Kuma. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, Spleenface. How are you today?
I'm doing excellently. We had a super fun round 1, really good first game, and then we caught the tail end of a gamely fought match that did wind up going the distance and became a draw. But lots of good plays, lots of fun decks, and I'm sure we will be continuing that in round 2.
Yeah, sounds like we're off to a great start here. Can't wait to see what we got next.
Absolutely. I believe we'll be bringing up this pod momentarily, but before we do that, of course, we have to give a shout out to all the players, judges, staff, and Patreon members who, really just support this and make all of these possible. We wouldn't be able to do any of the stuff we're doing without any of those groups of people, and a lot of work goes in behind the scenes, and we get a lot of support from the community, and that's really awesome to see.
Absolutely. We're doing great things here, and I love to see it, and thank you to everybody who's contributing.
All right. The players are just doing their mulligans, but I guess we can give a quick rundown again of how people can get involved if they would like. We have a Discord server and a website through which you can sort of access all of the resources. Those are sort of the best hubs. But if you would like to support tournaments like these, then we'd love it if you checked out the Patreon. There's lots of perks there that we've gone over a few times, but you get access to our leagues, special channels, special roles, that sorts of thing. Plus, you can be in the comments of the podcast and YouTube videos that we produce as part of these tournaments. So, just really, helps us continue to improve and lets everyone know, how much we appreciate your support. If you want to play, then definitely check out the Discord. And I believe next month we have a charity tournament with no entry fee. So if you're a little concerned about just diving right into CEDH tournaments and don't want to be, wasting your money, that's a great way to get a little taste of it without having to put any money down.
Yeah, come kick our butts. It's free.
Exactly. But looks like we are getting started with this game. Going first, we have Kurash playing Tivit, and a fun fact about Kurash that we have recently learned is that apparently Kurash is in grade 3, and I think that is just awesome. It's really great to see people of all ages enjoying this hobby, and I think it's really good that we as a community have fostered the sort of, or tried at least to foster the sort of friendly and welcoming environment that everyone can be comfortable with someone in grade 3 in the chat, because historically a lot of competitive gaming communities have not exactly been child friendly.
No, not exactly. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely thrilled to see what Crusher's gonna do with Tivit.
It's a very strong deck that we've seen putting up a lot of results, and I believe they won their round 1 game. So heck yeah.
Yeah, off to a great start for sure.
Next up, we got Lexiclism on Obnixilis. This is a deck that has been making a few splashes. I think it's largely fallen short of really, being classed as a top performer. But as a Rakdos deck, just I think, giving that sort of more compelling mid-range plan or value plan that a lot of Rakdos decks have tended to sort of fall down on is a really interesting space to be in, while still being able to just, in the immortal words of my podcast co-host Sick Robot, be stupid faster, which is what Rakdos often does. Just come screaming out of the gate, but have that commander to fall back on and give you a little bit more give you some legs in the mid or longer games.
Yeah, absolutely. Sleep on Rakdos at your own peril. This deck can be very, very explosive sometimes, and just build up small amounts of advantage too, even if it's not being explosive, and just completely take you out in the mid game for sure. Wow, I'm a huge fan. I'm pulling for it.
This is one heck of an opener we're seeing. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised to see what appeared to be a Wheel of Fortune discarded to that, or exiled to that Chrome Mox. I think I would have been pretty tempted to play out my 5 mana, empty my hand, and cast a Wheel of Fortune rather than the Obnixilis, but certainly getting the Obnixilis down on turn 1 is pretty strong, especially when you're going to be untapping and still like it wasn't, a Jeweled Lotus or a Mana Vault, so you're still going to have the mana on your next turn.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what the follow-up is here, because it is very hard to pass up on forcing 2 of your opponents to mulligan, and sort of even the 3rd. But I mean, we did have a Gemstone Caverns come out here in the 4th slot. I don't know if that played a role in the decision or not. They're getting fewer cards stripped away by the wheel. But yeah, I mean, I would think you'd need a very good follow-up here to justify odd turn 1 over a wheel.
And it does look like the Thrasios Tavesh player did mulligan. I guess it would have been to 5 before playing this Gemstone Caverns. So yeah, you would certainly be refilling their hand pretty.
Yeah, if your opponent's hard mulled, then I think you have to think twice on the wheel. Yeah.
But next up, we've got Malcolm Kedis. We saw that one in the second game of the last pod. Just makes a lot of mana, casts a lot of spells, has the Glinthorn combo. And I believe we saw Ian doing well with it in the last couple tournaments. I forget if it was the previous Chaos Tournament or Mox Masters or something like that. But it's
yeah, he had a top 16 with the deck, I'm pretty sure. It's a sneaky one. It can sneak up on you for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we see the first Ob trigger. We got a fetch out of our last deck, which is Thrasios Tavesh, which is just a good old honest, upstanding mid-range deck, and I really respect that.
Yeah, I like to play good, honest mid-range decks in events like these. Just lets you leverage your skill and just outplay everybody else. And oh, did we get a good one off that Ob? That is a Vampiric Tutor.
Yeah, that's well, I guess that justifies the not wheeling.
It worked out. Admittedly, I was correct.
Exactly. That's how it works. Though admittedly, wheeling yourself, having 1 mana open, and hitting a Vamp Tutor off the wheel would also have been pretty good. But yes, I do get the idea of wanting the Ob down so people can't get their fetches out of the way. And while mid-range decks can often, give you an opportunity to leverage, some good play and good sequencing, optimal play, judicious use of resources, I will say that going last and mulling to 5 are not auspicious starts for what is, going to be one of the slower decks in this pod.
Yes, but I found sometimes those situations going last can actually be a little bit of a benefit, because you tend to get ignored a little bit more, and gives you a chance to just kind of sit back and watch, and then sometimes you can sneak in that quick Thoracle win or something.
Yeah, for sure. It can be, being in a bad position is something that I think good players can leverage by shifting attention away from themselves, pushing the onus of dealing with problems onto other players. But it's still doesn't make it a good position.
No, I would never choose to be in that position, but you can sometimes leverage that position. I have a deck I like to play that, if I'm going first or second, I basically play it like a Stax deck. If I'm going last, I try to get about 2 counter spells and half of the Thoracle combo and just sit around and wait and dump the Thoracle, because you can't really Stax people as well out of the last slot.
Yeah, it's you can definitely just sort of play dead a little bit in situations like that.
Yes, that is my favorite thing to do going last, is play dead.
Interesting keep out of Tivit here. Obviously, this is a deck that, particularly looking at this build, is built more mid-range. It's off ad nauseum in favor of some more like value engines and disruptive pieces. We got the Urza, the Academy Manufactor, Drawn on Linvala, but keeping a hand that doesn't do anything on turn 1 or 2 is, there definitely can be, a plan here. Maybe it's a mana drain into Tivit turn 3 or something.
I was going to say that better be a mana drain into Tivit. Otherwise, keeping a hand that does nothing on turn 1 or 2 in this format will get you dead. But looks like we've got some interaction here. Maybe not. Is that a Praetor's Grasp out of Ob Nixilis?
Looks like it might be. And then this is the spell table card recognizers. Having a time here.
It does that sometimes.
Counter spell. There's just so many arts for cards these days. I can never keep track of what the heck is what.
Me neither. Or the commanders anymore. What's the stat? Something like what is it? Like half of all possible commanders have been printed in the past 4 or 5 years or something. It's some crazy number like that.
It is pretty wild. They definitely leaned hard into legendary creatures.
Yes, they did.
I'm still very curious what this actual card was, but it looks like
Praetor's Grasp resolved and the card was exiled. Or was it? Oh, was that a tutor out of Tivit there?
Potentially.
Interesting time to pop that off after the grasp.
I mean, if the grasp was going at somebody else, then maybe it makes sense.
I don't see why you have to do it immediately, though. You could wait and see what happened.
Or if it... Yeah, I don't think it could have been a to-hand tutor. Obviously, tutoring some card that you don't want them to be able to exile is a good plan. I'm not exactly sure what happened here.
Is there some issue about how to resolve this card over a webcam? Because I know that gets complicated. Yeah, they're just trying to resolve the Praetor's Grasp. I have confirmation. Now, I believe the correct procedure in this case is you block the other 2 players and you slowly flip your deck over 1 card at a time until they find the one they want. I believe that's the correct way to do this.
Yeah, this is just kind of an unfortunate card for webcam play, because resolving it properly is just a painfully slow process.
Yes.
So often people just wind up giving the information of what card is being found just in the interest of expedience. But
right, and Crusher can't have been playing for that long, so it's entirely possible he's never encountered this card before, just doesn't know what to do about it.
Yeah, it's good on the players for making sure they're following the procedure properly.
Of course.
Right, I'm not exactly sure.
So we're shuffling again.
I guess while they figure this out, what do you think? What do you think this Praetor's Grasp wants to be taking here?
Wants to be taking from Tivit?
Is it targeting Tivit? Is that what's happening?
I don't know why it's gotta be, right? That's just flipping the cards over.
But this looks like a hand. Why are they showing their hand? Uh-oh. Have they been misled?
Oh, is this one of those, I can tell what's in your... Well, no, you can't. You can't tell what...
No, because you don't actually have the deck list.
Yeah. I am very confused. That is a Praetor's Grasp, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely
it sure looks like a Praetor's Grasp.
I am not sure what's happening here. Is this like was a card named and he's like, I don't have it, here's proof, like it's just not in the deck? I mean that's not the correct way to do this. But what do you get here though? Assuming this is a Praetor's Grasp?
We'll get a judge involved and we can get all this sorted out.
Yeah, I would hope so. That's a tough one. I don't think Tibbet's going to run a lot of things that synergize well with Ob, and clearly Ob seems to be plan A here.
I guess you could be... You could be going for something... I mean, you could just be going for Thassa's Oracle to try and enable a win that way.
I suppose. They do have the Gemstone Cavern, so that's one of the blue mana they'd need.
Yeah.
Or it could just be getting like their Demonic Tutor and saying, I'll get the card I actually want. Because, I mean, you can't really get a tutor out of Malcolm Kedis. I guess you could have done it out of Thras Tevesh.
Honestly, kind of a shame that you can't Praetor's Grasp Kedis, because that feels like something Obnixis would be very interested in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah,
just
but that's...
Start bonking.
It's not an option. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just going to be some value piece or tutor is what the get is here. I'm not sure what else you would grab at this point for a deck like Obnixilis. Maybe trying to get a... No, it doesn't make sense. No, I don't know. That is a tough one. I'm not sure what the plan is here. My guess is it's a value piece or a tutor or maybe a mana rock or something. Just cheap mana rock just to, speed up the mana development a little more. Hard to say. Really hard to say. You've also got a Vamp Tutor on your Obnixilis here, so you already can kind of get whatever you need. Getting a second tutor here in light of that doesn't seem...
Although there is no
especially useful.
There's no black mana, which might be an issue. Because the Praetor's Grasp is double black and there's a red card under the...
Oh, yeah, nothing's happening yet. This is probably for a future turn, I imagine.
Sure, but I'm saying like this Vamp Tutor is possibly just not being cast this turn if there's not like a land in hand, right?
Oh yeah, that does go away at end of turn, right? Yeah, that is gonna... What's on the Chrome Mox? Chrome Mox is gonna cast the Vamp Tutor.
No, it's not. There's a... Oh wait, does Obnixis doesn't color fix, right? I'm not remembering that.
No, pretty sure he doesn't.
Then that can't happen. I'm almost certain it's a Wheel of Fortune under the Chrome Mox.
Yes, we had that conversation. That is definitely a wheel. We need to get the judge in there. You cannot vamp off of a red source.
Yeah, it's okay. I can definitely see that it is a red card, even if it...
Yeah, no, that is...
I misidentified the Wheel of Fortune initially. That's definitely a red card, which cannot be used to cast Vampiric Tutor.
No, definitely not. Looks like they might have realized that.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like that was realized. Okay. All right, good. Problem averted. Looks like that vamp's just going away, like you said. Yeah, interesting choice to grasp. Then I'm guessing the player thought that he could vamp afterwards and didn't realize that wasn't going to be a thing.
Potentially, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess in theory, if you're getting the same card from either deck, you'd rather get it from your opponent's deck, though I feel like you'd also rather have more mana. So
yeah, I'd rather not spend 3 mana on it. I'd probably just vamp while you can, because the vamp goes away at the end of your turn, so do it while you can, and then...
For sure.
Next turn you can Praetor's Grasp. You have to.
True.
Alright, looks like Ob's swinging in, and that's probably going to be it for that turn.
Yeah, we'll see where it's going. Obviously, Karash is not playing Ad Nauseam, but Tivit decks often are, so it's not an unreasonable thing to go at him.
Right.
There's also some ambiguity on Thrasios Tevesh and whether or not they'd be playing Naz. In this case, they happen to be. So we'll see where this... Looks like Karash's life total changed, but not enough. There we go.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
Looks like it went at Karash.
Yeah, and I mean, fair or not, I think players are probably a little bit more scared of Tivit than they are of Thras Tevesh, although both decks are probably pretty close in actual power level.
Something... There was just a Niv trigger, but I don't understand from what.
You mean an Ob trigger?
Sorry, an Ob trigger. Yes, I do. There's a Niv in play last game. I still...
yeah, who lost exactly 1 life? I don't... One of those lands, a Pain land or something? Is that a Yavimaya Coast over there?
Is it possible that it's a Pain land that Kurash tapped to cast whatever spell they cast in response to the Grasp, and that... I'm not sure.
It was a Mana Confluence.
That is a Mana Confluence.
Okay, so that's where it came from.
Probably the trigger was acknowledged when it happened, and then like it never actually properly resolved. So they just
because of the long Praetor's Grasp. Yes.
Though that would mean that this. It would mean that this. Like whatever was hit by it is now just permanently exiled. In this case, the Twin Flame, which is probably not ideal for Lexi here, because that is one of the win cons, obviously. But there are more.
Oh, of course. Pretty rare you see a deck that only has 1 win condition. Most everyone's running 2 or 3.
And admittedly, with Ob, just punching people is also kind of a win condition.
Yes, you definitely have just punching people with a big Ob. Looks like, is that a gut shot?
Sure looks like a gut shot.
Get that extra trigger. What are we gut shotting here, though?
I couldn't begin to tell you. I mean, just a face to get an Ob trigger? I guess?
When you're tapped out on someone else's turn? That seems unlikely.
Well, I mean, this is...
is this one more damage to... this is one more damage to Crash's face, I guess?
No, because I think we have to be... Are we not back at Chronos Elite's turn? I thought
turn was passed as well. Maybe it wasn't.
Oh, maybe it was to try and hit this land?
Yeah, try to hit a land or get that extra point of Ob damage in.
Maybe I should just stop guessing.
Yeah, I don't know either. Like the vamp is gone forever, isn't it? So it doesn't matter.
We're back at Kurash's turn. All right, I'm just confused.
Yep.
Fire Covenant. I mean, I guess it goes Thrasios.
Actually, I guess. Time to not play your creatures for a turn. Looks like we got a Rhystic Study, though. Okay, there's a... I'm guessing the Gut Shot was in response to the Rhystic Study to avoid the card draw. Okay, now it's starting to make sense. All right. I gotta say, though, keeping land, Rhystic Study even going first is a little bit slow for this format.
Yeah, it's a little on the ambitious side. And
it looks like it's getting fierce anyway. Yep, and it gets fierce anyway. Oof, that is rough.
I mean, I do understand it from the perspective of particularly the Thrasios Tevesh player who appears to have missed their turn 2 land drop. They know that they're just not going to be paying, so getting rid of it.
Yeah, if that resolves, they're just going to get buried. I mean, what are you guys going to fierce? The Fire Covenant? You probably don't really care if Thrasios dies here now that you've fierced. Alright, so playing the land off the Ob trigger and fetching. Let's see what the follow-up play is, right? Because we've tutored and we chose to play Ob instead of a wheel. There's got to be something good coming here pretty soon.
For sure. Though, interestingly, like now that Lexi's put damage on Kurash, she's encouraged to keep going over there. But that means if she doesn't cast the Praetor's Grasp target before finishing Kurash off, then she does lose access to it.
Oh yeah, I doubt that'll be an issue, but yes, that is definitely something to keep in mind.
it's the swing after this that kills Courage, right? So
Right.
it has to be this turn or next turn pre-combat, otherwise it's gone forever.
I'm not sure that's something I've ever had happen to me where I killed the person whose card I was hanging on to. Usually when I grasp someone, it comes out either that turn or the next. If you're making that kind of tap out commitment to play a Praetor's Grasp, you should probably use the card pretty soon.
For sure. Especially, I'm imagining that, people, I mean, at least Courage knows what it is. I'm not sure if the other players were informed, but, it's not like you're going to be surprising people, I think.
No, and yeah, there's just no way to resolve, because you're not technically supposed to know what card they took from Praetor's Grasp, but there's no way not to do it over webcam, so...
I mean, in theory, you could close your eyes and flip through your deck slowly.
Yeah, but I mean, how are you going to prove your eyes are closed? Lay down backwards under your webcam while you flip cards? You just...
Yeah, exactly. You put your head face down beside your deck, and then you just flip cards over one by one.
Yeah, I can understand why people aren't doing that.
In a process that probably takes like 5 minutes to resolve.
Right, you
like,
drop your deck. Oops, Judge, I can't look up. My deck's everywhere.
The classic, resolving Limdul's Vault. Just, all right, everyone pulls out their phones while you start flipping through 5 cards.
Yup. Yup. I love that card. I'm glad I've seen a little bit of a comeback. I think for a while people were cutting it. I'm starting to see it in lists again. I'm pretty happy about that. It's one of my favorite cards of all time.
It is nice in the op agent meta where you can still find your cards without getting hit by that thing, but it's not a particularly great tutor in a lot of situations, unless you have. I mean, there are some decks that actually do tend to don't just use it as a vampiric tutor with extra steps, where it's okay, I'm gonna find a card I want with some other cards I want below it in the pile.
Yeah, I mean, more so in 60-card formats, but the greatest strength of that card is getting multiple spells off a single tutor. And that's a Mana Barbs. Oh, that's going to be a lot of cards and damage.
That sure is a Mana Barbs.
I love the Mana Barbs is playable. I love it.
The funny thing is that there's not actually that many lands from the opponents here.
There doesn't have to be to get insane value out of that, though.
True.
That's gonna draw more cards than that Ristic Study would have probably.
Yes. Perhaps that's what the Fierce should have been saved for. Especially given the relative positions of the players. No, obviously not.
Wouldn't it shock me if that was the tutor target, or if that was in the opener and they said, yeah, this Mana Barbs is better than wheeling my opponents. And I think that's, with that kind of explosive start, perhaps defensible.
Though a little surprising that it didn't come down last turn in place of the
grasp. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was for then.
Especially because
there just weren't enough lands out yet, and they were just thinking,
Especially because I think the Mana Barbs could have been cast along with the Vampiric Tutor.
Yes, that is true. I'm guessing she valued double tutor over Mana Barbs and one tutor, and then it turns out you couldn't double tutor.
That may be what happened.
That might have been it. Is that a Mount Doom? What is that?
Sure looks like it.
Well, hey, bigger ob if nothing else.
Is that a problem here? Is the problem that ob isn't big enough?
Barreling
towards the 2-hit club here.
Oh yeah, and then he's gonna get there real fast with Mana Barbs.
Well, what if just no one taps lands? Didn't you think of that?
You don't need lands to play Magic.
Exactly.
I mean, how many are we running now? 24 in decks? We don't need lands.
Look at Chronos Elite. They got all kinds of mana from lands.
I'll tell you what, if I'm her opponents, I'm thinking this is maybe my last turn to do anything before this game gets out of hand. I doubt any of them are holding a win, but if I was, I'd be very tempted to go for it here, because that Mana Barbs is just going to make things get out of hand.
Honestly, if I was Courage, I might be interested in using that Metamorph that was revealed to get my own ob.
Yeah, I think that would be a fantastic play. I mean, you're going to feed 3 triggers into the other ob, but then aren't you just dead to the ob at that point?
I I think
Ob
you'd have enough
tramples,
to take
right?
one. I think you'd have enough to take one hit and not die. It only
You
took
might
5?
have one more turn after that. That might be the best line then, yeah. I mean, Ob tramples, I believe, so you can't just chump with
It
your
does,
Ob after
yeah.
getting some cards.
No, I think you'd play Ob this turn, get a bunch of triggers, and hope to find removal for Ob next turn. Would be the plan.
That might be the best option because he's rapidly running out of time here. All right, Hallowed Fountain. Ooh, might have some Mana Barbs triggers here. Going in the tank. All right, yep, here it is. 3 ouchie Mana Barbs triggers.
Total of 4 mana.
I think... Oh, they took 2 for the fountain too? Okay, I didn't see that. All right, so 4 mana. Is this Metamorph?
Could be Metamorph. I'm trying to remember what else we saw in the hand.
Looks like Ob gets a Dragon Rage Channeler.
There's a transient artifact.
Is it Demonic Tutor and an Arcane Signet? And why are we flipping 4? Oh, because the 4th land was tapped, yeah, and that is a...
Shouldn't it actually be 5? Because
no, because the Hallowed Fountain deals 2. You don't
No,
get
but the Mana Confluence deals 1.
Oh, the Confluence does. Yeah, it should be 5.
Four Mana Barbs, triggers, and a Mana Confluence should be 5. But... Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Are we...
I mean, it looks like we've committed to tapping the lands, so I guess we're figuring out which spell it is now.
Especially now that the cards have been exiled, they actually can't be rewound easily.
I mean, that technically doesn't go on the stack until the spell is played, but...
No, you can tap the lands before casting the spell, which is actually often correct with an instant against Ob, because you tap the lands, the triggers go on the stack, and then you respond by casting your instant.
Ah, so yes.
Can't hit like a counterspell or SWAT or whatever you're worried about. But in this case, I'm not sure exactly what's going on.
I think Crush is realizing pretty quickly here that this is not gonna likely end well.
I think what you actually need here is the One Ring.
The One Ring? Oh yeah, that'll buy you a turn.
Demonic Consultation.
Is this just a Thoracle win attempt here?
You know what, I respect
I'm trying to think what could even be found off a consult to save the kid. Maybe a Toxic Deluge?
Yeesh. It's a lot of life to pay.
I mean, it's better than just straight up dying, though. I'm not sure what other swords,
Drake, let's go.
postures maybe
Gilded
on
Drake,
the...
let's go.
Gilded Drake, let's go. Sounds pretty great. I mean, you are going to exile Sniffy and chunk your library to do this, though.
No Gilded Drake in the list, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, value consults out of Tivit are kind of rough to me, because you really want to try to win with Time Civ, and there's a real good chance that's getting exiled before you get whatever it is you're trying to find.
Well, admittedly, if you do have Time Civ and Thoracle, and some of them have like another way to win, so it's possible that it's not too risky. But yeah, it is. Things can go real wrong when you just cast consults all willy-nilly.
Right.
All right.
We're continuing to flip,
find
so
out
I guess we'll find out. Looks like whatever it wasn't in the first 6.
Hopefully it's not the card that's exiled to Praetor's Grasp. The list is also on Dam.
Okay, so yeah, Source of Plowshares was named. The Oracle is actually Praetor's Grasp.
Okay.
So it's got to be.
And there goes the time
probably.
So that's
that's real bad.
I'm a little curious about the tapping, though.
I mean, you got to follow this up with something. Just I guess you technically want to do it one at a time, but not something you're often thinking about when there's
tap all the mana, respond over top of the triggers, but it doesn't seem.
Yeah, but that didn't happen either. I'm guessing just didn't think it through. Like, you don't usually play against an Ob Nixilis, and it really matters when you tap your lands.
True.
Just not the kind of thing you think about. Oh, that's a lot of library. Oh, there's the swords. Oh, that's a very small piece of library left there.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Probably theoretically enough time to win with Tivit Bonks, but
I was gonna say Tivit Bonks is probably where you have to be at here, and that is not a good place to be.
Gotta find a way to
take much of that Ob to get big enough to just block Tivit.
Well, it'll have to come back. There's another interesting. I'm not sure why.
Oh, is that a Deadly Rollick? What is that?
Looks like it might be.
So in response, we're going to Deadly Rollick Malcolm, probably?
That would make a certain amount of sense. But yeah, then you're definitely not... If you're swordsing Ob, you're definitely not supposed to tap all your mana, because you could just let the Ob go and then tap your mana, and then the Mana Barbs triggers wouldn't give them cards.
Right.
But maybe there was a change of plans partway through or something. That's definitely...
I mean, young player, new player, it's possible, they've learned certain shortcuts that...
Is that card that's in the top of the exile pile a deflecting SWAT?
I think that's Dragon Rage Channeler. Oh, you mean the very top one? The last one that was
like physically on top of the other cards.
I don't recognize it as such, but...
Is it a Cursed Mirror? That was my first thought, and then I was like, oh, maybe it's... Okay.
It's clearly a new card that's in the old frame, not an actual old Magic card, but beyond that, I can't really tell you.
Okay, other people are saying Cursed Mirror, which was my first impression, but...
Alright, well then that's not gonna... Yeah, that's a Cursed Mirror. Yeah, okay.
Alright, what's happening with the rest of the mana?
I don't know, but it looks like Crush lives to fight another day.
Yeah, okay, I'm a little confused by the what happened with the tapping here, but
I'm guessing just rookie mistake.
It's probably tap all the mana, and then realize, oh wait, I have to...
Yeah, I think you're going to metamorph and realize you can console for a better plan, and oops, I tapped my lands already. That's probably it. I've done that. I've realized I had a better plan halfway through a line and been like, oh, why did I do that?
Yeah, and especially with Ob, you can't rewind the tapping the lands because the cards are already exiled.
Right. Well, let's see what Ob's got.
The Cursed Mirror doesn't really have anything to target that's particularly enticing.
Not really, no. I imagine that Dragon Rage Channeler is probably coming down, though.
Do you really need it here? I mean, like, obviously...
Probably not, but...
If it fits in cleanly, then you go for it, but...
Yeah.
Okay, we got 3 mana tapped.
I mean, you got to replay Ob here, right? You have a Mana Barbs out.
Yes. Also, she has to remember that Mana Barbs is a symmetrical effect, even if Ob is not.
Yeah. Alright, looks like we are getting the Channeler. Arcane Signet and Channeler looks like were the plays. Interesting. I'd have really thought you wanted Ob back here.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, this whole game she's been very committed to the Ob Nixilis line. Now to just kind of do a setup turn seems strange.
1, 2...
Let's see what we got.
3...
I'm going to play the Cursed Mirror too. Yeah, this is the setup turn, it looks like.
It's an
interesting choice. I think I would have played the Ob.
You can get a Thrasios, though. With the curse
for one turn, right? Yeah, I get that one more point of damage in.
It's about the disrespect of hitting someone for 1 with a Thrasios.
Nice Thrasios, idiot. Alright, well, looks like that's going to be about it then, out of Ob. Thinking about something else. Oh, there's a Dragon Rage trigger. Yeah, don't forget your Dragon Rage trigger. Are we trying to figure out if there was a missed trigger or something? Looking at the graveyard? What's going on here?
I think they're just going through the delirium check.
Ah, yes. Not super relevant at the moment, but yeah, might as well check. Alright, it looks like we surveilled something into the yard there.
Which I believe does turn on delirium.
Yeah. Can't attack anyway, though. We just played it. But now it can't block. And looks like we do have another play. No? I mean, Odd is kind of running away with this one a little bit.
I guess the curse mirror, the curse mirror is coming in as another DRC. Get that damage in.
I guess. Just pure damage, that seems to be the play. Yeah. I'm not sure what the other players have here, but Odd is kind of in a good spot, and put it mildly, they are not. Need something pretty big out of him this turn cycle, probably, or the game will be quickly out of reach.
Right. Got the Ketis. All right. Hopefully, hopefully this Thrasio deck can find something to get itself out from this pretty rough position. Obviously, you know, on mulligans to 5, you kind of just take what you can get. A land is a good start.
Yeah, you really do have to take what you can get at 5 in a lot of decks.
Though honestly, I might have considered just holding the Gemstone Caverns and just, like, rather than pitching Otawara to Gemstone Caverns, just playing a turn
Yeah,
slower
just guarantee yourself 3 lands, because you're not doing anything fast here. I think that was probably wise, but that's often an automatic decision, though. Like, people just assume, I got my Gemstone Caverns, I got to use it, right? I mean, I don't generally think like that, but yeah, it probably might have been a better idea to not do it.
Alright. 3 mana out of Courage. Savine's Reclamation. I assume this is targeting the Rhystic Study.
I love this. 10 cards left in the deck. I'm gonna draw myself out. It's fine. Let me have the Rhystic Study.
I mean, that's fair. With Thoracle in Exile, like, there's not much to do. Yeah, it's got to be something to cast Tivit just to try to beat somebody to death, I imagine. Yeah, interesting. I guess also
Rhystic Study back with 10 cards left.
I guess also that means that the plan of getting an Ob with the Phyrexian Metamorph is probably also off the table, because the
Ob's off the table.
Ob is actually a mandatory trigger, so if you put out an Ob, the rest of the table can go, cool, we're gonna tap some lands, and you're not gonna have a library anymore.
Mm-hmm. Now let's see what Ob's got.
presumably op. Though maybe the reason last turn played out this way was to try and set up something like a breach combo or something.
I wonder if Ob just has it here though. That's Arcane Signet and Gemstone Caverns to cast the Oracle.
Arcane Signet doesn't cast Oracle.
Oh no, it doesn't. You're right. This looks like a demonic tutor. Yep. This might get something to cast Oracle.
It sure could. It could also just be trying to set up a breach combo of some description.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use that Oracle, it's got to be pretty fast here.
Yeah, like if you just set up breach, I don't know, like say breach grinding station, mill yourself out, and then LED.
I mean, that's probably good enough too.
But we shall see. There's definitely, I mean, it could just be an ad nauseum.
You got a lot of options here. Nobody's put up much
Actually,
fight.
she's at 46, though. I suspect she shouldn't be. I think at least the trigger for this Badlands hasn't been noted yet. Hopefully they correct that, and after casting a Nas would actually be closer to 40, which is still fine. The deck can still win perfectly adequately off of.
That's plenty of life for an ad nauseum.
So this is a relatively chunky list. Like certainly compared to some. Average CMC of the non-lands is above 2, so but there's a very high density of fast mana, though a lot of it is in play.
I mean, you just value Nas here and pass. Like nobody else is putting on much of a fight. You could probably just value Nas, pass, and then take the next turn.
See, that's where you're wrong, because this Ketis is gonna have Commander's Plate and a Fire Shrieker equipped to it, and then
oh lord. You fool! All right, here it comes. So what do you think the chances are that Thras Tevesh has some interaction? They haven't really cast much this game.
I mean, we did see the Fierce already, so I'm gonna say pretty low. Like, I'm assuming the hand was just kept off mana plus Fierce. I mean, they could have drawn into something else, but
I mean, something else they chose not to cast off their 3 mana. Like that's
true.
I'm not sure what that would be. Or maybe they just figure whatever it is, it's not worth feeding 3 more cards to Ob, but then, I mean, how do you ever win at that point? If you're not playing your spells to not feed cards, you can't get anywhere. Alright, and it looks like we have... Alright, forgot a Badlands trigger for the damage. Yeah, okay, got that.
Alright. Let's see what this tutor found. Also, I'm not sure if the Darcy trigger was acknowledged. Hopefully it doesn't matter too much, because
that one's a May, right? You don't have to do your Darcy. I always forget Darcy triggers. I'm terrible at it.
I think it just has a default where it just assumes you left the card on top, right?
Yeah.
But I think you do technically have to surveil.
Yeah, if there was something that said when you surveil, you do a thing, then you have to surveil, yeah. Not sure that card exists, but yeah, I don't think you can just skip the action. Yeah, we've been in the tank for a minute here. I think something's got to happen.
Counting some mana.
And here it comes. Oh boy, this is 7. Ob. Here's Ob. Little buddy old pal.
I don't even care where we go. Just far away from here.
Not paying the heuristic doesn't surprise me. Not like Crush is going to do much with the cards.
True. In fact, every card that gets drawn by this heuristic study is one less turn that Kurosh has to finish the pot off with.
Yes. Yes. All right, DRC coming in. And looks like it's up to Malcolm Kedis. See if there can be any kind of follow-up here that's gonna be enough to stop the Ob train.
It's certainly has a lot of momentum behind it. All right, 3 mana.
Phyrexian Metamorph. And
All right,
get Ob number 2 after all.
Why would you stop the Ob train when you could just start your own Ob train?
We've got a response, it looks like.
Oh, that is a good response.
Ooh, that is a good response. Take them both out. 0 Ob Nixilis.
All right, well, sorry, there's been an unscheduled stop. Everyone please disembark from the Ob Nixilis train. So I guess your options now are a Mana Rock of some description, a Thrasios, or a Dragon Rage Channeler. And none of those
doesn't seem very appealing.
Particularly appealing here, unfortunately. Honestly, I'm sure someone will make fun of me for this. I wouldn't hate having a Thrasios on this board. Next to, you get the Malcolm online, and then you just start generating the treasures and have something to dump the mana into.
I mean, that could eventually add up, but I don't think these players have a lot of time left.
Well, with the Ob dying, I guess it can still be recast. Just needs to die one more time. They're almost there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mana Barbs hasn't been as full of value as she probably would have hoped. There's been a lot of free interaction to deal with stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sure.
well, yeah, that isn't the worst thing then to have a Thrasios, I suppose, because, yeah, you do have some time now. I mean, you're probably going to be taking some pain for your activations, but...
I'm sure Neoleth is thrilled at the proposition of taking 4 damage to activate Thrasios.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. Alright, so Metamorph becomes something far less exciting.
Placed, I'm assuming, is that a Soul Ring? Like it looks like it's put in the Mana Rock pile, not the creatures pile, so Soul Ring. Confirming it's a Soul Ring. Alright. Here we go, just slam Oracle Consult. Never didn't have it. I believe in the Thrasios deck.
I mean, we did talk about, just playing dead for a bunch of turns and then going, oops, after all the interactions spent.
Yeah, although usually that's better if you're not the one spending all the interaction.
That's true, but I mean, you can't win like that if you stop everybody else's wins when everyone else passed priority and then just dump yours, realizing that probably nobody else has an answer.
That is true. That is a possibility.
Talisman of Dominance. And pass. No, definitely not the play you'd want to see, but I mean, Tivit's pretty much done. I don't even know what you do with the game at this point. Do you just not play anything to feed anybody anything? I mean, you really don't have a path to victory.
Wait, hang on a second. Is your path to victory you land Tivit and then you metamorph the Kedis?
That might work.
I think there should be just enough time. I think Kurosh is down to around 7 or 8 cards. So we get Tivit next turn, go to 6.
I know a couple have been drawn off the Ristic Study. It might not even have that much time. And people realize what you're up to, they're going to feed your Ristic Study like crazy.
Well, you can just not draw off the Ristic Study, but...
That's true.
Okay, we got a 1 ring. I've heard that's a pretty good
that 1
card.
ring is going to stick. And then, what's the follow-up? I imagine tap 1 ring, right?
I'm guessing Kronos Elite is pretty unhappy about having spent the Metamorph last turn.
Probably, but what are you going to do?
Be upset?
Yeah, the upset is about right. I mean, is it ever right to play 1 ring and then not immediately tap it to see what your next play should be?
When your hand is full and you don't have any mana, usually is the one.
I suppose that's true. You'd want to draw after your end steps. You don't discard. Okay, sure. That's definitely not the case here, but yeah, I can see that. All right, and it's Malcolm Kiddis got in the pipes.
Malcolm, presumably?
I mean, seems like a decent default play if there's nothing better in the hand. Yeah, so yeah, Malcolm Kiddis is in the tank here. So we'll see what they've got.
I mean, definitely could just pull out the, like Malcolm this turn, some way to find Glinthorn next turn.
It's got to be. You've got to win pretty soon here, yeah. Yeah, why wouldn't you cast the Soul Ring here?
Another interesting choice by Lexi not to replay the Ob. This is now the second time she's sort of decided to spend a turn developing rather than just getting it back out there.
Yeah, it's like she's so far ahead, like she should be slamming the door, not trying to open it even farther.
I mean, it's literally the one. Well, actually, especially against Malcolm Kiddis, because if you can time the 1 ring correctly, you can be immune to the Glinthorn combo for a turn.
Yes.
So I mean, like, while the Malcolm was out of play, putting the Ob down, and then next turn you play the 1 ring to insulate yourself from a potential surprise Glinthorn.
Makes sense.
But I also sympathize with wanting to have a source of card draw that's under your immediate control, and the ring does, grow or not exponentially, but the longer you have it in play, I guess it is technically exponential. The relationship between how long it's been in play and how many cards you've drawn in total.
Yes. It doubles every turn. Well, it doesn't double every turn. No, it goes up by 1 every turn. It would be exponential. Exponential would be like you draw 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You're drawing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, like the sum of all numbers from 1 to n.
Okay, the sum of all numbers. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah,
does grow exponentially, but
yeah,
I don't think people are here for a math terminology stream.
No, that's my day job.
Oh, well,
darn it. That's okay. My students don't like to listen to me either. Okay.
All right, looks like we've made it back to Kurash's turn. Got a bunch of cards in hand, decent amount of mana, and more cards in hand than in library.
I gotta wonder though, how much do we know about Kurash here? I mean, how does a 3rd grader get into CEDH? I feel like that's not something all the kids at school were doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible maybe they played Magic more casually with, with their friends at school, and then I'm just going to assume that all of Kurash's friends were just scrubs, and they were like, "I want a real challenge." That's
I mean, you got to be a
my
pretty bright
headcanon.
you got to be a pretty bright third grader to be able to play Magic at all, let alone a format as complex as CEDH.
For sure, and they've been doing. I mean, obviously they got a little overexcited and mistapped earlier, but apart from that, I think they've actually been doing a pretty solid job.
The play has been not bad, really. And for a third grader, it's been phenomenal.
I mean, okay, so this Metamorph, could it copy the One Ring? I could see it copying the One. I mean, you don't want to draw cards, but the protection.
No, the One Ring's not going to get you anywhere here.
I mean, nothing's really going to get you anywhere.
True. I think they need to do what you said and copy Kedis and play Tivit. I'm not sure anything else has a chance.
I wonder if they checked. It is possible that Verdant Catacombs actually doesn't have a target left in the deck.
Yeah, I would imagine it's pretty unlikely. Alright, so we've drawn a card off One Ring. Let's see here. Yeah, sounds like we're in the tank again. I'll listen in here for a second. Alright, we're discussing life totals here. We're getting everything squared away. There we go, okay. That a counterbalance, ooh.
That's a
might not have much of a line to victory, but that'll sure throw a monkey wrench into people's plans.
You can show everyone the last few cards in your deck as they go away. And I think probably given the time, I don't think it's realistic to be fighting too hard for a draw here.
Yeah, I don't think the kid sees the line, and it wasn't much of a line to begin with. All right, so we're back to Ob. Here's where the action is. You got to watch Malcolm Kedis now, though. They're in the position to do something scary.
Although they're in the awkward ratio zone.
Oh yeah, because Crush is gonna die first.
I think they'd still be fine because it's if the highest life total minus the second highest life total is greater than the lowest life total, then you can't do it. And in this case, it would be 11 is not greater than Kurush's 14 life. But the other awkward thing is if the Ob comes down, then it gets to see basically its entire deck.
Yeah, it does make it pretty awkward
31 cards to find a removal spell.
That does make it pretty awkward for Malcolm Kedis to try to end this that way, yeah. And what would their backup plan be to that?
I mean, I think the list is on Breach.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be Breach. Looks like we're going to culling the weak here out of Ob, making a bunch of mana here. It's likely going to be a recast of Ob.
Yeah, although again, I'm not sure this culling the weak was necessary. And
I mean, might be a follow-up trying to do two things here.
Sure. It got misstepped, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like they can still recast it. Has Lexi just completely forgotten about this Chrome Mox that's up in the...
Oh yes, the infamous red mana Chrome Mox. Yeah, there should be enough if that's what she wants to do, but it looks like we're getting a Grim Tutor instead. Well, we have tutored a lot this game, but haven't been able to close it out.
There's still no second blue source for the Thoracle.
Yeah, I wonder if that's her problem. She's trying to win with Thoracle, but just can't get that second blue source and has to keep searching for stuff. Well, there's definitely mana to play whatever this card is, if that's the plan.
One, there's 5 mana on it? 6 mana? 5 mana, something like that. Decent amount of mana. I guess it should be 6 because I think there's one floating off the Soul Ring.
Yeah, there would be. Yeah, that's enough to do just about whatever she wants out of the library, I imagine.
Yeah. Including just...
opting not to cast Odd, it's got to be... Yeah, Bolas' Citadel is a possibility.
That is the most expensive card in the 90.
Yeah, no Pier, and you'd be one short anyway.
I'm not actually sure that Bolas' Citadel is like a particularly strong play here versus...
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, obviously it's a very powerful card to have in play, but...
Yeah, but I mean, I imagine there's something better, like the time for accruing value. I mean, you've already accrued so much value, it's time to put it away. All right, let's see what it is. Land first.
Find a Mayhem Devil. Just really tell Malcolm Kedis to go home.
I guess that's one line.
I mean, she does also have to be... Like, this Mana Barbs is doing a lot more damage to her than it is to the other players just because she has so many more lands. So it does sort of limit how much she can take advantage of the mana disparity.
This is very true.
Because, like, she was almost up at 50 a couple turns ago, and now we're down below 30. Alright. Yeah. I mean, 3 off the Grim Tutor, 3 off tapping some lands. What are we casting?
We've got a Vulpix on the table, huh? Cute, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Vulpix's smash kick for 1 mana does 10 damage. It's crazy.
Oh, that is pretty good, yeah.
So that works, right?
Don't even gotta flip a coin to burn him or something, right? How's that game work? 3 coins, if they're all heads, do an extra 30 damage or something.
Pokemon cards aren't quite as strong as Yu-Gi-Oh cards in Magic, but
10 damage is still a lot, yeah, I mean...
10 damage is still a lot, yeah.
I'd like to attack with my 3,2500 Blue Eyes White Dragon, but I'll take 10 damage. Not sure how to send in Vulpix here against 3 water decks. Let's see what she's cooking up. Yeah, that is a gutsy call. Maybe it's, what is it? Alolan Vulpix. It's, Ice Fairy or something.
Oh, were Mana Barb's triggers responded to with a silence? Is that what happened?
Or is that silence in response to this Tainted Pact, I imagine?
No, I believe the Tainted Pact is in response to the silence. I saw the silence come down first.
Oh, they switched up an illegal land off the Verdant Catacombs. I think that silence is coming back. Yeah, Catacombs Finding Tundra is not a thing.
Unfortunate.
Alright, so we're backing that silence up. Looks like we're, rewind it. Oh yeah, Vulpix has to be the Vulpix has to be the Thoracle. Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Off what? Off what blue mana?
It says City of Brass and a Gemstone Caverns?
Oh, yeah. That's it. There's a Gemstone Caverns under the City of Brass.
Yeah, there were 2 turn 0 Gemstone Caverns this game. Ob and Prastavesh.
Yes.
Alright, we got a consultation and response. Looking for an answer. Kid lecturing about priority. I love it. Yeah, you're not the only player. I pass priority. Here we go. Consult for the answer.
Okay, haven't exiled what was being looked for, but does feel a little bit like oh, there goes the Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, it's do or die time. Here's the attempt.
I mean, it feels like it's die or die time because, like, I'm not sure how Neolith is recovering from. Okay, there goes
right.
Impact.
It's like you're in a sword fight and you cut your own arm off to blind your opponent with the blood spray so you can stab them. Like, that's kind of what this feels like here.
But I guess, I mean, it's possible that a draw is possible. Doesn't feel likely, but
no,
I guess you played your own. I mean, in fairness, you don't know when you cast the consult, right? You could exile 6 lands and then the card you want.
Right.
So you might as well try, rather than just rolling over and accepting death.
Yeah, I mean, right. Play for the draw is always a thing.
Oh no. Chat has entered copy pasta mode.
Yep. Hey, that means we're getting bigger, right? We're starting to get copy pastas. Oh my goodness. What a pasta. Alright, well, we got Adnaz off the consult. That doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough here. Sure, your Nas resolves. Well, to answer your question there, Ersky, I'm gonna guess they expected to have more of their library left after getting Adnaz. Expected to have a few more cards left in the library.
Okay, I see. I think we might have missed something like a culling the week, because I know
we did. They have a culling the week.
Okay, that makes sense.
There's a culling the week.
Yeah, because I figured that's what happened when I realized the Thrasios was no longer in play. So okay, well, that can help. The Noxious can help.
Can help, but need to do better. Oppo, too little, too late. Mox Diamond, not your turn though, so that doesn't help anything.
Unfortunately, I think we've already...
Oh, and there's the last card is Pact. Oof.
Which doesn't... I mean, it does stop the win here, but there's no recovery.
Don't think you can justify that one. It will not change your chances of winning with a 0-card library.
I mean, I guess if you had... Yeah, no, there's just...
Well, wait, they do have Noxious. They could technically buy themselves a turn.
But they can't pay.
They can't pay anyway, yeah. Can't pay anyway. Yeah. Play for the draw with Pact, I don't think that would be smiled upon. I mean, can't really ban king-making, but...
This is a play that I might make with, like, 5 minutes left in the pod, but with the 30-some-odd minutes here, I think that...
Yeah. That'd just be spiteful. if you have 0 shot at a draw. Well, if there's too much time, how much time we have left in the round? I mean, if there's more than about 5 minutes,
someone's saying there are 5 minutes. Oh, apparently there are only 5 minutes left.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes left. Yeah, I can see it.
Not that far into the round, but
I can see it.
Cool. Then I guess I think that's a reasonable play then.
Yeah, with 5 minutes left, you might get that draw.
Oh, okay. I guess they have a bit of an extension. They have 9 minutes. Yeesh, that's like right on the cusp. Under 10, I could sort of see playing for the draw.
I wouldn't fault them either way on this, but personally, I'd just rather people don't do that. Like, I understand why you play for a draw, but at the same time...
So the funny thing is that the draw is actually decently likely because the Glinthorn doesn't kill here. Or does it? Oh, it's so close. I guess the Glinthorn kills if you just attack everything at Lexi.
Okay.
There's a Thoracle to block. It's so close.
I mean, we have no idea if we even have the Glinthorn. I mean, I can understand not going for the draw if it's super unlikely and just going to add to everybody's day. I mean, if you're going to be completely cutthroat about it, yeah, you should probably go for the draw, but I can understand being like, yeah, I'm not going to add 10 minutes to everybody's day to give me a 1% chance at a draw.
You do still get the point, even if you're dead, when time is called. But Bunny Clams, I think there is, like... I do think there's I wouldn't, 10 minutes into the game, I don't think you cast the Pact. Like, I do think that there's sort of there's a point where you go, like, because then otherwise, like, no one should ever die with a Pact in hand, if that's like the line you're taking, because if you die, then you lose, whereas if you Spite Pact, maybe the pod goes to a draw. But yeah, there's not a way to make a rule that says here's when you can pact, here's when you can't. So
yeah,
I think it's 100% up to the player.
It has to be. I mean, I wish there was some way we could rule at least the obvious cases, but there really isn't. So it's whatever if they want to take a legal game action, they can take a legal game action. I mean, I'll tell you what, this conversation they're having is probably going to draw the game before a pact even hits the table at this point.
That's the trick. They just stall out 9 minutes, so then the pact can resolve. Chronosleep doesn't get a turn to try and kill them with Glinthorn.
I mean, I don't think anyone's intentionally slow playing here, but there have been some pretty slow turns in this game.
Yes. To be clear, when I say stalling, I don't mean the Magic the Gathering tournament rule stalling. I just mean taking a bunch of time and moving relatively slowly.
Yeah, this game needed a little more hurry up in it, but I mean, that's up to the players. That is up to the players. But hey, if you ever find yourself in a game like this, do not be shy to tell someone to hurry it up a little bit if they're taking too long. I mean, this is how you drop rounds you could have potentially won to draws.
Old Pizza, stalling in Magic is when you intentionally play slowly in order to take advantage of the clock, which I don't think is what is happening here. I think people are thoroughly exploring their options to try and figure out how to, how they can best have this game play out.
Yeah, and I agree. And Magic is a very hard game. Like, it is very hard to think through your best turn at some points, and people need to respect that. But at the same time, you do have to put some kind of limit on how much time people are allowed to take to think, or you end up in 90-minute games, 45 minutes of which you're thinking.
If only it wasn't so frustrating to play with a chess clock where you pass priority every time. Because it's an intensely frustrating experience as like a player, but
I would give my right arm to find a way to put a chess clock on games of CEDH just to see how that would change things, if nothing else. But I mean, there's just so much priority passing. Everyone be slamming that clock constantly. You know, you couldn't shortcut any priority passing.
I'm definitely playing on Magic Online, like past priority, quasi like accidentally. Like I was just like instinctively passing priority because
you just want to hit that chess clock to save your time, right?
And then it's like, oh shoot, I didn't mean to pass there.
Yeah, I mean, so much of priority passing is just shortcutted, and it's like, and there's sometimes confusion, like, you know, where someone's just sitting there waiting because they don't know that priority's been passed to them. Like, I've actually used the playgroup.gg app with my local group, which has like a chess clock on it. It'll give you like average turn time and stuff, and we screw it up so much that the data is just useless.
Yeah. All right. So, Chronos Elite is showing a Psych Rift, which, in concert with the Noxious, does give Neolith a way to not use the Pact and also not die to... Like, conceivably, the deal for the draw could be Neolith, like, the Oracle gets Psych Rifted, Neolith noxes something back on top of Lexi's library. Wait, hilariously, that could actually lead to Kurosh winning?
I mean, this is a tainted pack too, so you have a little bit of control over how much is left in your deck, but I guess that doesn't matter if you're just going to Noxious afterwards.
And if the rift is that Kronos is showing is used on Lith Oracle, that would be the funniest outcome.
Yes.
Would be, they go...
Because they don't have any other blue sources. They have to do it off the Oracle.
Exile the library, get rifted, get noxed. Kronos Elite tries to win with Glinthorn.
I wonder if
and then Kurosh just slams the Oracle and wins.
That would be something. I wonder if after all that politicking, if Lexi remembers there's a Noxious Revival and is going to play accordingly, but I don't think there's much that can be done about it.
There really isn't, unless she finds some way to counter the Rift in the last couple cards or something.
Red Blast or something? I think the second to last card or whatever would have to be Red Blast or something. I guess it could be in any of your bottom three to be a Red Blast would work, right?
No, I think only the bottom two. Because if
you can do it with two cards left in your deck, right? Oh no, it's in the Noxious. Then you get it's in the Noxious gets you. You're right, it is the bottom two. It is definitely the bottom two.
And Red Blast is gone. I don't know if we saw Pyroblast.
Yeah, Red Blast definitely went by. I haven't seen Pyro yet. Don't even know for sure if that's... Well, I imagine in Ob you're probably running both. It's the four color lists you wonder sometimes.
Nope, no Pyroblast.
Nope, and there we have it. So that was that. I guess it's just going to play out probably exactly like what you said.
What?
Psych Rift plus Noxious saves the day.
So it is still kind of a spite play from Neolith, right? Or like, obviously, setting aside the discussion of whether or not playing for the draw is the correct.
Well, I mean, yeah, if they don't, the game ends, so they have to play for the draw. There's less than 4 minutes left, right? They still die in like before their turn really starts, right? Because now they just die in the draw step rather than. Oh yeah, because there is no draw step. Yeah. So he's probably praying that she flips those cards very slowly. I mean, I would just shortcut my Tainted Pact to been like, flop, let's go. I guess you have to reveal them all if they will ask, but...
Just putting the last card into hand. Let's go, or just taking the mountain. Just taking the mountain.
I mean, this has to be your last turn. Your extension's almost up. Okay,
so this means that Neolith doesn't need to use... Hilarious. Dualcaster Mage. Neolith doesn't need to use the Nox. What's going on? No? What? Huh? Okay, I guess she did just take the last card. Okay.
Might as well. I mean, you're getting another turn one way or the other.
If she had the mana, would that actually do it? No, I guess not, because it doesn't counter Rift. It just...
No. Nope. I guess this is probably it.
All right, so is this? We have to see the Psych Rift on the Oracle and then the Nox.
I mean, we gotta, otherwise the game's over.
I guess if you're Neolith, you just what's happening is Neolith has no cards in library. Lexiclism has no cards in library. There's a Thassa's Oracle trigger on the stack, but Neolith has is everyone? Huh?
Why are we scooping the cards up? Something happened here? They didn't bounce the Oracle and put a card on top? I'm listening here. Yep. Yeah, looks like they drew.
They drew on a misplay.
Okay, I believe this was a draw. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I think that one card
like,
left in the library ended up being a problem.
Well, I think it just meant that Neolith didn't have to use the Noxious Revival, but it would have played it the same way.
Yeah, because the Rift then just ends it. Yep, Rift on Thassa's makes it a draw.
I believe the last few game actions were cast Thassa's Oracle, Kurosh attempted to silence, but there was a mana issue that got rewound. And then, so cast Oracle from Lexi, cast Tainted Pact from Lexi.
The odd player cost the Oracle.
Yes, yeah.
It was P-Grass off the Tivit player earlier.
Cast Oracle, then Tainted Pact. There was a Naz from, Consult for Naz from Neolith, Thrasios, Tavesh, exiling most of the library, Naz'd the rest of the library, and then with the Tainted Pact, after the Tainted Pact resolved, and Lexi left one card in library, Kronos Elite managed to rift the Oracle. Lexi didn't have the devotion to win. And even if she had taken the last card, there was a Nox in Neolith's hand. So this one did in fact end in a draw.
And there you have it. Alb got off to a fast start, but could not close it out, and they'll all have to settle for a draw.
Yeah, it is a tricky one, you know, especially trying to navigate those games where there's just a lot of decisions that, yeah, you know, you want to be making them a little bit more snappy, trying to keep the pace of play up, but like it's really hard 20 minutes into the game to sort of be like, this person, things are just moving a little too slow. Like, do I call a judge to like observe and tell people to hurry up? It's much easier to call judges when someone like tanks for 10 minutes without doing anything, but that's not what leads to games playing out slowly. It's everyone taking 10 seconds extra several times.
Yeah, and I think what also did it was, I think Ob got off to a little bit too much of a lead, and everybody else struggled a little too much, which kind of turned the game into a 3 versus 1, where 3 players, none of them could really make an attempt to win, but they could collectively endlessly stop the 4th player, and so the game kind of bogged down a little bit from that as well.
For sure.
You get too far ahead sometimes, it turns into arch enemy.
Yeah, that can definitely be a problem. I would have been interested to see how that plays out if they're a little bit more, if Lexi's a little bit more aggressive about putting that Ob back into play rather than delaying for those turns. I mean, you know, it's obviously difficult to say what value exactly would have been gained or lost versus the different cards that were played, but it just felt like it was such a strong plan in that position with the mana barbs, and you know, while I get wanting to cast the cards you've exiled with Ob and not lose out on that value, it's a little bit, it's not exactly a sunk cost issue, but it's you know, a little bit like if your options are play 2 cards you drew or discard them and draw 4 new cards. Like,
yeah, how do you make that
It's
decision?
not-
That's a very hard decision.
you're not actually like missing out on value if you get more cards.
No.
But
Yeah, no, that's a tough. That's one of those questions you can't really ever answer. Is like, what would have happened if I'd drawn 4 random cards instead? I mean, they could have been great. They could have been trash. I don't think Lexi was ever losing that game, but turns out she didn't necessarily have to be the winner either.
yeah. I mean, I guess there was also the risk. We did see Kronos Elite with the Glinthorn, so he just needed to find that window, slam it, and could potentially get there. I think the interaction was a little thin on the ground from the other players.
For sure. So they'll each get their 1 point and try to do better next round.
Yeah, I do believe this was a pot of winners, so they're all still
Yeah, they're all still live.
Well positioned, moving forward.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, nobody's day ended here, so that's always a good feeling.
True.
Yeah, still lots of Magic yet to come.
For sure. We're going to throw to a quick break while our lovely tournament organizers get round 3 set up. When we come back, Kuba, you'll still be here, right?
That is correct.
With
Rook, I believe.
Rook will be stepping in for me. I'm heading out, but it was great being here.
Always a pleasure, Spleen Face.
Yeah, have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up. Souvenirs of pioneers prove that the West was won. These rotten beams will tumble down, replaced by the newer ones. Were we fine gunfighters in another time? Were we celebrated riders after the war? After the war. was the fool who got lucky. You were the fool who flew straight. Slowly, now you're gone, now you're gone. You were here, I know, now I'm moving on. How does it feel now you're gone? To be the ghost in the picture as it disappears. Souvenir, past is a foreign country. Our neighborhood has changed. And I was the fool who got lucky. You were the fool who flew straight.
If you go on the way you started,
Now
you're on.
All right, welcome to the Chaos, Part 7 of the Treasure Series. I will be your host for this beautiful round, Kuma the Bear, and with me is Rook. How you doing today, Rook?
Really well. It's getting a little later here, but I'm still absolutely here for some games, and we've got a really exciting one with some particularly interesting decks coming on in.
Yeah, and we appreciate you for being here a little bit late for you. But yes, this is definitely going to be a great round here. We've got some familiar faces and even a former champion here. So we've got in this pod, we have going first is Juice piloting Godo Bandit Warlord, a time-honored classic of the format. And we've got Samurai Dancer, another mainstay here, going second on, looks like Malcolm Kedis. And in third, we have Choir Boy, who took one of these down with Captain Sisse not too long ago. Running back Captain Sisse again. Personal favorite of mine. Love to see it. And then in last, we have Smaugfire on Atraxa Food Chain. So this is looking like it's going to be an interesting one. Personally, I love Captain Sisse. I'm hoping for a Captain Sisse win here. What are your thoughts, Rook?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a sucker for the color red, so I'm definitely here for being able to count with Godo. I think it's always a really fun deck to watch.
I love me some Godo as well. You know, nothing like counting to 11 with a monocolored deck in a format with all of Magic's greatest hits. So yeah, Godo is still here. It's still relevant. It's still scary. It can still take a pod down, and going first is exactly where that deck likes to be.
Yeah, I really like that we've got a couple of different decks. We've obviously got two that have really stood the test of time. One that's a little bit more spicy and I haven't seen too much of, but still kind of going for that classic Pirates combo. And then one that has really been on the up and up in the Atraxa, right?
Absolutely. You know, Atraxa's just taken the format by storm. It's a very powerful deck, and it looks like it's off to a good start here with the Gemstone Caverns.
Really
Pitching
nice.
a silence, though, that one's got to hurt a little bit.
True. Though, you have to think, if they're discarding the silence, what else have they got in the hand, right?
Oh, yeah, I'd be terrified. Like, that was the worst card in your hand besides the Gemstone Caverns. I would be very scared. I mean, their opponents right now.
It's that, or it's the fact that they might have a very slow hand, right? Because if you don't have something to really back up with the silence, it's not a particularly helpful card, right?
That's true, but I think I'd still be terrified. And Godo's off to a blazing start here. Like Mana Crypt into Urza Saga and Mox Opal, and we're off to the races.
I believe that's one of those cards that just taps for a bunch of colored mana? I can't remember. I can't see exactly what that is. I believe it's being gotten up by our lovely assistant Jacoby here.
It is. Is that a Basalt Monolith?
I have not seen that art before.
Looks like something out of the Warhammer decks.
Yeah, that would make sense. It's like distinctly purpley. I think that's a really good description of a lot of Warhammer stuff. Just that little bit extra purple.
A little bit of purple, a lot of black, a lot of spikes, a lot of belts.
Yeah, skulls as well.
A lot of armor. Sounds about right. So that is an absolutely blazing start from Godo, and now the opponents have to be on the back foot after that.
Yeah, Gamble as well. I think got Treasonous Ogre. I think I saw it being picked out of the deck, though I don't think, obviously, we don't know what comes off of Gamble. I think that's what it looked like.
If you saw it, the opponents might have seen it, and that's extremely scary. That's turn 2, it's over, right there.
Yeah. Though I think you're already slightly worried about this Godo deck doing what it does best anyway.
Right, and now that Silence Pitch might be a problem. That could have bought the table at least a turn.
True.
But you got to do what you can. You don't expect Godo to always do this, although Godo turn 1s and turn 2s quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's really been enduring in the format. We're going to go for the disc potential. Oh, no, this is the shuffle. Haven't done the discard yet at random, I believe. Not sure.
I haven't
There's
seen
only
it.
like two to three cards left in hand. So this could easily be the discard of the Treasonous Ogre.
Even then, they can still just cast the Godo next turn.
True.
It's still bad, even if the Ogre gets binned. No, opponents got to start playing defense here right now.
Some of them haven't even had their first turn. That is brutal.
I know. There's no bigger sinking feeling when, someone does that before you've played a Magic card. All right. Well, We'll see what the discard is, but you know, this is a good pod. There will definitely be, if anyone's got an answer, they will definitely hold it up.
For sure, a lot of strong players here. A lot of strong decks as well. I'm definitely thinking this is particularly bad for Sisei, unfortunately. Doesn't have a lot of ways I think it can necessarily interact with this outside of maybe a piece of removal.
Yeah, you got swords, maybe path. Not a whole lot.
No.
Let's take a look at the Sisei list here just to be sure. But
could theoretically turn 1 Null Rod.
Yeah.
I don't know that
turn 1 Null Rod could do it.
But
there's path.
Null Rod.
Yeah, there's path, there's swords. Null Rod is not in the list.
Ooh.
Karn is, but that's probably not coming down on turn 1.
No.
There's swords and path, and that's about it for Sisei to answer this. I guess they also have Solitude. They could pitch something into a Solitude.
True.
But not a whole lot of answers. You are absolutely correct about that.
Is that a turn 1 Malcolm coming down?
Carpet of Flowers out of Sisei. That's probably not what they needed. That's basically signaling to the other players, I don't have it, I hope you do.
For sure.
Yeah, you can't float that mana through to Godo's turn.
Is that Sculpting Steel in the bin? I believe it is.
Yes, that is definitely not a Treasonous Ogre, and I can't imagine that was the gamble.
No.
So yeah, the discard was definitely not Treasonous Ogre, so time to get scared.
Rings. Old school combo rings Bright Hearth, but I would be shocked. Obviously, needing that colored mana. Only has access to 1, to be fair, right now.
Yeah, it is the 40k Sculpting Steel.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that was just leftover.
Mm-hmm. So,
oh boy. I mean, on the bright side, if you stop the Godo player, they're basically out of cards.
Yeah, it's true. Though I guess they're just waiting for 2 more mana, really, before they can
It looks like the follow-up is a bird. I guess Choir Boy's saying, I can't deal with this. I'm just going to set myself up and hope someone else does.
It's a very nice
This one's looking like it could be very short.
Yeah. Really is reliant on one of these 3 players having something.
Oh, we got an end-to-turn Vamp from the Atraxa player. Okay, this game is probably going to go a little bit longer now. Unless that's just get my own win. That would be something.
Turn 1 win from an Atraxa? I mean, it's doable. I assume it has something to do with...
I mean, just any land here in Lotus Petal and the Thoracle combo does it.
Yeah, that's true. I forget about... Just go Thoracle if you're playing blue back.
Yeah, Godo, Mana Crypt, Urza Saga, Mox Opal, Salt Monolith, Gamble, Atraxa, Hold My Beer.
That'd be funny.
We'll see what happens here. This could just be for an answer or could just be for the win, but, you know, one way or the other, I think Godo's not happy to see that Vampiric Tutor.
No. I mean...
If I was Godo, I'd be kicking myself right now, not because you did anything wrong, but because that is exactly what you did not want to see. You know, you were very happy with what happened to Malcolm Kedis' turn. You were very happy with what happened to Captain Sisei's turn. And then the Atraxa player EOT vamps, and you go, oh, crap, this isn't going to work. One way or the other, this isn't going to work.
Yeah, definitely on the ropes a little bit now. Looking for a chance to really strike back. I mean, there could be some sort of interaction still in the hand, but that's one of... I think I'm not quite sure how many cards are in that hand. I think it's either 2 or 3. It's 2 pieces in there. Maybe
yeah, and one's Ogre, so...
Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure it's Ogre. I think it's Ogre, but it could have been...
Well, one of them is whatever the tutor target was, which I'm guessing probably wasn't protection. But I mean, even if Godo doesn't get it here, they are far from out of this game. That's still a lot of mana. Although, I'm not sure what it answers. I'll look here that Atraxa runs, but they might be able to get one to just super sticks it in Godo's craw. Let's see, do they have anything here that'll really just put Godo back in the Stone Age? Dranith, yeah, that might do it. They are not on Dranith, though.
That could have been the tutor, potentially, here. That would have been quite good.
Dranith would have been pretty good. I mean, they're going to have to tap up Assault to do all this, so shutting them off will buy you at least 2 turns. I mean, anything that stops Godo here is getting you at least 2 turns, but I don't see anything like a Null Rod or a Dranith that's just going to absolutely put Godo in the Stone Age, so... Still in the game, even if the win doesn't happen here. It looks like Breeding Pool and pass. And now Godo's really got to ask himself, what do I do? Do I go for it here? Looks like we're going for it anyway.
Yeah.
Yep, and there it is. There's the ogre.
Is that going to...
All right, I guess, you say, hey, it's a creature spell. These decks don't run a lot of answers to creature spells.
True.
Maybe there just wasn't much of anything. I guess you figure, too, if they're trying to hit your artifact, man, they'd have, Abrupt Decay the monolith on the upkeep or something.
Yeah.
So maybe it is safe to do here. Maybe they just didn't really have a great answer. Even if you get Psych Rifted here, that's honestly one of the better case scenarios. I'd still probably throw it out there. Force him to use it, then do it again. And here comes... that's a counterspell of some variety.
For Atraxa. That is a counterspell.
Is that Drain?
Maybe? I'm just having a look now, seeing if it's a... Yeah, it's a mana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a nice mana drain. 3
That
mana?
is definitely a mana drain. That is an excellent play by Atraxa here, because that gives you Atraxa mana next turn if you have a land drop.
No, you need 4.
Well, there's a Hammer of Nizan, so that's a good start to the recovery.
That's not bad at all.
That'll allow Godo to just come down and immediately attach the helm.
I don't think Atraxa can play Atraxa next turn. They need 4...
Oh, no, you're right. They would need something else. They would need one more color source. I mean, it could happen. Depends on what's in the hand, but you're right. It's not as likely as I thought.
Yes.
Still, Drain is probably the best answer to that there. That's going to turbocharge Atraxa for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Godo is far from out of this game. That Hammer was an excellent follow-up to getting Ogre countered. That's one of the best follow-ups you could have had, because that just lets you drop Godo with 1 more mana next turn and try to win again.
Yeah, that looks really, really good for them. I think so Godo is 6 mana, is he not? 5 in red?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you even need one more?
No, you don't.
There's a Saga's going to go off, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you don't even need the one. You have it. You just need to get there.
Yeah, very, very good right now. I mean...
Yeah, exactly.
They need a creature removal or creature counterspell. Otherwise, they just lose.
Yeah. Or attack the mana at this point, but...
Yeah, that too.
I don't think anyone's running a Null Rod here. Sisei could hypothetically have a Karn here.
Yeah, they need to either have it. They need to have it manually. They can't even use their commander to shoot her up in this situation because obviously lacking haste, lacking the mana, lacking so much.
Right.
As much mana as they've gotten for themselves, it's nowhere near what we've seen from Godo, and might just not be fast enough.
No, but we do get the second island here from the Malcolm Kedis player, which means that 4 mana is a possibility on Sisei's turn, which means Karn could happen. Karn would probably be the best thing here. Karn basically just tells Godo to pack it up.
Be pretty brutal.
But then you have to deal with an Atraxa that's about to have 7 mana potentially on turn 3.
Yeah, that is definitely a problem. And I mean, there's a decent few cards that could really be turboed out quite quickly. I mean, I'm thinking of things like a Phyrexian Metamorph could copy one of those rocks, wouldn't be bad. As a way to funnel that. They've got Notion Thief, they've got Meal, they've got Displacer Kit, and all of these cards would be massively discounted and really effective with that extra mana from Mana Drain.
Yeah, or Smothering Tithe, Ristic Study. There's lots of things. They could play 2 very good spells on his turn and just be right there.
Honestly, I'm just looking. Which one are they on? Mist Hollow or are they on Eternal Scourge? What are they on? Eternal Scourge.
It looks like it is Eternal Scourge.
So,
no Mist Hollow.
Doing some maths. They could actually just straight up combo with, albeit with no protection on their turn if they have Food Chain and Scourge in hand.
Well, Godo and Sisei aren't going to do much to you on your turn.
True.
You just have to worry about Malcolm Kedis, who's tapping out right now. Well, except for the Treasurers, is tapping out right now. And is that a Time Twister? Ooh.
I cannot see.
That is a Time Twister, and Godo is probably praising God right now. Like, oh, I was down to 1 card and just got stopped. All right.
Yeah,
that is very risky. In this economy, I agree. I don't think I like this play here.
Yeah,
you refueled Godo. You gave Atraxa a full hand, potentially 7 mana, and Sisei, who knows? But you better you better have had nothing and draw gas for that. I mean, you do have some mana up, so there is the possibility of immediately using some cards. But that is a huge risk. We'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to have a look at the list, but I don't know how turbo and kind of like accelerant focused this list is. Otherwise, I'm a little bit like, there are too many positives going to the other players here. Well, specifically the Godo. And I know we're giving a couple of cards over to the Atraxa, but I think it's more important that the Atraxa has now lost the assurance of whatever other interaction might be in there. And that is one of the players you're relying on to potentially have something.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Vamp was for the mana drain, so I'm guessing whatever their game plan was, it might be changed now, but I don't think like they're too upset about it. And I mean, Malcolm Kedis can just win fast in general. Like, I'm looking at the list, it doesn't seem especially turbo, but the deck can drop a win out of nowhere pretty easily. I mean, it's a Glenhorn Buccaneer deck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about this deck, but I was shocked to see the Niv Mizzet, the Nezza Hall, and the Consecrated Sphinx in the list. I mean, go for it. Sometimes we need to see something spicy, but it's a bit surprising, at least to me.
Well, you got to realize, too, Captain Sisay's plan is play Captain Sisay, and there's already basically 4 mana on the table, so wheeling Sisay is not going to in any way disrupt their plan, probably. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of that one, but we'll see if it works out.
Yeah. I think it is important to keep an eye on this Malcolm Kedis player, namely for the Malcolm, because out of nowhere you can win pretty efficiently with a creature, as well as you kind of highlighted how important that is before. It's really going to be able to catch some of these players off guard if they're not looking out for it.
Yeah, but I think the reason for the Time Twist was probably you almost have to do that, because in a blue-red deck, you don't have a lot of ways to find Glenhorn Buccaneer. You almost have to play stuff like Wheels just and hope you just draw into it, which I think is one of the bigger weaknesses of the deck. So it almost feels like something you have to do and just hope your opponents don't take advantage too much. And we're starting with a Destiny Spinner, not Sisay. That is interesting. Let's see what the follow-up is.
I mean, if they have 2 mana, they can Destiny Spinner, then play Sisay, but...
Yeah, it looks like this is a very safe line. I don't know that you have to be that safe here, and I don't think anybody's going to mess with your Sisay at this point. Must be another follow-up that's going to have more direct impact on the board sooner, would be my guess.
Or setting up for an early win, but that doesn't sound like something this deck will do as efficiently as some of the other decks at the table, so I'd be shocked.
But Choir Boy is possibly the most experienced Captain Sisay pilot that there is. Like, hundreds, thousands of games and hours in the deck, so Choir Boy absolutely knows what he is doing. You know, the rest of us need to catch up. I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt here on this Destiny Spinner. Yep, I just want to see what the follow-up is. I'm guessing the follow-up is going to be immediately impactful, whereas Sisay would have to wait a turn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming right now that he's really looking to set up for the next couple of turns with something, not just one impactful thing, but otherwise I'd really be looking at that Sisay to try and get the engine going, is at least my thoughts of what he would be looking for. But, I mean, I'm never going to disrespect the impact of a Destiny Spinner into what could be, I mean, we did say a full hand back for Atraxa, a full hand back for the other blue deck at the table and Malcolm Kedis. Mm-hmm. There could be interaction here and really doesn't want to mess around.
All right, Utopia Sprawl, okay, nice. And what else we got? I'm sure we have something else here. Yeah, Cold Pizza. Agatha Soul Cauldron definitely added some spice to that 5-color Sisay. I'm going to guess not so much this one. And that is a Blind Obedience.
Ooh, lovely.
So that is going to make Godo very sad.
Yeah, and that's actually a really difficult permanent for Godo to deal with at all.
Yes. And an Esper Sentinel. Okay, I can understand taking a turn off from Sisay to play those 3 cards.
That makes sense.
I can understand that. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do. All right. And yeah, that was all uncounterable too because of the Destiny Spinner.
Yeah, really nice.
All right, nicely done. I can definitely see the reason to do that over Sisay. Like I said, I'm going to give Choir Boy the benefit of the doubt forever. Not that he's perfect, but he definitely knows how to play the deck better than I do.
I'm just looking.
All right, let's see what the 6 mana is going to get us here.
Yeah, I think the only 2 things which could deal with that is Chaos Warp and Wild Magic Surge. Otherwise, you just can't.
Yeah. I wonder if that's part of the reason the deck is switching to Cloudstone lines is because Godo just can't win through Blind Obedience. It's becoming more and more popular. And we're just passing? We're not using 6 mana? Holy crap.
Yeah. I guess they just got wheeled to a horrendous hand.
It must have been. There must have been a plan for that mana and then just got wheeled into nothing that helps. That is really unfortunate for the Atraxa player. That is really unfortunate. All right, I believe Urza's Saga is going to pop here.
Should
So
do.
Godo can slam Godo here, but with the Blind Obedience out, Godo can't win. So I don't know what you do here. You might just have to bide your time. I mean, Atraxa cares not one whit about Blind Obedience, and Malcolm Kedis doesn't care much. You can't really rely on them to get rid of it for you.
No. I was going to say that Blind Obedience, I think, is a card that, while it doesn't hit everything, is one that I think a lot of people are always really surprised to see, yet every time I play against it, it looks absolutely brutal.
It is absolutely brutal against a couple of decks. The problem with the card is it does almost nothing to quite a few more.
True.
I mean, it definitely has its place in the metagame. See, this is where Argentum Armor would be really good out of Godo, but I believe most everybody has cut that card by now. I will double check.
No.
This is exactly the situation Argentum Armor was created for. And no, Argentum Armor is in the deck. So maybe you cast Godo here and get Argentum Armor and say, okay, that's totally fine. I'll just beat your face in with a 11/9 indestructible Godo that blows up permanents when it attacks.
Yeah.
I could get it done here. Like these are a couple of these decks Sisse needs to have permanents. Malcolm Kedis needs to have permanents. I mean, that could very easily be a game plan here to get you forward.
Yeah, especially I think with the Atraxa deck so far behind as a result of this of that Time Twister. I think it's a great place to be. My only worry is that we're kind of looking at Malcolm Kedis, and I really want to highlight that deck is in a great position right now.
Oh, for sure. It could literally just drop Glinthorn and get there at this point. I mean, if they have that, there's not much you can do about it as the Godo player. I mean, you could evoke a Fury or something maybe, but if you don't have it, I mean, I think Godo for Argentum Armor here is probably the way forward. Yeah, you can't just go to up your instant win, but that might be enough this early in the game to just take it over. You're blowing up the best 2 permanents on the board every turn while swinging with a commander who can 2-shot people. That seems very good. I don't believe Blind Obedience stops the Glinthorn combo. Oh, no, it does, because the treasures come in tapped. You are absolutely correct. That is actually incredible here. Okay, so maybe you can rely on Malcolm Kedis to get rid of that. But still, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm getting Argentum Armor here if I'm the Godo player.
I think the problem is even if you are expecting them to be able to do it, they're going to bounce it on their turn or on your end.
Exactly.
And then it's going to be back by the time it's your turn. So
if they're, a strong player, they're absolutely never going to let you have a turn with it on the table. They'll bounce it, try to win. If someone stops them, then, since they probably replays it and you're right back where you started. So yeah, it looks like we're playing a Felwar Stone. I really think this is the time for Godo Argentum Armor. But it looks like we're just going to build the board up and hope the opponents do something to each other. All right, so we're passing to Malcolm Kedis. Let's see what that Time Twister brought. I mean, I guess it is possible they drew into the Argentum Armor.
Yeah.
Which Hammer helps with that, but
still not great because you can't cheat on it in any way.
Yeah.
I will say it's never particularly good when the red deck has to start, the mono-colored deck in general, has to start playing Fair Magic,
Yeah, no, Godo is not equipped to play Flare Magic. I mean, it runs a decent amount of ways to remove creatures, but it's not going to stop anything spell-based. You got Tybalt's Trickery and a Prayer. And that looks like a Rhystic Study. No, that's not a Rhystic Study. No, it is a Rhystic Study. That is a Rhystic Study. I apologize. That was a very tiny magic card. I recognize that lovely lady sitting looking to the right. Okay, that's not a bad place to be here. Although, I'm not sure how many more cards you're going to draw. probably get 1 or 2 off of Sisay, but Godo's got more mana than God right now. Still, the longer the game goes, the better that is. This one has slowed down considerably. All right, so we're swinging in for the treasures.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd be pretty pleased to get Rhystic Study off Time Twister. Looks like it at least somewhat worked out. Nobody else did anything too amazing.
I mean, it's really interesting that you were looking at this situation and going, oh, wow, how good is this for Godo? How fast do we think this game is going to end? And now we're looking at it and we're like, oh, actually, because of this blind obedience, locking down 2 of these players, because of the fact that Atraxa doesn't have access to very much here, this is really slowed down, and I think this is a brilliant opportunity for Captain Sisay to start to take over the game.
Yes. No, I think everybody's right where Choir Boy wants them, for sure. Mm-hmm. All right, now let's see. Will this be Sisay, or do we have an even stronger Staxy follow-up? I mean, how much mana? We're looking at, looks like 6 mana. Could be Sisay and a follow-up.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if Minamo, Water's Edge.
Yeah, Minamo is not an island, no.
Not an island.
No, so the Carpet's going to make 2.
Yeah.
So that's 6 mana, plus a land drop might make 7. Guy's Cradle would put him off to the races.
Yeah, could play Sisay, but because it doesn't have haste, unless you've got nothing in your hand, I think you really want to be playing whatever's in your hand.
Yeah, no, the rule of thumb with like decks like that and toolbox-based commanders like Sisay is if you have something immediately impactful in your hand, you pretty much always play that first, and then when you run out, you play the Sisay. But here comes the Sisay, so I guess that is the most impactful thing for 4 mana the Choir Boy could do. Okay, so Sisay's coming down, and now if it comes back around, they're going to be in trouble. The lines in Sisay are really something. Yeah, I briefly played the deck and trying to learn. There's like 6 different lines you can take depending on how you build the deck, and they mostly require a piece already on the board and active, which I do not believe Choir Boy has. But even if this just gets value for a couple of turns, he's already, pretty far ahead. That might be enough, even if he can't just immediately end the game with a Sisay activation. I gotta say, though, I'm on Team Unban Paradox Engine. I want that back in that deck. I want that deck to come back so badly. Paradox Sisay was my favorite thing before they banned it.
I mean, I don't mind so much Paradox Sisay. It's some of the other stuff. It was... I mean, the reason it got banned in the end was because it was all over the place in casual, which is the crazy part of that.
Well, yeah, and the casual players didn't, have a streamlined deck that could just win with it, so they just took these big, long, dirtily turns, and the Rules Council decided that was not a good thing for more casual commander. And it probably wasn't, but, we pay the price.
Yeah. Well, they did a solid getting rid of Flash, even though Jacoby is...
yeah, no, I can't really be mad when they did us that big of a solid. Like... That was amazing. I was sure that was never going to happen. I was about ready to quit the format because I'm like, if they're not going to ban Flash, this format is just trash. And if they're really this deaf to our concerns and it's already this bad, it can only get worse. But they stepped up big time. And I know we have Shivam, the bot, to thank for that a lot. He really went to bat for us. And despite being a very casual player himself, he really did us a solid. And I will always be grateful and respect him for that.
Well, sure.
All right, well, we got the 4th land out of Atraxa. Didn't have a follow-up with 6 mana. I wonder if there'll be one with 4. It's not looking like it. Yeah, nothing. Pass to Godo. Ooh.
Oh, man.
That Time Twister did him dirty.
Sometimes that happens, I mean, people are always worried, like, oh, what if my opponent gets something really good off of the wheel that I cast? Well, sometimes they just get nothing.
Sometimes they don't. I mean, I would say most of the time it benefits them, but sometimes you get lucky. You roll boxcars and they don't get anything. Could just be a handful of interaction, too. Just saying, okay, I'll wait. I mean, Sisay's saying, good, please have all the interaction. I'm playing creatures. You've probably got Miscast in your hand. Also, Destiny Spinner, doesn't matter. Even if they have like a creature counter spell, it's like, okay, none of my stuff's getting countered. Sure, you sit there and protect me from the other people's wins. I'll just tap Sisay a few times and end it myself.
Yeah, so going into a Sisay turn with 6 mana, I'm thinking about what's coming up, right? with one more mana, you could drop that Eleshnorn, and then that really starts to put things on its head, because that stops Malcolm, right? Because Malcolm's a 2/2, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Malcolm Kedis is going to be real sad. I mean, they could probably still do a breach line, but...
Yeah.
Atraxa, I don't think cares all that much. Godo doesn't really care all that much.
Yeah, I was about to say
I don't know if Norn is the correct get here.
I keep forgetting that LED does not care about tapping, so I was like, oh no, the Blind Obedience, and then there it is.
All right, here comes Godo. I imagine this is probably Argentum Armor.
Yeah, has to be, right?
I don't know why you get Helm here. It's got to be Argentum Armor, unless it's in your hand.
Does potentially have...
Or you have some other answer to Blind. If you do have your Chaos Warp, you probably get Helm here. Yeah, I can't imagine Godo's getting stopped, so we'll see what it is. As for the Sisay, if you think that Blind Obedience is going to be enough to keep everybody down, I think you get a piece to set up for a win maybe in 2 turns.
True. That's fair.
Otherwise, I think you just tap it for either the best Stax piece or Gaia's Cradle to let you play the best Stax piece in your hand and just keep locking the game down harder until you feel like you're safe.
So
I don't think that Blind Obedience is quite enough. I would not feel safe with just that on the board. That's one bounce spell away from unlocking 2 players.
True. In that situation,
I would probably try to lock the board harder here.
What Stax piece are we looking at? Are we looking at Karn?
Karn would be an excellent one. Karn would make Godo very sad. Doesn't really do much to Atraxa, though. Let's see. Let's look at the Sisay options here. Let's make sure we have the options down. What might we get here? Shia would protect you from Psych Rift, but I don't think that's your biggest concern here. Could get a Sigarda or something to protect, or a Shalai to protect your board. Valia might be a decent choice versus the Atraxa deck, although if they're winning the food chain, they don't really care. Yasharn, unfortunately, does nothing to food chain because they don't sacrifice, they exile. There's not a lot of great options to lock out the Atraxa players. Sorry, just blanked for a second there.
Yeah,
there really aren't a lot of great options there. I think that's your biggest problem if you're Sisay is, what do I do about Atraxa? I don't have a lot I can really do to them. At least not that I can get with Sisay.
Do they have a Rule of Law effect?
That's legendary? No,
that's legend. Yeah, good point.
They might just have one. I mean, Deafening Silence. Well, even Deafening Silence isn't that great because you only got to cast creature spells once.
Yeah. Well,
that's just a tough spot. You need like Dranith or something is what you really want here, and you can't get that with Sisay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dranith is the card you'd be happiest to have right now if you were Sisay. Now, Godo, that is Helm that they got, right? Am I seeing that correctly?
I can't quite see, unfortunately. It's lagging a little bit.
It looks like half of Helm of Obedience they just put their deck on top of. I'm pretty sure they got Helm. Which says to me they must have the answer already. I don't know otherwise why you would get Argentum Armor. Unless it's in your hand. Always a possibility.
Yeah.
As a guy who played Natural Order, Progenitus, and Legacy for quite a while, sometimes you rip Progenitus the turn before you wanted Natural Order, you just throw up your hands and say, the gods hate me today.
Yeah, I mean, it has to, I think, literally be Chaos Warp, because they only have access to 1 red. So, I mean, going to combat for that.
Yeah. That is about their option. They got, Wild Magic Surge is double red, unfortunately. Yeah, that is a Helm of the Host, so that's not going to get them anywhere at the moment.
Can you not stack the triggers into Blind Obedience so that Godo untaps everything? Oh no, because it says all samurai, not barbarians. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. It says untap it and all other... Yep. Yeah. It only untaps itself, so no.
Yeah, Otawara comes out, bounces the Godo. Yeah.
So yeah, Godo's back. All right. Godo once again is forced to wait. Although, hey, maybe now they can get the Argentum Armor.
That would be good.
It would be good. I did read that correctly, right? There is Argentum Armor. I'm kind of wondering why that isn't being used here.
Yeah, I was really shocked to see it come
Yeah,
back.
there's also Conqueror's Flail in the deck, but that doesn't seem especially useful right now.
Is the idea that if you tutor up Helm first, you can use it to duplicate the tutor when you swing for the first time, and then get the Argentum armor?
I guess you could do that.
Have to bounce it and get it back. I think that might be the reasoning.
But given that there's Hammer, you get to immediately use the Argentum armor.
Yeah.
So
That's
I'm
what
not
I'm
sure.
saying. Is like if you. The problem is
No, you
right,
don't get to immediately use the Argentum armor.
If you play Godo and you tutor up Argentum, they can just leave Godo in play, and I think the game is probably, based on the fact that Sisei is in the position that they're in right now, probably going to either have an answer for that, or something along those lines between now and then.
No, you're right, because what you said is completely accurate. Yeah, they cannot immediately use the Argentum armor.
Yeah.
Because that's not how Hammer of Nazan works. So yeah, it does kind of make sense to get Helm here. I mean, you are kind of leaving on the table for people to mess up, but
for sure,
it's already messed up. I guess if the Blind Obedience goes away, you already have the win ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at it. What artifact destruction is there?
All right, well, what's going on here? I believe it is the Malcolm Kedis player's turn.
Perhaps.
Not much seems to be happening right now. I'm going to see if I can listen in here, see what they're saying. Oh, there's a defense grid.
Yeah. Ooh.
They played a defense grid. Okay, now they're all very scared, and rightfully so. Yeah. Yup.
That is terrifying.
I think Malcolm Kedis might just end it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody can do much of anything at that point. Artraxa might have something, but better cost 1 mana. Yep. Yeah, that strongly signals that this might be it. Yeah, I think these players know better than to just play that and pass.
I mean, is it possible that Atraxa has like a dispel?
Force of
and now has
negation to
pay for it?
protect.
Oh,
yeah. Well, that cost them some mana. They still have enough. No, they got treasures. Yeah, they got enough to probably do whatever they want.
So much mana. Even though they've been kind of denied from using it straight away by the Blind Obedience, they still have so much available to them.
Yeah. No, this is looking pretty bleak for everybody else. I think this might be it.
Yeah, I think it was dead and gone to try and land that. But there might still be some interaction here. You can see something getting cast. I don't know what that is on the field of Atraxa.
That is a very blurry magic card.
Yes. Looks like it's got no border, if that helps at all for anyone at home. But I cannot tell.
Alright, I'm just going to listen to the rest of this deck because I can't see the cards. Spell Pierce. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and because they invested into that Force and don't have it. How much
I'm not
mana
sure what
do they
Spell
actually
Pierce
have
does
available?
here. I guess try to tap them out even more.
Yeah, maybe trying to take them off of just straight up being able to cast the combo piece.
Yeah, you have to do it, even if that means potentially they don't win and leave a defense grid out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can interact much with Sisei anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so they might be saying, okay, so even if they do pass, like nobody was stopping Sisei anyway, now I get defense grid protected. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the thought process. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Alright, well, they did pay, it looks like, so can they still do it? We will soon see.
I don't know how many treasures they actually have. I can't quite see what number that is.
Yeah, the die is 2. I'm sure it's at least 2. Like, it's considerable. Sure. And they can still make more, right? Well, no, because of Blind Obedience.
Yeah. And if they make more by swinging, then they can't win via Glinthorn.
I mean, they must have an answer for the Blind Obedience, I would imagine, unless they're doing a breach line.
Yeah, that's
otherwise,
true.
why would you drop the defense grid?
They have the LED out. They just need to brainstorm.
Yeah, well, if they have breach and something else, then the LED is already. It's probably a breach line. I would say that's what most likely.
Thinking, what's in that graveyard? So what can they?
Now there's a flooded strand, but that doesn't change much. Pierce the negation and not the grid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Tron. I was thinking Traxa probably wants the grid around because it's not going to make much of a difference on Sisei's turn, and then they get to take first advantage of it, and they might just have it. Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that, Toronto MTG. I think that is exactly what's going on here.
Yep.
Yeah, so Malcolm Kedis' turn just got a lot more complicated, so I was surprised they're taking a little time here to do anything. Looks like that was a Steam Vents fetched up.
Just thinking.
I imagine they can still probably do whatever it is they were going to do. I'd be pretty surprised if all that took them off it.
They have Reckless Fireweaver as well.
That's something.
What is that combo within here?
I mean, if you can just make all the treasures and it kills everybody, but they're coming in tapped, I don't think you can reactivate Glinthorn to make the treasures again, so I don't think that actually matters much with Blind Obedience out. Makes the clock slightly faster if you're on the beatdown plan, but that's not gonna be enough. Yeah, looks like that might be it, though. Maybe we're not getting anywhere here.
I mean, I'd be shocked. I assume they're looking for something big. 2 mana making that much of a difference? I mean, it must have been really tight, if so.
It's one of those things you just kind of have to do. It's like, if I just sit here with the Spell Pierce in my hand, I'm not going to get to use it after this on anything more important, probably. It's like, just try to get him to tap it all now. Might have jumped the gun, though. That is an interesting point. I mean, they still have enough mana to cast Spell Pierce through Defense Grid. So they could have tried to hold it and put it in somewhere later. I'm wondering... Yeah, if they had a second piece of interaction, they would have gone for the Defense Grid probably instead of the Force Negation. So
what did they... So they
might have jumped the gun,
dead,
not that it probably
They wanted
matters.
the Dead and Gone to land on the Malcolm, I assume.
Yeah, I imagine.
Or like,
and then the Defense Grid to stick so they can take advantage seems...
They need something
likely
to actually threaten, and you can't... I mean, if it's literally some interaction and then the Glinthorn, maybe it's a piece of interaction they can't handle. I think it's just being safe more than anything. Yeah. I mean, you were talking about earlier about the Atraxa deck. It could just potentially have the Stone Cold Nuts when it comes back around to them. But considering they've not really done anything yet, I mean, it's actually, I lie. It could still be possible, but it just seems a little unlikely that they've been able to do nothing and they just have the combo in hand.
Yeah, it could have been they got wheeled into counter spells in the combo, but...
Yeah.
They could have said, well, I could go for it on my turn, or I could let it go one more round around the board, use counter spells to stop the other wins, and then, once everyone's had more opportunities to spend their interaction, then I'm going to do it. I think that's probably best case scenario.
A card I'm surprised to not see in either of these decks is, I mean, I guess less so in Malcolm Kedis, because I guess it doesn't matter so much for your combo, but in the Atraxa in particular, I was shocked not to see the Born Upon a Wind. Because I was really looking at that and going, oh, actually, with a couple more mana, Atraxa could potentially win on anyone's turn in response to whatever's going on, but it's just not the way. I've been seeing a lot of decks move over to it, but there's a distinct lack of it, at least in this pod here.
Yeah. So that's not going to come into play. Well, let's see here. Yeah, so this one has slowed down considerably, it seems, as we're trying to figure out what do we do in a post-interaction world. So I guess this is a decent time to just take a moment and thank everyone for watching. Thank everyone who supports us on our Patreon, joins our Discord, plays in our league, and puts in all the hard work both in front of and behind the cameras to make this a reality, right? We can't do it without all of you guys, and thank you for all your time and effort.
Yeah, and also shout out to our partnered content creators, Asylum Gaming, Fervent Alchemist, One Mana Floating, Veil of Death MTG, and MTG Basics for partnering with us, obviously, and continuing to bring great content to the masses. If you guys want to check them out, you can check them out at their YouTube channels.
Yes, absolutely. Be sure to check some of them out. They make great stuff. And Captain Moral Support, I'm starting to agree with you here. This table might need a little blue farm. A little giddy up here. Been a while since... So we're resolving an intuition, so that does always take some time. But, yeah. This looks like we're definitely going for Breach here. Because I think that will allow a win through the Blind Obedience. So... I mean, you don't have white, though, so you can't just get Breach Savine's Brain Freeze and end it. I wonder what the pile's going to have to be.
Yeah.
Imagine Breach is going to be one of the cards. Yeah, those 5 minute into it. Yeah. And then the table has to figure out which one we get. Okay, so that looks like we have Muddle the Mixture. What else we got? Is that Muddle the Mixture, and I am not sure what the other two red cards are. Are they probably
Magda and Starstorm.
The engine?
Can you hear me? Sorry? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if my mic could... it's Magda
Nope, your mic is fine. No.
Okay,
nope.
Great, okay. Magda maybe becomes an outlet for some of the treasures, I guess, and Starstorm, again, is another outlet. The Muddle can get, obviously, any two CMC, namely Underworld Breach in this situation, or the other piece. So I think you definitely don't give them Muddle, right? That's at least...
I think you don't give them Muddle for sure.
Starstorm. No, is that Starstorm? Am I crazy? No, that's Blasphemous Act. I'm stupid.
See, I thought it was Blasphemous Act, but I'm like, can't be. No, but
I mean, does it? I mean, look. Don't get me wrong.
That is Blasphemous Act. No, you are correct. That's definitely Blasphemous Act.
Does this mean that they're trying to get the Magda by picking Blasphemous Act and looking towards the and maybe choosing the Sisay player to
choose the Sisay player and say, no, you're not giving me Blasphemous Act. No, you're not giving me Muddle. Give me the Magda. Yeah, I think that's got to be it.
That's a really interesting pile. That's a really clever pile from Samurai Dancer here.
Yes. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the Magda. Yep. So we will get the Magda.
I was going to say, you can basically choose here, right? If you ask Atraxa, the Blasphemous Act probably resolves, right? You probably get that Blasphemous Act and then jam it, essentially.
Yeah, if you're Atraxa, you 100% give him Blasphemous Act here and say, go nuts.
To be fair, I think the same is true for Godo, really. Doesn't hurt them at the moment.
Yeah. So you can kind of... And yeah, here we go. That's a lot of tapped treasures.
So what artifact are they getting? That's the question. They have Maskwood Nexus, which means they can, with 10 treasures, fetch any creature in their deck. Kind of important here. Though, the Glinthor Buccaneer still comes in tapped, so can't swing, can't create treasures, can't do any of that. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Is this all the artifacts also come into play tapped? So, I mean,
Magda gets you a dragon here too. Do you just grab Niv Peyrune?
You could, yeah, that's true.
That's not a bad idea.
15 treasures, you can grab Niv Mizzet and Tandem Lookout with Maskwood Nexus. Is there any other option?
I don't think we have quite that many, but
no, I don't think so either. But I'm just thinking.
Yeah, Niv seems like a good choice here.
Seems like a great choice. Allows you to start really working on the Sisay deck as well, pinging it down.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna pick off everything. Like Sisay's gonna.
Sisay's
looks like they got the Nexus
1-2 for the Destiny Spinner. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, looks like they got the Nexus. So.
Yeah, which means they're looking for, well, a non-dragon, evidently. But I don't know what it would be.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to find out.
No, that's true.
Yeah, it says they can get Norn, which shuts off the Magda, but the damage might be done. Looks like we're getting a Metamorph now.
Wait, does Norn stop the Magda?
Well, it kills Magda.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about Aleshnorn, Mother of Machines instead.
No, I'm talking about Grand Cenobite.
Yeah.
The OG mom.
Aleshnorn would go very hard here.
Yeah, but I think the damage is kind of done. We're already seeing multiple searches. Yeah. So I don't think Norn is going to be enough here. Yeah, no, the good one. I agree.
What can they do? What do they have that goes with Reckless Fireweaver?
I mean, at this point, they can get any creature they want, right? Because Maskwood Nexus makes everything a dragon.
That's why. That's why I'm surprised by the Reckless Fireweaver. They must have some combo that I can't see. Because I was shocked to see that.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest expert on how this deck works, especially with Nexus out, but I mean, clearly something is going to happen here. I'd be very surprised if they either can't just end it or lock it out.
Yeah. I'm just desperately trying to have a gander through.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a lot of searching, because I believe Metamorph copied Dockside made even more treasure.
Oh. Oh yeah, because it doesn't even matter if they're tapped or not. Oh,
yeah, it's a sacrifice. So it's like, blind obedience, who cares?
Is there a way they can... So if they get another chance, they can cast... Now with another search, they can get Niv Mizzet. And then... every time... Niv Mizzet is now a pirate as well.
Oh, there's Phantom Lookout, I believe.
Oh, no, wait. Mask doesn't do that. Mask doesn't do that. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. Sorry. Mask... So every creature is now a pirate. So if they get an artifact to ETB, Reckless Fireweaver goes off, and then deals damage, creates a treasure.
Or is that Nezahal?
Am I wrong? Reckless.
I'm gonna have to listen in on.
Yeah, I mean, right now they have a win assembled. They just need to play any artifact, create any artifact, and Reckless Fireweaver kills the board. Kills everyone at the board. Yeah.
Well, sadly, you will not see Portal of Phyrexia. It is not in the list.
Sad. Very good card. Yeah, I mean, no one has any interaction, right? This is GG. The Reckless Fireweaver is out. If an artifact hits the field, it is game. Don't know what that is.
Imperial Recruiter.
I don't get what the messing around is. Am I wrong?
I'm not 100% sure.
Right. So Maskwood Nexus basically says every type is every creature is every type. Unless I'm wrong on that.
Nope, that
I don't think
correct.
I am. So Reckless Fireweaver. Oh no, wait. Is there a? There's still the Malcolm on the board, right?
I think it's buried under there.
So Malcolm is on the board. Reckless Fireweaver's there. Whenever an artifact ETBs, create deal 1 damage to every player. Therefore, when that happens, because a pirate dealt damage to people, create a treasure, which is an artifact, which triggers Reckless Fireweaver, which repeats the cycle. That is GG.
Makes sense to me. Okay, you got Simian Spirit Guide. It must have been a mana issue.
I mean, if he can if he was able to get the Imperial Recruiter, could have just fetched up any artifact and put it into play, and that would have been GG.
No. Recruiter goes to hand, so...
Yeah. I mean... I don't know.
Yeah, well, what you said makes sense. I would think any artifact here would just end it.
Yeah.
Okay, it was definitely Tandem Lookout earlier. They're resolving the Soul Bond trigger. And I guess drawing some cards.
I mean, just cast an artifact, right? It's GG.
I don't know, they try to be safer in case someone's been sandbagging, but there's a defense grid, right? I mean...
What, Beseiju?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. It must be that.
Which, do they even have mana for? No? They have one... No, they have a legendary creature. So it's 1 mana. It's just green. So
yeah, just drew a bunch of cards anyway.
Yeah.
Drawing 33 seems good, I agree. Seems pretty good. I'm not exactly sure why we did this line, but it looks like it's going to be over one way or another.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Captain Moral Support. It literally
and maybe it was safer somehow, I'm not sure. Maybe it played around a Boseiju better to do it that way, I don't know.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if he has no mana. He could have just put an artifact to play off of Magda instead of the Imperial Recruiter, and then won.
I believe so. I'm pretty sure Malcolm's on the board underneath everything.
Fidel cash flow. No, he doesn't.
Oh, if Malcolm's not on the board, then that explains why he's not getting an artifact.
Oh, okay.
That's got to be it, right?
That makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, I can't see where the Malcolm is. Can you? Because paid for the mana so that the counterspell went. I have no idea where anything is.
I can't see it.
I get told off for my play group for having a messy board state, but I think here it's
there's a Jeska's Will, so we got the mana now.
Yeah. Do we have the blue?
Do we need it if we got Breach?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we probably have Breach by now.
But I thought we
will make a bunch, and here's whatever follow-up we would like.
I thought we counterspelled the... Sorry, we... Force of Negation, the Dead and Gone. It got Spell Pierced, but then the Spell Pierced got paid for. Did they not?
Yeah, that's what I thought happened.
I mean,
yeah, this one's over, though.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be over here in just a second. There's the Glinthorn, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, the Pierce must not have been paid for. That's the only way this makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand what the Glinthorn does here either, because he comes to play tapped.
Well, he deals, he loots you in a...
But he can't do that unless he's attacking.
Yes.
So that's why.
How many cards are in hand, though? Wait, think about this. How many cards are going to be in hand by the end of this turn? Whenever you discard a card, deals 1 to each opponent. Are you going to go to clean up and kill the table?
That's quite funny. I like that.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, life totals are 17, 17, and 21. If you just go to clean up and discard the 33 cards, I think you just won anyway.
That's hilarious.
That is a funny way to do it.
You see, Get Rogue, that's how you win in the cleanup step.
Yeah. Yeah. You listening, Frog? Yeah, I hope you can't interact with it unless you get rid of the Glinthorn somehow. Yeah, you can't interact with the cleanup step. I think that's the plan. Yep, pass, boom, everyone's dead. Pick them up, GG. Yep, there it is. Nice, winning with style. I like it.
Yeah, I really thought that Malcolm was on the field there. My mistake. Apologies. Yeah, really nicely.
Oh, looks like Choir Boy had it. If it got back to him, he's showing a line or working through a line or something. But it did not. And it's like Samurai Dancer takes it down with Malcolm Kedis.
Yeah, and honestly, a really good game. Again, you really got to be worried about these decks that have both blue and red. We were worrying about just the cast Buccaneer with the Malcolm, but in the end, it was just so much gas, so much power from the dock side, from the Magda, obviously, and from other pieces they had available to them. So definitely a color combination that you can't get out at any point in the game.
Yeah, and I'd say that Time Twister worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, it really did. I mean,
I'm not sure if I pulled the trigger, but it definitely worked out.
Yeah. I mean, that was absolutely brutal to the Atraxa player.
Yeah, it's pretty clear they just got screwed by it, yeah.
Yeah. sometimes it be like that.
It do be like that sometimes, as the kids say.
So yeah, I mean, again, a really interesting pod with some pretty exciting decks, and it ends up being Malcolm Kedis with a very convoluted line that picks up the win. If you guys didn't catch that one there, and absolutely brilliant, and again shows some of the creativity that we have in our scene that is always really exciting, and one of the things I enjoyed the most about it.
Absolutely, right. If everyone just won with the same win con all the time, wouldn't be as exciting of a format.
We'd be in Flash era.
Yeah, we'd be in Flash era. We just had a little conversation about how wonderful that was. So,
Man.
Yep.
Don't forget, you guys, if you guys are interested in the tournament schedule, social links, links to the Monks field and the decks that you could be seeing on screen later if they hit top 16, don't forget you can go to Chaos Tournaments, that's Chaos with a 0 and beginning with a K instead of a CH, tournaments.com to pick up all of that. And don't forget as well about Patreon, YouTube, and our podcast, which is also on YouTube or Spotify, if you want to pick those up as well. You can check in the bio just down below for any of that extra information.
All right, and it looks like we have time to bring you another one, so we will shortly join a game in progress here. Looks like we're going to bring you our pod number 8 with looks like we have Baron 13, Duke 9R, J-Dog, and Punny Name, who will be up on your screen very shortly. Oh, there they are. All right, how about that?
We got a...
So what do we have here? It looks like we have Nagila in the first slot, Traxa in the second slot, Rogsai in the third slot, and Atraxa again in the fourth slot. So a lot of Atraxa here, a lot of colors in these decks.
Couple more permanents in play than I think we saw in the last game from Atraxa.
Maybe a few.
Namely Atraxa, which is quite good for them, also has a Displacer kitten in play. Now, I don't know about board states. Well, that's a lie. I do know about board states. This is a good one.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty clear that Trax is off to the races here. It's like Nagila's just got Nagila and a Swan Song Bird, and the other Trax is doing okay, and yeah, but it looks like Baron 13 here is about to go nuts. Yeah, but it is Nagila's turn, so it's with only a bird and Nagila, it's going to be difficult to pull a win out here. But let's see what they've got.
I think, importantly, Atraxa tried to go off and didn't have it. And the problem, I think, now is they don't have any colored mana.
Yeah, so they're basically taking the turn cycle off here, it looks like. So, see what Nagila can capitalize. Now, the other Atraxa player has a Grand Abolisher, so it's going to get scary if it gets over there.
Yeah, that can make things.
And it looks like it's gonna. It looks like Nagila swung and passed. So let's see what Punny Name's got.
Well, they might pack a punch, especially with this Grand Abolisher. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities available to them here. If they have any of those copy spells, they're going to be particularly effective, because I think half of what they want is on another player's board anyway. Mm-hmm. I mean, how much mana do they have available to them? I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looks like, the screen just blurred. Looks like the 4 lands and there's some mana rocks up there behind Aristocrat.
Yeah, I think 2 talismans or something.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So that's 6 mana. I mean, it's not enough to cast their own Atraxa, but it's definitely enough to really start this going. I don't, however, think they have many cards in hand.
No, but they also have a Grim Hireling, which is swinging in, so they're going to get some more treasures here.
I think more importantly, what does exactly Grim Hireling say? I'm wondering whether it'll be, apologies, I just dropped my keys, whether it'll be possibly able to kill the Displacer Kitten. I think that's the most important thing for me, at least here.
Should be able to. I believe they get 2 treasures per player they hit, and they can probably hit Nagila and Rogsai.
I think they could make a good persuasive argument to let that happen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get at least 2 from the Rogsai player.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's see what we got here. Looks like there's Atraxa. So I guess we're going to see what Atraxa finds.
So they use that 4 mana in actuality.
Yep, I see Enlightened Tutor and Mystical Tutor in there. And that is a kitten, is it not?
Yep.
Okay,
And
so they got some
Mox
spicy ones. There's the land. There's looks like a Mox.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got some
That's quite
spicy
good.
ones. That seems like a pretty good hit.
Yeah. I mean, this looks very, very good to me. We saw one Atraxa with the kitten, not able to unfortunately do enough, but you might see the same thing happen back here. And there's basically no way they can interact with this Grand Abolisher on the field.
Yeah, nobody can interact, exactly. They can do whatever they can do. All right, play the land, fetch it, sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is it, but it's going to be good.
Sure. Land. Still has access, so we'll have to tap down 4 of that mana, leaving them on 1. Have the Mox Opal. Mox Opal is active, so they're going to be able to go up to 2 mana and get another 10 cards.
Seems like, I mean, they kept Enlightened Tutor off the pile.
Yeah.
So that's one trigger. Yeah. And here we go, Manual Storm.
Do you cast the Enlightened Tutor first to make sure you hit?
You want the trigger?
No. I mean before the Mox Opal. Sorry.
Oh. Maybe, yeah.
Because now you have to. I mean, you're likely to hit in 10 cards. So let's be real. But now you have to hit essentially.
Yep.
In these top 20.
Yep. Not paying for Mystic Remoro and Esper Sentinel. Why bother? All right. What do we got in the next bunch? I think that's Dranith. Apologies. The quality of funny names camera does not seem to be great at the moment.
Finale. Basalt. No, Grim Monolith, sorry. Dark Writ. Blind Obedience. That's a big grip of cards. The Avacyn's Pilgrim as well, which, while not necessarily so good... Oh, okay, choosing to go for the Dranith. Could have been a 1-mana flicker.
Well, no, it's non-creature spell for...
Oh, yes. Apologies. Sorry, I forgot.
That won't work.
Yeah, I think that's why they took Dranith here.
Yeah, just in case. You know, let's just play the Dranith and say, okay, guys, Dranith pass. I'll do it next time.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little worried about that, especially with opposing Atraxa. I don't think it's a very open line to them right now.
Yeah, but we're going to flip again. I see Mana Vault, Swords, and a bunch of lands.
That'll power them.
And a Lotus Petal. Oh, we're going to keep flipping, it looks like. Yeah, hard to imagine they're not going to get there with this kind of ability to chain Atraxa triggers.
That Mana Vault is going to the bottom.
Yeah, Lotus Petal seems better. That's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's Endurance is the last one there.
Yeah, Endurance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A lot of okay hand because they can't do anything anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, every spell keeps it going, so...
Yeah.
They'll get there. Here's Enlightened Tutor. Here's another Flicker. Here's 10 more cards.
Yeah, that's very good.
Whenever you cast a spell, draw 10. Yeah, seems okay. Like Metal Misstep, some lands, a Ranger Captain, that Teferi, I believe.
Yeah.
Demonic Tutor.
3 Fairy.
Demonic Tutor, yeah. This is over. The only question is how.
I mean, Teferi plus 0 drop plus Kitten is infinite, is it not?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we just got to get to the mana, which should be doable.
Get you the mana. GG.
Yeah, that should do it.
They have the Lotus Petal, which can get them to the mana, I think.
Yep. Yeah, this should be it.
Cast a Fairy, flicker the Opal to get an extra coloured mana, then start doing it.
Yeah, it seems like it's elementary from here.
Yeah, even able to cast a Metal Misstep there for the more triggers because they already have what they need.
Yeah. Oh, hey, we get some more triggers. Oh, there's Thoracle.
Could be okay.
It could be. Hey, that card's okay. You know, every time, who is it always releases the video is Wilds of Eldraine the set that breaks CEDH? And the answer is always no, that was Theros Beyond Death.
Yeah.
That's its Oracle and Underworld Breach.
I think it brought maybe I'm wrong. I thought it brought Thoughtseize into Pioneer as well.
Oh, it probably did, but I'm talking about CEDH.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that. That set was pretty gas, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, I think that set defines CDH more than any set since.
For sure.
Maybe Commander Masters.
Yeah.
Actually, probably Commander Masters. We got a lot of partners.
Yeah.
Oppo Agent, Hull Breacher. Yeah, I think Commander Masters.
And we got
probably
access
a little bit
to
more so.
JLo as well.
But we got the main win conditions of the format came from that set, like both of them.
Yeah, I think currently just running through what the combo is going to be as well with everybody else.
Yeah.
Again, no way to interact. That Grand Abolisher sitting pretty right there for Putty Name.
Yeah, boy, it does make your turn a lot easier when you know nobody can do anything.
Yeah, have to worry about a lot fewer things.
Yeah. Does it resolve, guys? Yes, it does. Moving on.
I mean, there's only. I think you can still cast Otawara or Boseiju, but I don't think that matters here because I don't think anyone has. No, there's access to. I think enough mana for Njila.
I feel like if they had that, they'd have been bouncing the tracks a long time ago to stop the insanity.
Past
this
the
is
culling
GG.
ritual? No, okay. The people just.
No, this is GG. Yep, Teferi Kitten, 0-mana artifact. We got there.
Yep.
Congratulations
really
to Punny Name taking down a difficult pod.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of revenge for Atraxa after the first pod, you know.
Oh yeah, probably.
Well, I mean, we've seen some great games today. If you guys as well at home are interested in some great games, don't forget about the Chaos League, which active Patreon members at the $5 plus tier get access to the monthly league with cash prizes. League will be open to everyone tomorrow, the Sunday after every event. This month, the prizes are for first, $60. For second, free entry to the next Treasure Series, so you can play with your favorite players who you can see on screen right now. $25 for third, and $10 for fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. Take advantage of that if you can. It is free. It's a great opportunity. We get great games in there. Absolutely recommend it if you have the chance.
Yeah. It's definitely something I've been meaning to get around to, but haven't quite yet. So.
Yeah, I played in there a few, but it's pretty busy for me this time of year. I haven't been able to get in as much as I'd like, but I would like to play more, and I strongly encourage anybody who has time to do so.
For sure.
All right. Do we have another one? I imagine we're getting a little bit short on time here, but we may have another one for you. Let's see what we're looking at. Yeah, it looks like we, oh no, that's still the same one. All right, yeah, we've got about 10 minutes left in the round, so we are going to go to break here. Again, thank you all for watching. Like Rook said, be sure to check out our Discord. The ladder is free to everyone Sunday after the tournament. Be sure to check out our partnered content creators. I believe this is it for me. I am done casting for the day. Rook, are you continuing on after this?
No, I'm only one and done.
You're one and done as well. So we will have a new team for you when we get back.
You'll always be a part of me. You gave me a song to sing, dancing in your room, innocent and true. Elvis tattoo on your shoulder, we'll know better when we're older. You'll always be a part of me. Some wounds will always sting, forever in full bloom. Barely 22, summer days and growing
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. We just want to remind you that we will be taking a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with some more chaos action. Stay tuned.
everyone. Welcome back to Chaos Treasure Series 7. We are entering round 4 of our tournament today. Things have been moving quickly, and we've had some pretty good games. My name is Neko Wonderland, and with me today I have Bones.
Good to be back. I'm very excited moving into this tournament. I've heard there's some very interesting decks here today. Some things I've heard, at least 2 Captain Sisay I've heard, which is interesting to me. And we'll go into it in a sec, but there's another cool deck in the pod we'll be watching that I want to talk a little about. So.
Well, before we get into this pod we're going to watch, I do want to highlight some standings real quick. So, looking at the pod 4 standings, or going into pod 4, we have 7 players right now at 11 points, and then another handful at 10, with some people bringing up the rear with 7. So pretty live still with 2 more rounds to go. A lot of leeway for people to make it into this top 16 still.
Yeah, if you are still playing, give it your all. You still have a very good chance making it in there. There's still a lot of game to be played today.
Mm-hmm. And Punny Name, Samurai Dancer, Ganesh, Wounded Satellite, all people who are looking pretty good in the standings right now, have a good chance of bringing it up. Tom MTG, another familiar name. So, going to be really fun, I think. And you were talking a little bit about this pod, so what have you got for us here, Bones?
So this pod right now, we have, in the first seat is Najeela. Everyone knows Najeela. This is a very strong deck. The commander obviously does a lot on her own and gives you access to all those 5 colors. Very important. Then we have Captain Sisay, which is a deck I've not seen much in tournaments. So it's very interesting to me that there's more than one now. So I'm very curious to see what sort of legends that this 2-color, not the 5-1, Sisay pulls out. Third
and just
seat,
be clear, real quick, this is not Choir Boy, who we saw earlier. This is the second player. Wise Games, also repping the Captain Sisay today.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if maybe they're from the Sisay Discord. They're like talking a bit. They're like, all right, we gotta go into this tournament. We're gonna rep Sisay. We're gonna do our thing.
Yeah, I give this Cauldron might be a card that is inspiring some players to try out these more comfort decks a bit. A new toy for them to use.
Yeah, I've heard. I believe you and Riley were talking a bit about it in the 5-color Sisay. Just the fact that you have so many legends with very interesting abilities that you can sort of take advantage of with Cauldron to sort of string together new combo lines.
Mm-hmm.
That seems very cool. But anyway, in seat 3, we have Kinnan. Kinnan being another deck you see a lot in tournaments, something to look out for. Very strong 2-color option, sort of the leading option in Simic right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Arden Crom, which is a deck I have played against a little bit, that I think it's not really as represented in tournaments that I've seen, but I think the deck has some sauce in it. And I'm looking forward to seeing if we can sort of see that. I think having Arden in the command zone actually brings a lot of interesting things to the table with maybe we'll see a little Skull Clamp action. You know, Najeela's going to make a lot of 1/1s. Arden can eat them, draw some cards, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll see a little hopeful, but looking for that Helm of the Host. I want to see it.
That would be cool. And Skull Clamp on this field, I think, would be really strong, but we are hopping into it here. So Najeela having that classic start you like to see, Mana Crypt into the Najeela, into what I believe is a Mox Opal, if I'm not mistaken. One of the Moxes, at least.
Looks like, yeah, I believe that is Mox Opal. And sort of that classic Najeela thing, always got the turn 1 Najeela. You gotta have it. And turn 1 Kinnan as well, you know? Blazing fast start here from the Kinnan and the Najeela.
Yeah. Sisay having the Wild Growth, not a bad start either, getting some mana acceleration, but the turn 1 Kinnan, again, into the Mox Amber itself. Crow Mox helps get the turn 1 Kinnan, Mox Amber to follow up, moving on to the Crom Arden's turn. Land, tapped here, a fish. Maybe a turn too late, but a fish nonetheless.
Yeah. Turn 4, not exactly when you want to see that or going forth, but you still got a lot of game left here potentially. There could be some cards to be drawn. What is Arden Crom? See, I'm still not entirely sure. I don't know what the builds look like right now. I'm very curious to see sort of what they're going to be doing with it, but it's nice to have the turn 1 fish to hopefully draw them into the sort of interesting cards that I'm looking to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a typical Jeskai deck that can use both Crom for the advantage and also Arden to do some silly things, especially with equipment. Oh no, we have the fetch land coming out with a Ristic Study coming down for Najeela, exactly where you kind of want to be on the turn 2 on the play. You have your ramp, you have your commander, now you have the card draw to refill your hand after everything. Fish does get a card off of this for Arden Crom, but Najeela's looking good.
One thing I really want to highlight in this game, you see it on the Sisei player's board, you see it on the Keenan player's board, and now you're seeing the dice on the hand of the Arden Crom player. I really like that I'm seeing a lot of dice being used to represent cards in hand. A lot of little, that's an infinite token with the dice on it to sort of show the card in hand. And I think that's a really nice thing to do for your opponents. Nice, quality of life thing during play where it's sort of you don't have to be hey, what's everyone card in hand? What's, whatever. You could just see it on their board. And I don't know, I think it's really convenient. I like that.
I like it too. It's good for the board state, especially over webcam where things can be so easily missed. Interestingly enough, we see the Najeela player opting to swing into the Arden Crom, prioritizing getting in there for some beats. They don't have a blocker yet, so not a bad place to swing into. Not really a lot of black at this table, so life totals may not be as relevant.
Yeah, the one player whose life total might be relevant here is the one with the Najeela, so I mean, not exactly what you want to see. All right.
No.
That is Green Suns for either...
2, I believe.
2, okay.
Yeah. 2 with Wild Growth.
I wonder if this is an oof. Is this an oof deck?
Oof wouldn't be bad here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of artifact mana on Najeela and Kinnan's board, so...
Dranith wouldn't be horrible either.
It is a delightful halfling. So next turn, we are going to see an uncounterable Sisei, potentially.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. It can also get you some mana. Also make it, if you're casting any of your legendary permanents, you don't have to worry about them being countered, which is nice.
Yeah, in a deck built around legends, especially one that's only 2 colors, where the colorless isn't the end of the world, I can definitely see Delighted Halfling putting in a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Delighted Halfling is a card that I've been very happy with. It's a card that I'm very excited to see print. Obviously, I play a deck where my commander is able to be spell pierced, so, Delighted Halfling, MVP there. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Especially in a deck, like we said, built around legends, the Delighted Halfling could, very likely come in handy here against 3 blue players.
Agree. Fish is getting some card draws. So Fish is going away here. Ristic also getting some cards. So players are getting their hands filled, which can be scary though, right? And if you're looking at the Captain Sisei player, opting to get the acceleration isn't bad, but who knows if Stax piece would have been better, but we'll see what they can do with this. We do see the Red Elemental Blast coming down, targeting the Ristic Study, getting that off the board, which is nice.
Yeah, makes sense. Presumably, Ristic was paid for because it was only Green Suns for 1, and 3 mana was tapped, so...
Yes.
Unless they overpaid to bluff something, I think it was just paid for. Yeah, not drawing the Najeela player that spewed out their hand on turn 1 a card is another reason not to go for the Green Sun for 2.
No, it sounds like, yeah, they were thinking if they should have paid the extra 1. Looks like they may have paid 2 just to be safe and just didn't pay. They are right now talking about who's the bigger threat at the table. Who are they more worried about, the Kinnan or the Najila?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. Both of them have very scary board states right now, and I would not be. It's a little bit hard to exactly tell which one is scarier right now.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that the mobile is off right now.
It is off, but the Mox Amber, the Birds, the Crow Mox, all for Kinnan, that they have a lot of mana acceleration, not a ton of cards in hand. Najila, not a huge board presence yet, but a lot of mana and a more full hand, so.
Kinnan has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana, if I'm counting correctly. 6, 7, 8. So they can just start activating Kinnan if they want.
They can.
And I believe that's also an emergence zone, which is worth noting.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that would be why they're asking which is a bigger threat. That looks like a pithing needle. Mm-hmm. Is that naming Najila or Kinnan?
It's on the stack right now. I'll be curious to hear what they name.
Yeah,
Najila is named. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks
I
like
would be more concerned about the Kinnan right now, I think.
Yeah, starting next turn, Kinnan is going to get to start flipping into big monsters. Well, depending on the builds. If it is the big monsters builds.
Yeah, at the deck list here, it is a more typical kind of big flips build. You have your Hullbreaker, you have the Coma, Manglehorn.
Oh.
Not as many big creatures as you may see in some other lists, but a lot of Simic value. The Nessa Hall, the Nyx Bloom.
Yeah, to be fair, if the Najila does have more cards, I believe we said. Mm-hmm. So that is a bit scarier. There's a bigger likelihood that Najila just has the combo piece in hand. So, understandable.
But there's only one piece you can really combo with, right? Derevi, which is still always a threat, right? But there's not enough mana on the board. Or maybe there's not a ton of creatures on the board yet. Kinnan will just be able to grind value going forward. But we'll see what the players can do with this. Najila is making those land drops still, which is very important.
One thing to note here is that Najila may have found a permanent home to attack for the rest of this game.
Oh, okay, Grim Hireling.
Oh, okay, yeah, now you're glad you named.
Yep,
now you're glad you named Najila.
We were wrong. Yeah, because that would have been...
Chat was saying it had to be the Kinnan, but I think,
Yeah, Kinnan would have been able, I think, to block at least this turn. I don't think it would have been game over yet unless Najila had some sort of removal, because there's just enough bodies on board right now. But yeah, that's going to be really scary.
Yeah.
And now you can start removing the blockers. Now Najila can deal with Kinnan, which is really good. Can deal with the Delighted Halfling.
Yeah, so I do think if you're not going to be able to win right here because of the Pithing Needle, it's probably right to just kill the Kinnan.
100% agree. You can also kill the Delighted Halfling if that's something you're worried about, because you'll have options down the road.
Yeah.
All right, moving to combat.
That's so funny, though. Pithing Needle, and then the immediate Grim Hireling.
We do see Kinnan reacting here.
Ottawa after combat?
In response.
I guess it's on the Grim. Oh, okay.
In response to attack has been declared, I believe.
Okay, yeah. Oh, the swap. Oh, wait. Oh, uh-oh. That could hit the needle.
Hitting the Kinnan instead.
The Kinnan. That's fair.
Yeah. damage is being dealt. I think 2 players are dealt damage here.
That's weird. I don't know why they didn't just hit the needle.
I don't think they had enough.
Well, they have... What land is that? Is that a gemstone mine? They would have had enough to go to combat again, wouldn't they?
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe I'm missing something. I might be missing something.
No, I think you're right. They might have had enough there. Yeah, the land being untapped is relevant.
Yeah, maybe they just missed that it could hit the needle.
Well, let's see what they are playing something here, and also thinking better of it. Alright, get inbound to hand. Combat damage is resolved. 3 mana spent. Intuition.
Ooh,
okay.
Well, they might just be winning a different way.
So Najil had it a couple different ways, potentially.
Okay. Let's see. Let them cook. Turning off guardianship, you know. They're planning for the long term. So how many treasures do they have? Oh.
They used 3, so they should have 2 treasures remaining plus the land. Yeah.
So they do not have enough to flashback Savines, right?
Unless they have something else in hand.
Yeah, they would need like a ritual or something. If they have like dark red or something, then it's definitely just over. But
yeah, unless again they are talking about the potential of having the piece in hand. But players are seemingly not having the interaction to stop this, and it is resolving.
Okay, that is the breach pile. We have breach, Sebzrak, LED. Presumably going to get the LED, but we'll see. Or no, if you give the LED. Oh, wait, no. Duh, you just have the LED, so you do have enough mana to flashback Sebzrak.
Yeah.
So unless somebody has something, it is over.
You do give him the LED here, I think, still, and then that way empties the hand to flashback the Savine, so you have a window you could possibly respond there.
Yeah, if you do have... Like, you have to hope somebody has the free counter magic here, and that they can just, like, when they LED discard hands, flashback Savines, you just counter the Savines, and then you're just free for now, quote-unquote, free.
I mean, it's possible someone has the Mind Break Trap, right? There was the Grim Hireling, now the Intuition. If you give them the LED... They play LED, they could sack it for... Oh, they're giving the Savines instead. Now that's interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe Mind Break Trap, I think, is there out here. Ottawara has been gone already. Oh, never mind, Final Fortune.
Oh, okay.
They really did have everything.
Holy crap,
here.
What a hand.
Grim Hireling, Final Fortune, Intuition.
Good lord, what did they draw off of that rest deck? Holy crap.
Gas and outlets. Endurance, yeah, that's not a bad option.
You thought I was out of good cards? No, we're still going.
Punny making some names in the chat. Punny making some jokes in the chat. Hopefully not again, Punny. Hopefully not again.
Oh no. Okay. We're gonna see the Fiends now.
Moving to combat first to get some extra mana. Makes sense. Spreading out the damage to maximize their treasure output, so they get those 6 treasures. So yeah, now that they have the Savines in hand, they can flash it back to...
Looks like the Birds of Paradise might have... It was either killed or just chump blocked to try and deny a treasure.
It was chump blocked, yeah. One of the warriors or Najila locked.
Alright. Does anyone have the answer for the Savines? Oh, okay, Jesus.
Targeting the breach. It's on the
Yeah.
stack.
Fair.
Players are passing priority.
Get in looking at hand. You got anything? Now's the time.
Arden Crom has priority right now. Doesn't look like it. So they can flashback Sabines, they can play the LED.
I think if you had the endurance, you do it in response to the Sabines here. So I think that just means it's over. Yeah, so now
Intuition to get the other
now
pieces.
the intuition, get the brain freeze, have enough mana to brain freeze LED. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That should be it.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just had the turn 1 Nagila into the turn 2 Ristic, just really strong value, and then being able to just turn 3 untap, present a couple wins, Final Fortune to yourself, and secure the deal.
This was what, turn 3 on the play? Holy crap, yeah?
Yep, turn 3 on the play.
That's Nagila for you. That stack just has the gas, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Turn 1 Nagila, turn 2 Ristic. Pretty freaking good. Or so I've heard, you know?
So you heard, yeah. Alright, so yeah, with the brain freeze, now they'll have enough cards. Never trust Nagila. Yeah, she can just win out of nowhere.
Man, I guess we're not seeing the Helm of the Host. Fine.
The Arden Crom, Secret Commander Godo, Helm of the Host, no.
This is so sad. I wonder if that's actually what they're doing. I don't want to give it away there.
Just opting for brain freeze, a couple lands here. So players just making sure it all adds up. From what I can tell, it most likely will. Now that they have intuition, brain freeze, and LED in the bins. They can flashback Sabines if they need to, recast the passes.
Is that a copy pasta? I'm gonna assume that's a copy pasta in chat.
Yeah, no, that's from good old Gibbles.
Got you. I'm behind on the CDH copy pasta lore.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we do have the also deflecting swap, I believe, still available just in case. But
oh yeah, just in case you thought you had the mind break chop, you know.
So brain freeze on the stack. You could mind break trap all the copies, which would be pretty sick. But I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, don't think it's enough here.
Players just asking what the win is here.
You do a lot of mana. I mean, I assume you just mill yourself out and then cast Stax's Oracle.
Yeah, he's just explaining that you can mill self out, get Stax's Oracle, mill you all out. Yeah, can win a bunch of different ways from here.
All right, well, this is what I heard going in. This tournament has been blazing fast so far.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, do we have a recommendation for the next pod?
I think earlier on, we got asked to see, hold on, scrolling up. Wounded Satellites game was what Punny Name asked for.
Wounded Satellite? Okay.
We had a Tayoba player. Yeah, it looks like people want to see Wounded.
Okay. Yeah, Wounded's been doing pretty good. Tremnick's also been good. Oh, Tremnick's on the Tatyova. Okay.
Tatyova. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we saw Tatyova earlier, which is nice.
Interesting. Tatyova, kind of underrated deck, just a little bit. I think it's pretty good. Is it 0-0? I mean, don't ask those questions. Yeah. Don't ask those questions.
Tatyova might be exactly where Tatyova needs to be. We are getting another pod pulled up here, which will be awesome. So looking at this, just starting off, which is nice, we have Timna.
Jessica?
Is that Timna? Jessica? I couldn't tell. Yeah.
Is it Jessica? Oh my gosh, I'm so blind. Timna, Jessica.
Ukiora, apparently.
Who's the second one? Oh, second one's 5-color Luris.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I'm so blind. I'm sorry.
No worries. And it looks like, is that another Kinnan player down there? That's Wounded. Okay, so that's Kinnan, yeah.
Gotcha. And then the last one is...
Paco Halden.
Paco Halden. Interesting.
All right. Paco is on the board. Good boy, go fetch. Looks like it was a pretty early one, too. It's got a couple counters, which is nice. I do see a fish for the 5-color player.
Oh, forgot Green Suns was X and a green and not X. That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, that happens. We think it's a finale sometimes.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, looks like we are on the Paco Halden's turn. Looks like they are shuffling or just fiddling with their hand. They're doing something there. It's always that turn, right? Whose turn is it? Looks like it actually might
stressful being on the main stage. Oh, don't worry about it at all. Honestly, I think even when you're on stage, just play your thing, do your thing, and just have fun with it. You know, I wouldn't be too stressed about it.
So we do see the dock side coming down. Not a lot. Looks like it might only be dock side for 3.
Good old better desperate ritual.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they stick around. Has 5 mana now. This could be the Adnos.
Ooh, okay.
Fish still here for some extra card advantage too, if they need to fight over it.
We might have tuned in at exactly the right time. Let's see.
Looks like 4 mana at least being used here.
Was that Forbidden Orchard?
Looks like it. Yep, someone's making a spirit for the giving it to the Kinnan player. Interesting. I guess there's no real good player to give it to, but always worried about the Cradle. But just here to play the commander.
I'm not gonna go on my Forbidden Orchard pedestal now. I can't do it. I can't do it again.
All right, what is the name of that 5-color commander? It starts with a J.
Jared Carthalion? Is that it?
No, I don't think that's it.
Or Jared
Jensen, thank you.
Jensen. That's it. What was I thinking?
I don't know what you were thinking of, but we got there. That's all that matters. Jensen coming down.
Jared Carthalion is the Planeswalker one. This came in that pre-con. That's what
okay.
Jensen Luris.
Turn. Looks like we're playing the Beseiju for land for turn. Not always a feels good moment. See if we do get the Kinnan this turn. We do just have some table talk right now. So looking at this board, say, what are your thoughts on it, Bones?
I'm seeing a lot of mana in the Paco Halden side. Is that... It looks like we do have Paco on the board.
Yes.
And then... This is maybe turn 4 then?
Looks
and
like
somebody goes... Oh no, turn 3. Okay.
It looks like it is Kinnan's turn 3.
Interesting. I'm wondering if the Kinnan was removed or something, just because you assumed that Kinnan would have been cast last turn or something.
It makes sense. But Paco looks like it may have exiled a Neoform too, which in a Paco deck's a really good piece.
Ooh, that might do something interesting.
Hunter, also a Jensen Luris fan. That's awesome too. Like, at one point we can see this Neoform, right? Turn Paco into like a consecrated Sphinx or something, which I know some players like to do as the game goes longer. Paco kind of has its uses. You get the Sphinx down.
Sphinx just is always so nasty when it resolves. That thing comes into play. If it doesn't die immediately, it spirals out of control so fast.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it so many times. And the worst thing ever is that every single time I see a Con Sphinx resolve, the next player untaps and plays like a phantasmal image or something. And then you got to deal with the hey, let's draw our deck. Let's do it. Let's use deck beats the other person's deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's a freaking nightmare.
Speaking of nightmares, a lot of nightmares if these other players with a Jessica. I imagine Jessica might have come down, killed the Kinnan, but Jessica can come down, kill Kinnan, kill Jensen. I don't know if it can kill Paco. I'm not sure what his power and toughness are.
It's usually pretty big. You do need Halden to cast Neo, although it looks like the Paco Halden player has enough mana if they play a land to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't Halden 3 mana and then you just 2 on the Neo? But it depends what they want to do. Wandering Archaic.
Oh, that's a good piece.
I was just talking a bit about that card in the sense where it's like the only deck I can really imagine wanting a card like this is something like Kinnan that just has such an abundance of mana and also can flip big dumb creatures into play whenever it wants off the ability.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping to see it maybe put in a little bit of work here. Especially if the Paco Halden, if they go to cast that Neo. How does that work actually? Do you just sacrifice something as well?
You pay without paying its mana cost, which I think means you still have to pay additional costs, which means you'd have to sacrifice.
Oh my god.
Oh no, you may just copy that spell, and then you may choose new targets of the copy, so I don't think you actually have to sacrifice. You just copy it.
Do you copy it where the sacrifice creature's mana value goes 5? Oh no, remember what I just said about 2 Con Sphinx in play? I don't know. This is another deck that could run Con Sphinx. Oh.
And speaking of Con Sphinx, there was a wheel revealed off of that too. A wheel and a gamble, 2, again, Shang pieces.
Ooh, gamble, okay. Finding an unconditional tutor there is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. So see what they decide to do. Paco is getting in beats, looking like they are focusing down the Jensen player right now. Makes sense, usually a 5-color Nas deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward to try and go for any particular instant sorcery play now that there's the Wandering Archaic to give Kinnan that advantage as well.
Mm-hmm. They don't have to go gun-ho with it, though. I think using the doggo to get some beats in, exile some goodies. They are choosing to play Paco now, or Halden. That's Halden. Play Halden now. They still have some open mana if they do choose to use something.
I'm curious if they're just gonna maybe... I don't know. I feel like with the Archaic up, you might just want to hold up mana, depending if you have interaction or something. Because that's a lot of advantage to give the Kinnan player.
I agree. I think they are just going to hold up and pass, hope to untap with the Paco and Halden and be able to do something next turn.
Oh no. Oh no, not the Liberator discussion in chat. No. Please.
Such a cool idea. Sadly, the deck just has so much stigma around it now.
Listen, I don't mean to be a hater. Okay? And hot take, but whenever I see somebody talking about building colorless, I'm like, can I convince you not to? Anyways.
Looks like Baco and Halden are passing here. Something on the end step for the Timna Jessica player. Is this an Oppo agent? It is. Oppo agent on the end step just to get
guess
that
you're doubly
value.
glad you're not neoforming, huh?
Or gambling, yeah, that would have been.
Yeah.
That would have been bad.
Gamble, yes, Wandering Archaic will copy Gamble. By the way, here's my opposition agent. Cards, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the question. If you oppo a Gamble, are you still, like, not getting a card and then discarding a random card?
Yep, you still have to do the conditions of it. So you would randomly discard a card, and the other player gets basically a free tutor.
Yeah, that's brutal. Give me any card in your deck and also discard a random card. That's so brutal.
The best is Intuition, because you get 3 cards. Oppoing Intuition is the best feeling.
I don't know. Have you ever oppoed a Doomsday?
Fair. I have. I think that might be it. You're right. Timna Jessica, 5 mana open, has Timna. Jessica might be close behind, but we'll see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, this is another deck that is pretty fast, pretty good at doing the turbo thing, so especially, let me see. No, I guess there are blockers in. You're not really going to be able to get that too much draw right now. Oh,
One ring.
One ring.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
That's a card I've been seeing more and more nowadays, and I think it's a card that I've started to realize is really hard to justify not running in your CDH deck in general, just because the card spirals so fast. The amount of value it gets is insane, especially my favorite place to run it, of course, is a deck that wants to be running like Voltaic Manifold Keys, something like a Shorokai, where I'm already sort of comfortable running those kind of cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, obviously that's a bit cute, but just on its own, the One Ring just spirals games so out of control so quickly. No, not liver. No.
The best part is you get protection too, so your life total is looking a bit low at 25. Now you have the ability to kind of take a turn off, not worry about people swinging into you, puts more pressure on the Jensen most likely. We do see a card draw from the fish for that.
Yeah, the ring does in fact stop Ancient Tomb damage, because I believe it is damage and not loss of life, and that's why, I think. Because it's like, what, prevent all damage that'll be dealt to you, something like that?
You gain protection from any... Yeah.
I think it does stop Ancient Tomb damage. I believe that's something I've seen in Legacy before.
But David, if the game goes long enough, it does kind of turn into its own mini ad-nos in a way, which when you have so many good cards like Timna Jessica does, can let you just really pop off.
Oh no, can't prove you when you have the One Ring.
Oh no.
The best fog of all time. Cut ring from your Nagila list. Well, I mean, if Nagila games go anything like last game, it's a little bit too slow for you. To be fair. Always trying to steal it. Yeah. Bringing out the Thada, because every deck is playing One Ring now.
Do it. And the Indestructible is nothing to sneeze at either. That's a really good piece. I've seen a lot of people Phyrexian Metamorph too for their own copy of the One Ring. The cute thing there is that if you cast the Phyrexian Metamorph and it enters as a copy of the One Ring, you get the protection as well.
Yeah, Metamorph stock's going up here.
Mm-hmm. Some table talk right now. As they are talking,
yeah, fair.
Yeah. Want to take a moment to just remind everyone that we have a league going on our Chaos Discord server. For just $5 on our Patreon, $5 plus, you will be able to gain access to our league. We have a ton of games going on every month. Anyone who makes it to top 16 or higher of this tournament will have access to it for free. So a lot of the top 16 members will be playing. So if you want a chance to rep some games against them, great place to look. And for tomorrow, so starting tonight after the tournament through tomorrow, Sunday, EST time, you will have access to the league for free. So if you want to try it out, head over to the Chaos Discord server.
Okay. Are we seeing... Yeah, I guess we're just thinking about what to do now. They have 3 mana. I don't know if City deals damage. I don't think it does either. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember if that's damage or Lives Live. But we are just
to you, I believe. But they are here.
I'm thinking about the City at Brass.
Oh, City?
Yeah.
That's whenever it's tapped, it deals 1 damage to you, I believe.
So that might actually work as well. Oh, we are seeing Fish getting sacked by the Jins and Laras. I wonder if that means they're gonna try and do something this turn. Like something big.
Yeah, it's possible. A lot of your players are tapped out. Paco Halden has some open mana, but no revealed counter magic under Paco, so might be a good opportunity. We'll see.
The biggest issue is the Wandering Archaic, I think. If you go for something, not only are you going to have to pay extra on your Naws, if that's what you're doing, to prevent Kinnan from getting a Naws, but, I mean, obviously, Kinnan's Naws is a little bit worse than yours because of all those big monsters, but there's also the fact that counter magic is also going to get doubled.
Yeah, but Chain of Vapor paying, probably targeting the Wandering Archaic here, will solve that problem pretty quickly.
Yeah? Well, if you're going to go for it, that isn't not a bad first step.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it's targeting Dockside.
Okay. So maybe copy it. Yep, looks like they are copying it. Makes sense to target your own Dockside first.
Yeah. What is Dockside at right now? That's 1, 2, 3.
4, 5.
4. Where's the 5th?
One Ring, Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, Grim Monolith, Soul Ring.
Oh, I was missing the Mana Crypt because it was with the lands.
Yeah. It's down there with the lands. Bouncing the opposition agent here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait, they have 3 open mana.
Yeah, but maybe they're trying to play around it, try to sneak something in for them. Some discussion on if it's going to be copied, maybe discussing threats on the board, maybe looking at the Paco, for example.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing Paco is never exactly a bad idea.
No, resetting the dog could be really good.
Especially since I think if my opponent has the One Ring out, after that round of protection goes, I'm more likely to probably hit them with damage. That looks like it's not getting copied, though.
I think it did the work it needed to go. Being able to buy back essentially the stock side, replay it. Oh, that's a Grim Monolith under that. Okay.
Bounce the One Ring to get protection again. Yeah, now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking.
You could also bounce the One Ring here, lower the Dockside count, and rebuy protection? I don't know.
Wouldn't be the worst thing.
Kind of crazy.
Floating
yeah,
2
so
mana.
This will be the 5 Dockside.
Yeah. With 2 mana still floating, I believe, from the Grim Monolith. With a total of 8 mana available to them. Enough to add Naws, for example, and pay for it.
I guess if you're going to do that, you're just banking on Paco Halden not having the counter magic here. Which, I mean, sure.
Okay, using some of the mana. Diabolic Intent.
So here's the issue. There's still 3 mana up. And, yeah. Speaking of,
I'm curious to see what their plans, if they have another tutor they want to do in response to this, but
the issue is like, even if you counter the Oppo, you have to pay for the Archaic, or the Archaic is just going to throw your counter at itself.
yeah,
So I don't really. Maybe they didn't realize they had an Ancient Tomb.
that's possible. They may have just, not seen it, but they talked about the card, I feel like, for some time, so I don't know if the player just forgot.
Yeah. In these high pressure situations, it's always very easy to forget about that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, it's happened to all of us at one point or another.
Quick, Stern Scolding. Wait, Stern Scolding would actually be insane here. You could counter it and then not care about the Archaic.
Yeah.
That card kind of underrated. Kind of underrated.
A little bit. I don't know. I wanted it to be good, but I don't think it was as good as I was hoping. Oppo does look like it is resolving, though, on the field.
Stern Checker. Listen, it's good. It's good if you're like very controlling, I think.
Countering your own diabolic intent with your own force and negation, that's rough. That is really feels bad.
Yeesh. Yeah. I guess they did just miss the Ancient Tomb then, because I don't know why else you would put yourself in a situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's very unfortunate. Man, that's freaking brutal. He just does not want to give the Oppo a card.
Mm-hmm. Important to note that the diabolic intent is exiled with the force and negation. Dockside is in the bin, though, so maybe if they have a way to reanimate it on a future turn, that's something to consider, but...
Yeah, you got to assume that this deck... I believe I also saw a... Oh my gosh, what is the card? It's the 2-mana cleric that can tap to reanimate something. Priest of Fell Rites. They have that. So technically they do have a way to reanimate it, but like, again, like 5 mana and 3 life is like, at that point you're not getting back your investment.
Yeah. Good old bottom Oppo. So
all I'm saying, chat, Frozen's kind of right. Like, if they had the Stern Scolding there, it would have been good. But a good situation for that card. Although I think in a Turbo Nas deck like Jensen Luris, probably not exactly the deck for that card, but would have been good in this exact scenario.
Maybe, just maybe. Alright, we do see, looks like we are moving on to the Kinnan player's turn now. They are untapping.
I think it's also worth pointing out that the Wandering Archaic has actually been really important thus far. It's a card that's always like, people are very iffy on it. Sometimes it performs really well. Sometimes it's just a 5-mana 4/4 that does nothing. But like, when it hits, when you're in a deck like Kinnan that makes so much mana, it can be a very brutal Stax piece for a deck like Jensen Luris that really needs to be like using its spells very effectively for a very little amount of mana. And yeah, just giving all the counter spells, doing all that stuff it can be very brutal.
It can. Yeah, the card once it hits is so good. It's just sometimes getting to that point can be a little rough, but like you were saying, in a deck like Kinnan that can cheat it out or just accelerate quickly so you can get it out turn 2 or turn 3 pretty easily, it does so much work, especially when you are against these more turbo-focused decks.
Yeah. 2 mana is so much. Like, think in the context of a card like God Pharaoh Statue. Like, with a God Pharaoh Statue out, it's so hard to win. And sometimes Archaic, like, can do like a decent impression, especially like one thing I really like about the card is just the sort of political aspect where it's like, okay, I'm going for my Nas, I'm paying extra, so already your Nas is worse, you're paying pure mana, and then if somebody goes to counter it, there's 2 counter spells going with it. So it can be very brutal.
It can. Speaking of brutal, Mangalorn here, very strong card. I think just the conversation of is it going to hit when it comes down? Probably the Soul Ring of the Mana Crypt, if I had to guess.
Yeah. This is again why Indestructible on the One Ring is so huge.
Yes. Oh, we've lost some.
Oh.
All right, they're back quickly.
Yeah.
All right, Manglehorn on the stack.
What the? You good there, Jensen Laris?
Something happened there.
So, okay. About Stern Scolding. So, Captain Moral Support, overhyped, not as great as everyone thinks. David Elbire seems to hit all the best creatures in CDH. So, Stern Scolding, I think, is at its best in a more controlling deck, where the ability to like counter a Dockside, counter a Timna, counter a Kinnan, counter a Thorgal, whatever, is going to be really good when you're in a more reactive shell. When you're playing a proactive deck, it's not really something you're super interested in, I think, because it doesn't really protect your combo other than like countering something like a Draneth or an Oppo or something. And it's going to have a little bit less utility for you then, because really what you want is you want your counter cells to be stopping like more than just a few creatures or a Stax piece or something. You want your counter spells to be able to stop other counter spells or, you know, hit your mind break traps and your whatever. So I think when you're playing this card, you really want to be a more reactive deck that's going to have a lot of card advantage. So when you draw a card like Scolding, you can use it on something like that and not like you know what I mean? I think you want to have a lot of card advantage. I think you want to be a deck that is actively trying to react instead of using it to defend yourself. Because I think it is a card you want to be using on Dockside and Thorgal. But most decks don't really want to, you know. Playing Blue Farm, one of the most reactive I don't know. I wouldn't play it in Blue Farm. I might play it in something like, I don't know. Like maybe I'm playing like a really controlling like mid-range Tivit or something. I don't know. But even then it probably doesn't make the cut. It's definitely not as good as people think it is, because you really want your counterspells, I think, to be able to hit more. And yeah, oftentimes it's dead, which is the biggest downfall, I think.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of downfall, we do see the Manglehorn, after a pretty lengthy discussion, hitting the Mana Crypt of the Timna Jessica player. Not a bad choice. I think taking them off some mana is good.
Yeah, I think especially with the One Ring, they're going to start having so many cards in hand. Sort of gating them on mana is not going to be a bad idea here.
Yeah. Now, especially too that the Jensen player had a bit of a mix-up. Paco Halden's still a threat. PSA have a lot of spells that they can cast, but see what they do decide to do here.
Yeah, there is an Oppo, so thankfully that Neoform, or, you know, thankfully for their opponents, that Neoform isn't going to immediately, like, grab your Con Sphinx here or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Wandering Archaic is going to swing in. Again, I think now just a conversation of who it actually does want to swing into. Timna Jessica does still have protection, so they are immune to combat damage. Wouldn't be best to swing into them. Wouldn't be bad to hit the Jensen here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that scared of Jensen after a turn like that, like using a lot of resources, but again, you're still a deck that's trying to Naz. There's a good chance they were going for a Naz there. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt to lower them.
One thing to keep in mind, though, Pocket Hodlin is also a deck that can Naz in theory, right? You hit the Naz off of it, and all of a sudden, you're at 37. Your Naz looks pretty good.
You know, if that happens, I think they deserve it.
Yeah. Immediately going into combat, or thinking about it, going into combat.
Paco hits the reanimates the dock side. You never know what's coming from Paco, you know?
Is that reanimate? I can't tell what that is.
I think that's the RKF mystical too.
Is that? Yes, I think you're right. Jeweled Lotus, which is a good hit. Mystical Tutor.
You're definitely casting the Jeweled Lotus. And then
offer you can't refuse.
What was that hit off of? Himself?
I think so, yeah. So it looks like offer you can't refuse, Jeweled Lotus.
Paco with the 15 card side. Yeah, the Paco player is very prepared. They just have like every card that's good in CDH and some that aren't on the side. Just for whatever they exile, they can just throw it in there.
Mm-hmm.
They're like so prepared. Yeah, there's the Mystical Tutor. Wow.
Yeah, no, he came prepared, which is something you have to respect for sure.
You know, when you're playing a deck like Paco Halden that is going to be playing off of your opponent's decks, like being prepared like this, kind of cool. Mm-hmm. You know, that's kind of where you want to be.
Opting to play the Jeweled Lotus and what I think is a Mox Opal from exile.
A bit scary because it does make the dock side potentially better if Jensen Luris does have this sort of reanimation spell we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And you can't sacrifice it because Manglehorn makes you enter tapped.
Yes. Looks like they are prioritizing the Mox Opal instead after some discussing. One good thing though is Dockside does come back now. The treasures do enter tap, so that gives you at least a safety net there.
Yeah, that does at least give you the turn, which can very well be the difference you need.
Mm-hmm. Sensei's Divining Top, that looks like, if I'm not mistaken. That does enter tapped, yep. Choosing to look at the top three now with some floating mana. Setting up their next draw and their next Paco flip, notably. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're the Paco Halden player, it's pretty good to be where you are at right now. The board is kind of stalled out a bit. Kinnon's not on the field. The other two players are turned off by the Wandering Archaic. They are casting the wheel. Oh.
Interesting. Okay.
Are we going to see two wheels?
Wait. Archaic's copying it? Okay.
I don't know. We'll see.
Wow.
I hope not. I don't think that's the best thing to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Kinnon, like, if you're one of these red players, like, yes, feel my breach, hit my Sevzrak. That's what I want. But if you are the Kinnon and you're not really a deck that's going to be using the graveyard that much, maybe like, nah, just the one's fine. Just the one.
Notably, the Kinnon, I think, only has one card in hand, so they're going to get a nice little present here.
Yeah. I'm curious about that decision because Paco Halden does have like a nice little stack of cards there that they have to play with, but I guess there's also multiple of them are tutors which are shut up by the oppo. I guess you're just trying to equalize the hands a little bit, but that's still little bit scary there.
Looks like the One Ring was rifted back to Timna Jessica's hand in response to the wheel, just getting that value out of the way when you have the chance. I am curious to see, because we did see that the Paco Halden player looked at the top two with the Sensei's Divining Top, so they must have saw something there that they liked.
Oh, interesting. I wonder... So they're wheeling into whatever they kept on top. I wonder if that's something that just wins.
I don't know. They're starting with a tapped Mox Diamond. Paying one here.
Hear me out. So tell me what you think of this. If you think that Paco Halden put something on top that wins immediately, is there any world as the Kinnon player where you double wheel just to make them discard it?
I'd be concerned if I was doing that, just because, again, you are filling up the graveyard so much for the other players who are on things like Breach. We do see that they just play Utopia Sprawl and pass the turn. Doesn't feel
Yeah,
great.
I guess whatever they capped is at least not coming out this turn. I wonder if it's like extra turn spells, maybe? This is a turn
interaction.
spell, usually, right?
They run a couple. I hope it's interaction more so, I think, here.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to need it.
Yeah, I agree.
So what got rifted? The One Ring?
The One Ring, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, wheeling and passing like that can always be super risky. We've seen it time and time again where it just doesn't work out for players, and they just give a bomb hand to the next player who are able to just take advantage of it. Everyone else has no interaction anymore. And they just win.
That's definitely always a very risky play. Like how I always think of it is like, oh, it's a draw 7 for me, but it's a draw 21 for my opponent, where it's like, now I got to deal with 21 fresh cards, where otherwise I may have been dealing with like 2 or 3 each, which I don't know. I'm usually not very fond of doing that unless I'm playing like a turbo deck that's going to go like lands, rock, wheel, whatever, or something, and then just refresh the turn orders, or refresh the,
Weiss, if you have a question for a judge, ping the judge channel, let them know that you want to speak privately, and I'm sure they'll be able to accommodate that. Yeah. Easy, Funks. Fozens, I don't know how to say that. Just paragraphs them with that, and you're good. Another Sensei's Dividing Top entering tap tier for the Timna Jessica player. They are also choosing to look at the top 3 right away. Having what appears to be a City of Traders to do it, if I'm not mistaken. Curious to see what they're looking for here, if they have anything. I think that playing the Senseis probably indicates they didn't get anything crazy. I'm really concerned for what Wounded could do by untapping here. Such a mana, could play Kinnan again potentially, has a full hand. We'll see.
Excuse me. Thank you.
How dare you, Bones?
I'm sorry. I'm ruining the experience. It's my bad.
Etherflux Reservoir.
Okay.
2 pieces of a combo right there. You're just missing the Bolt for Citadel.
Yeah?
I don't think that works with the Manglehorn, though, so...
Does enter tapped.
It does enter tapped. And that Crow Mox, I think, or similar Mox, will also enter tapped, but you'll gain some life off of it, which I think is the most relevant thing here.
Yeah, I mean, at 24 here, very reasonable.
Yes. Is that an anime? Oh, they're pitching the animated. I was concerned for a second. Pitching the animated to the Crow Mox, okay.
Wait, they're pitching the Animate Dead?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Animate Dead's kind of crazy here.
Maybe they have another piece, but I'm not sure. 1 mana left available to them, based on everything we're seeing. And just to highlight quickly, so Aetherflux Reservoir works by whenever you play a spell, you gain 1 life for each spell you've played before this turn. So the idea is you can assemble both the Citadel, Aetherflux Reservoir, and Sensei's Dividing Top. Both the Citadel lets you play the top card of your library by paying life instead of its mana cost. So the idea is you just put Sensei's Dividing Top on top, draw a card, and then replay it with the Bolsa Citadel. You take 1 life, but eventually you're just going to go positive on life. You'll gain enough life where you can activate Aetherflux's second ability, where you can pay 50 life to deal 50 damage to an opponent, and just take out your opponents like that. Notably, again, the Manglehorn does stop something like that, because you can't draw a card with Senseis if it enters tapped.
Oh, they noticed that the reservoir enters tapped.
That was going to be game breaking otherwise.
If they didn't, it could have affected the entirety of the game, you know? Aetherflux, notably, does not have to tap to use that ability. But, you know, you never know.
Yeah,
you're turning out the improvise.
True. Improvise in a Mardu deck.
Exactly. You never know.
Exactly. I think there's one. I think there's... Oh, that might be a blue card. I don't know.
There's one where it's like, look at the top X card to your library and then put that many artifacts on the board or something like that.
Yeah, that's a Sahili one. I couldn't remember if that was blue or not, but I think that is red.
It's from the pre-con. I don't think it's in this Tim Najeska deck, but you never know.
I'd be surprised.
Play to your outs.
There have been more crazy things that I've seen in this format, so... We do see the Jensen player untap, Mana Crypt trigger. They are down to 19 life, so we're getting a bit tight there.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel is just a good card, so, I mean, at the very worst, like, you could just play Citadel.
You could just play Citadel.
Something I'm also fond of is just using, like, Goblin Welder to cheat in a Citadel.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Goblin Welder does see some play because of fun interactions like that.
I think maybe it's a bit too cute, but I mean, it's really not hard. Obviously, you know, CDH is very not hard to just have an artifact sitting around. You know, the same reason why Beseech is so interesting. There's just always an artifact on the board somewhere.
Always somewhere. We do see the land coming down.
Well, they got a fresh hand. They can try for something.
Yeah. They were looking at the graveyard earlier, so maybe they're just looking at Luris here. Luris to hand, yep.
Yep. Hey, kitty.
Could play Luris here as well if they wanted to. Then set up for next turn. We'll see if that's what they decide to go with.
Look away, modern players. This one is a bit, this is going to be a bit scary. You see Alaris come into play.
Opting just to discard and pass, though. Pitching a land.
Holding up interaction, fair enough.
Hopefully, because Wounded is here, and Wounded is, I think, definitely the threat right now.
Yeah, Kinnan with 7 cards in hand, and it's going to be very, very hard to counter any of their spells with the Wandering Archaic on the board.
Just another utility of that card that I think makes it so good in low color decks like this.
Alright, let's see.
And at the start, Ristic Study. Yep, it is Ristic Study. So that's kind of telling. Maybe not as scary as we thought it was going to be this turn.
Yeah, looks like if they're going for the win, I think they play something else here. Probably Kinnan. But yes.
You do need to kind of hack Kinnan for your win lines, but getting Kinnan down, then like a Tezzeret or even just a Basalt Monolith Pure could do some cool stuff for you. But
Otawara ready for Kinnan. Jensen does have Otawara mana up. You never know.
You never know. Lotus Petal notably doesn't enter untapped.
Maygorn too good. Asymmetrical and everything.
2 green mana for a
Spellskite.
Spellskite's been seeing a card that's been slotted into more decks recently, just because it can protect your value pieces on board. I know Malcolm likes it. Kinnan's been playing it a lot.
I have been seeing it a bit more, and it is something I've also tried in Kinnan, having played the deck a little bit, and it does feel nice when you're playing, especially this big monsters version, where a lot of your creatures are going to be like very big removal targets, you know? when you're going for something like a wandering archaic, or you have a con sphinx on the board, having a creature there that just says, no, I don't think so, no, put your red blast elsewhere or whatever. I mean, bad example, you know what I mean.
I do. But it does look like there is a lightning bolt. I can't tell if it's in response. I would assume it is in response. Not sure what it's targeting. Ristic Study does draw a card for wounded here.
Eesh. Yeah.
Could be targeting the opposition agent or the Manglehorn.
Ooh. Yeah? I think if you are going to bolt, even if you are going to bolt the Oppo, I think doing it before the Spellskite gets down is a good idea, because Kinnan could very easily just say, no, Oppo's stopping you from winning. I'm just going to bring that over to the Spellskite, stop you from getting under the Oppo for a turn.
Mm-hmm.
We know what you mean, but do you know what you mean?
Never.
I sound like I know what I mean, right? Maybe.
I believe there's a wandering trigger, though, too, so I think that's going through.
If you're Kinnan and you have a free lightning bolt, what do you send it at here? I want to say the Timna, maybe? Because, maybe. What else?
Yeah, that's not a bad target. Is Paco or Halden, is he a 1/4? What is Halden's power and toughness?
I want to say Halden is a 1/4 from memory.
Okay, then yeah, that doesn't work, unfortunately.
If Halden has 3 or less toughness, I think that's very, very certainly to target, but I believe Halden's a 1/4.
Yep, I confirmed it. He is a 1/4, so no good there.
And Paco is in a billion most of the time, so not going there.
Yeah, he's definitely up in the teens right now.
All right, where are we seeing that?
The expropriate. I love it. All right, lightning bolt on the stack. Conversation still being had around it. Wondering. Looks like priority's being passed by the Jensen player. Wandering archaic trigger. They are acknowledging now.
Let's see. Where are you pointing this lightning bolt? Where is Paco pointing the lightning bolt, for that matter?
Hard to say. I think there's 2 really good targets. Based on what they have in the exile zone, I would say it's the opposition agent, but I can't be sure.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Notably, the LED does get around Manglehorn because you don't have to tap it to sacrifice it. So if you're trying to go for a breach line, you have that as an option.
I feel like with the amount of tutors, there's 3 tutors in exile right now for Paco Halden. I think you do just go for the opposition agent. Maybe you can try and piece together a win on your turn through the Wandering Archaic. And then just... Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to pay, because, nothing on your board gets bolted, and then you can just kill a Timna or a Jensen. It's sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, Kinnan will probably win if they untap.
And offer you can't refuse for the backup 2 for their next turn if they're going for the win attempt. Looks like it is starting with the Timna, so that was probably the wounded copy, and Oppo is the target. Makes sense, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, definitely feels right for the position Paco Halden is in, and hopefully with the cards they have in hand and the cards they have in exile, they will probably be able to piece together something here. Although Kinnan is still in main phase 1.
Spellskite did resolve. Looks like we are just looking at the top 3 again with the Sensei's defining top using the floating from the Wild Growth.
Oh yeah, okay. It looks like they just passed then, and then they're just stopping.
Yep. Okay, Kinnan has 3 mana available to them still, so
hey,
plenty
let's
of
see if they can go for
yeah.
something.
Let's see if we see the Mystical Tutor in upkeep. Doesn't look like it. We are starting right away with the draw.
Probably the gamble, yep. And
they're thinking about it. Be curious if they don't go to combat first, though. Try to get some extra stuff here.
Keep reading empty as Mana Tithe. I mean, to be fair, they'd never expect the Mana Tithe here,
Yeah. No one expects it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Mystical Tutor for extra turn was very reasonable, but that is a lot of mana to stop the Wandering Archaic, so who knows?
Well, you cast a Mystical Tutor because if you can't pay for it, then Kinnan gets a copy. They can draw it in response to their heuristic study, which means they can get a counter spell, and then most most trance spells are 5 mana, so you need at least 7 to be able to pay for it.
3 mana tax on instant sorceries here, if you don't want to give massive advantage to the player that's already doing very well, is rough.
It is,
to say the least.
Very much so. All right. Just asking you, I think, for the artifact count as well. So maybe we'll see a dockside as well. Definitely a lot of tapped artifacts that looking at probably at least 7 mana from a dockside. Starting with the Mystical Tutor, okay. So they're going to be able to get this off the Paco attack, so they will basically be able to draw the card they search for here.
They can also draw with top, right? They still have top in play?
Yep, they have top too, so that's another avenue for them. Heuristic Study trigger, Wandering Archaic trigger, though.
I'm gonna be playing Liberator next year. So listen, you can have success with anything as long as you put in the effort and the time and play whatever your heart desires. You know, I won't take that away from you. You know, you can play whatever you want to play.
So not only did they give the Kinnan player the draw, they are also letting them tutor with the Mystical Tutor here.
Wow.
Well, this isn't as bad because now you can just swing with Paco and Halton, and whatever they tutor for, you can get now before they get a chance to draw it.
That's true. That's a pretty funny interaction, actually. Yeah, find your best card and then pass it over here, please.
Yeah, give it. Let me see. Let me tutor with you. It's like the scene. They're just reaching behind Wooded Satellite, caressing them like as they're searching the deck, all romantical like.
What? Not getting the reference made that a lot funnier, I think.
I don't even know if it is a reference. It's just something.
This is kind of like the weirdest build your own opposition agent I've ever seen.
Exactly. See, now you get it.
So.
I'm so proud.
So curious to see what Wounded will opt to get here. I'm surprised that they let it happen in the way that they did. I would have thought they... Because I think you have the chance to stack the triggers, which one you want to resolve first. Between the Wandering and the Heuristic Study. So...
Oh, can you put it on top and then draw?
I thought that's what you could do.
If that's what you can do, then that's a lot sketchier. And at that point, you just pay for the rest deck.
That's the idea, right? Maybe they just missequenced it, didn't happen the way they wanted to, but... See what they do decide to go for here. While they are taking a moment to think, I do want to just shout out again our partner content creators. These are really talented and well-versed people in the community who make great content that you can check out on places like YouTube. Big thanks to Asylum Gaming, Fervent Alchemist, One Mana Floating, Veil of Death MTG, and MTG Basics. They do a lot of good things like gameplay videos, deck techs, and just things like that that are really worth checking out. So again, a lot of discussion kind of around what's happening here, what they are going to tutor for. Oh, Force of Vigor on top, okay. So maybe they're trying to, maybe they recognize that the Aether Flux is a threat. Maybe they are trying to think of some teamwork to deal with it.
Force of Vigor. Is Paco not going for a win?
Maybe this is just like, if I have to give him something, maybe I give him this so he can deal with it, if it comes to that.
You see, the funny thing is they assembled this board state without even without even the cannon.
Yeah. Dorks and artifacts will let you do that, for sure. And a wheel doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like it's the Force. Okay.
I don't hate that pick. I think if you're going to give him something, that's the best thing to give. Puts the burden on them dealing with the threats on board if they can't win.
Yeah, and it... I mean, the worst case scenario is that it can then go and hit maybe like Spellskite Mystic Study or something, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's... I like you could hit the Ristic Study, which is relevant, I think, but I don't know. Definitely a tricky situation, for sure.
Yeah, Fuzzins, that's what the C stands for.
One thing to note, though, that by having this conversation, Wounded is revealing all the interaction, basically, that is in the deck, which means not the cards that he has in hand, which does give Paco Halden some information. I saw Mindbreak Trap, a Flusterstorm, Force of Will in there. You know what? So have to be careful with that, because if they are going for a win, or if someone else is going for a win, could be relevant.
I feel like you don't go and remove the opposition agent that I think is really messing up the 5-color Luris deck. Like, I think you don't do that unless you're trying to go for a win of some sort. Like, you're going for the Mystical Tutor. You can draw right now. You can get the card with Paco. I think you definitely go for a win right now. So sort of revealing what you don't have to play around is a little bit dangerous, I think.
It is. And Wounded also has the option just to fail to find here, right? Like, Wounded doesn't need to put something to the top if he doesn't want to. So we're not hearing what this round is saying, so I am curious to hear what the conversation is about here, and what the players are kind of worried about going into this Mystical Tutor.
I definitely understand why it's taking so long, though, because this is a very weird decision. Looks like it's between Force of Vigor and Mindbreak Trap.
Seems to be it. I also get to keep an eye on the Paco Halden's board. I think they are moving the deck off camera a bit, so I just want to get a reminder into them about that. So keep their deck on camera. Looks like Mindbreak Trap is the winner.
Yeah, they're probably discussing it with the table right now. Because we still have the Force of Vigor out. They're discussing the options. They're probably like, which one should I go for? I think they're deciding collectively. I think Wounded is just talking to the table, like, what should I get here? What would be best here? Yeah, so I think it is more politics than slow play.
I agree. Players are talking. You can definitely... The hand moving, that's the indicator, right? We can't hear them, but we see the hands moving fervently, so we know there's some heated conversation.
Oh, yeah, no. I move my hands more than I move my mouth when I'm talking, so I think I'm very... Yeah, I'm very aware. This is definitely some table talk going on.
That's what we're wondering, Blind Carl. We're not sure what they are deciding. Looks like they are going for the Force of Vigor, so it sounds like they are at least giving the Paco Halden player a piece to deal with some of the threats on board if they need to. Tabernacle, gosh. Yeah, you gotta remove the Kinnan. you can't keep the Kinnan on board.
That's the thing with a lot of these lower color 2-card commanders that have begun, realizing over time a lot of the ways you deal with these commanders by just keeping them off the board. I mean, obviously Kinnan can still do some nasty stuff as you're seeing here, but if they have a Kinnan on board, they're kind of going insane here.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are seeing this one resolve. The Paco Halden player does have a trigger as well. May want to see what they want to get. This will also be very telling, because they will reveal what they get as well. Yeah, okay. I was wondering why it was in hand for a second. We would have just put it in the wrong space there for a moment.
Is that, yeah, I mean, they probably have a real Kinnan somewhere.
Yeah, probably right under it or something.
Yeah.
I doubt they just have the Ukiura there. It is a nice altar, though.
Yeah, it is a very cool altar.
All right, still a lot of conversation here about what we'll be getting. So maybe they don't have as definite a plan as we thought. Maybe they are worried about something that we don't know about.
Yeah, what I'm imagining, Weiss, is that usually when people go into the altar request, they're like, can I use this as my commander? Not for it's like, this is my only commander. But it's like, if you want to have your commander here and then an altar next to it, I imagine that's fine, right?
Yeah. So if you try to get an altar approved or get alternate art or proxy approved, you need to have official art of the card. It has to have things like the mana value in it. But you will see players who have both the original copy and an altar, and as long as players recognize what is what, they're usually okay with you having an altar there. I agree, they definitely are taking their time here. Jafak. Definitely a lot of table talk as we move in. And time, they don't have much time left, so I want to...
Yeah, they might need to move this along. Oh,
great or good? Okay, so they're looking for a select conflict, actually. So this is not the win we thought it was, possibly. Or maybe they just really want to get rid of the Wandering Archaic?
I think they need to be paying more attention to the clock, though, especially you guys starting to talk about slow play here. They're going to run out of time before somebody could win. They really need to start thinking about trying to go for the win soon.
Exactly.
But yeah, it is. Yeah.
The players have that ability. They can recognize when slow play needs to get called. It sounds like they all are communicating here. Not sure about what per se, but the altar is something I think they do need to be cognizant of.
I think if I'm I don't know, one of the players here.
Calling Ritual revealed from the Jensen player. Force of Vigor, Psychograph, Calling Ritual.
Oh boy, that's a card. That is certainly a card. Okay. I mean, I guess now you're a bit sad that you don't get a win con there.
Mm-hmm. Jensen is choosing to reveal the counter in hand. There is a Pact of Negation that we see. Also another Diabolic Intent revealed, so now more tutors at the disposal of this Paco Halden player.
Jeez. So they really got to start thinking about their clock, though. Are they casting the intent?
It's in the... Looks like they are casting it, yeah, right away. Again, Kinnan has a draw, and there is a Wandering Archaic trigger here. Looks like the Timna Jessica player is dying to commander damage. They are out. So it looks like they actually lost the Talkwalk intent. So whatever they got off of that player, they no longer have access to.
Gotcha.
Yes. So just removing it off the board because they can't cast it anymore. All right. So one less opponent to deal with. Kinnan, I think, still your main threat here. Otawara coming down, probably targeting the Alden, I'd have to guess.
It could either be, I mean, maybe they're passing the turn and they're targeting the Archaic or something. I don't know. What else?
Maybe. Nope, it is Halden, making them use some of that mana. I think that's smart.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Mana is definitely a bit rough here with these advantage engines on Kinnan's board.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they are just passing. After all that, just to pass.
Yeah, jeez. I'm a bit... I'm a bit worried about what happens if Kinnan untaps here. Or at least I'd be worried if I was the other players.
Yeah, especially now that Halden's been bounced, right? Like, Halden had some answers in there, but not anymore, so Jensen may just be trying to go for it here. Time, again, is short, so maybe Jensen recognizes this as the last turn. Only less than a minute left. Possibly a couple minute extension for something we don't know about, but most likely not.
Yeah, I think if you're Jensen Luris, it's just now is the time, you know. It is what you can.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, let's see what they're doing. Could be starting to make some big moves here. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Starting with 3 mana. Looks like this is just checking their graveyard. Is this going to be...
Luris? Luris
no, it's not the right mana. Underworld Breach.
Okay.
Underworld Breach with a Chain Vapor and a Dockside in there.
Yeah, looks like there's a Ristic trigger. They did pay 3. This could be paying for Ristic. Oh, no, not bad.
Nope. Just flowing 1 minute, looks like.
Yeah, I mean, mana's pretty gated here. You have, what, like 4 mana, including the 1 floating?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we were saying, you gotta go for it now. Now's the time.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of open mana they have to fight through, so... And their graveyard doesn't seem to be the biggest. And none of the normal combo pieces, like no Brain Freeze or LED in there as of yet that I can see. Paco Halden is looking at top, just in response. Doesn't seem like they found anything.
Oh, that is mana drain.
That's a good one. We do know about the Pact, which they could cast and pay for.
But that's so limiting. Losing 2 mana there to prevent the Archaic just from countering your own spell.
You do have the Dockside still, though, which is relevant.
That is pretty important.
They have the colorless floating, so you could Pact, pay, and then have just enough for Dockside after.
Oh yeah, Kinnan does have Force of Vigor, don't they?
No,
oh no, it's under Paco.
Paco, yeah, and Halden's gone, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why we're seeing the mana drain. So this will probably be the Pact in response then?
I would assume so. They are thinking about it, though.
I mean, if you're not going for it now, like, what other opportunities are you going to get?
Exactly. I think it's make or break right now. It's 2 minutes over time. Round's going to be ending.
I don't think you're winning.
The last turn.
I don't think you're winning if either of these 2 players on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is most likely the final turn, yes.
Yeah.
For the final turn cycle. we have reached
Definitely.
the end game.
Definitely been an interesting game here for sure. I think Kinnon's done a really good job of putting pieces on the board that kind of stops everyone. Paco's been putting in the beats.
Oh, there's the
Opposition intent
bats.
was relevant.
This Wonder Cake has been putting in a lot of work here because that is a 2-mana pact.
Mm-hmm. Nobly does get a card off Ristic still. Doesn't look like there's... Oh, Flusterstorm in response from the Paco Halden player. Very nice.
Jeez. Yeah. Unfortunate. That is a countered breach, and that is probably the game for our Jensen player.
Unless they have something else up their sleeve. Luris is in hand, but I don't think they have enough mana to really do anything with it.
Looks like they only have 2 mana. I don't know what else they can pull here. Yeah, they're just passing. Fortunate for them.
They must have an extension then.
I'm wondering... I feel like if you're Kinnan, you just win here. I mean, depends what's in hand, but you've drawn so many cards off of Ristic. You have your advantage engines going unanswered for so long.
It depends. You don't have like a ton of artifacts. You have some... You can definitely probably replay Kinnan, but it's all depending what you have in hand. Players just talking real quick, see what's coming next. Alright, moving to draw it looks like for the Kinnan player.
Paco Halden trying to... Oh. What card is that they're showing off?
I can't tell. Looks like they realized that.
Did they time out? Or
Yep,
did
looks
they
like looks like they realized time was called, or at least they decided on a draw. So, this one is going to be a draw.
Regrowth. Okay, yeah, that looks like a draw.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we had a pretty quick one to start. Najila taking it out quickly, as Najila likes to do. And then a pretty interesting game that went to time.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard. These blue-green X stacks, you know, they get their advantage engines online. Paco started, quote-unquote, drawing a lot of cards, Ristic drawing cards, all these weird stacks pieces stopping anyone from going for it. It's just, it's very hard to actually sneak in a win between all that nonsense going on, you know?
It is. Players gave it the best shot they could. Jensen was able to present at least a couple win attempts, or at least trying to, though whether it was Kinnan or the Oppo surprising them, couldn't quite get there. But we still have one more round to go. A lot of people are still live to get into that top 16. Will be really exciting to see what they bring. We are going to ship it off to a quick break. But just again, thank you to all our players, thank you to everyone behind the scenes, and thank you to all of you who are joining us here in the chat. We appreciate all the support you've been given.
Yep, make sure to stick around for next round. Is next round not
Round
top
5.
16? Okay, round 5.
Mm-hmm.
Is 5 rounds in top 16?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Round 5 will be very soon. Still a lot of game to be played. Still a lot of opportunities to make top 16.
Take a picture of your life, put it on your bedroom wall, check on it from time to time, make sure that you don't lose heart. Take a picture of your life, frame by frame, with profiles and courage, name by name. Put a picture of your sadness next to one from better days. It's a holy madness, this holy joy and this holy pain. You came to bum a smoke, we stayed together as the seasons passed, and you left with a story and a shoebox of photographs. The cameras are flashing, jumpsuit and a gutter punk kid with a neck tattoo. They're hooking up at the unisex bathroom. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. Across the bar sat the hip-hop purists, arguing with the jazz obscurists. And in the corner were the terrified tourists. Brooklyn, Friday love. Angel choirs on the corner all night, sing Johnny Cash and Jackson 5. A little heaven you can stumble into. We got your invite tonight. Don't try to Friday. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to Friday. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. They come from Mississippi and La La Land, the new wave hippies and the pop goth glam. It's just
Good recovery, good recovery. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chaos Treasures 7. I'm Fetch, and with me is Bones.
Hello.
And have we got a wild game for you? We're going to be heading into our pod pretty immediately here. There's quite a few known players. Tremnek, as a lot of people have been talking about, bringing Tatiova turns, which is a surprise. But that is not the only one here who's bringing some spice. Well, we'll get to that last. Another good player, we got Hurix with bringing the puppy, bringing that hold on Paco, and then Sergio bringing Rogsai as you do. I mean, Sergio known for being a very good turbo player. And then we've got another very well-known player, especially for Chaos tournaments, Pixel, bringing a very different deck. Or at least I think this is the same Pixel. If not, then that's a weird coincidence. But man, this is a wild list. This is Bruce Tana.
Yeah, if you've never seen Bruce Tana before,
I've never seen Bruce Tana before.
I wouldn't blame you. But it appears like the game plan is to take advantage of the text on Tana, which is not usually something that the decks playing Tana do. So, very excited to see if we get to see it. Some Saprolings hit the battlefield this round.
I just confirmed it is in fact the same Pixel that is known for the Tyam list, and instead is bringing Naya Beats. And yeah, looking at this list, man, there's a whole bunch of weird cards.
I think if you're someone who's such a deck specialist, you're known for one deck, you're the Tyam player, this is what you play. It's sometimes nice to spice it up, bring something different. Maybe like, oh, people see your name, they know, all right, I gotta prepare for the Tyam, You bring something spicy, bring something they never expect, Who's ever played against Bruce Tana? What do I mulligan to? What do I do against it? Who knows? Element to surprise a little bit here for Pixel.
This is certainly something surprising. we're getting into turn one already, as we're seeing fetch land getting cracked. But yeah, looking at this list, when I say it is a beats deck, I mean it is like all built around beats.
Ooh.
Really good start here for her X.
Wow, what a turn. Lands, Mana Crypt, Spellskite, Tinderwall. That is also a turn 2 Paco. So
that's pretty solid right there.
Very fast.
Great start, but Tatiova getting land into a Mox. So maybe not quite as explosive, but still not bad. Oh, Soul Ring.
Okay.
Never mind.
It's getting more explosive. There's the Soul Ring. What land is that? Is that the Battle Bond land?
Twitch chat, help us out.
Into the turn 1 Ristic Study. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, what? That's a disgusting turn.
It is not Goto Helm. You'll have to see. When we're telling you it's Saproling Beats, that is what is happening here. Shout out to Utopia Mycon as well.
The deck is titled "This is what peak CDH looks like," and man, there's some spicy cards in this deck.
Rejuvenating Springs. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, speaking of peak CDH, like these first 2 turns, holy crap. They're coming up. It's fast, yeah.
Whenever you have to play Rog's Eye and have someone draw a card off it, that's not a good sign for you.
Yeah.
But we do have the Rograk coming down along with the land, and it looks like a pass after that. Not cracking the fetch. But we are shocking in a Monkey.
Hello, Monkey.
Turn 1 Ragavan. Not bad.
Yeah, Ristic already drawn 2 cards too. This is why, heard good things about that card. Turn 1, pretty good time to play it.
This is why Ristic should be banned. That's partially a joke, partially that card is busted.
See, that's not even a joke for me. I just agree with that.
But
all right,
Monkey
let's
pass.
See. Are we seeing a puppy here? Would not be surprised.
They do have another land drop coming down.
Yeah, they can puppy ping for Ristic, which is very nice. Don't want to give Tatyova that many cards, Already had an insane start.
For real. I mean, Tatyova, not known for being the most powerful deck in the world, but when you have a turn 1 Ristic, it certainly doesn't hurt your odds.
Yeah. They do also, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. With a land drop, they can get the turn 2 Tatyova as well. And these 5-mana commanders coming out turn 2. Relax.
Man. What year is this? It's getting turn 2 commanders 5 drops out of nowhere. Moral support saying just need more Bowmaster to respond to the Ristic. We are in fact seeing that turn 2 puppy.
Yep. Oh. Okay, drawing a card at Ristic.
Yeah,
turn 2 were there any turn 2 wins? I saw a turn 3 win, but
I don't know if there are any on stream. I don't know. I know there was, I think there was a turn 1 win for something. I remember hearing there was a turn 1 win that happened, but I don't know. I didn't, not fully aware of that situation.
Wow. Okay.
Either way, we're seeing the dog turn sideways and exile.
Force of Negation. What is that from Rog's Eye? Flusterstorm?
I think it's a Flusterstorm from Rog's Eye.
And an Ancient Tomb from Tana Bruce. And then what is that from Baka? What did they hit?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Might be another land. I'm not entirely confident.
Yeah, a bit too
I think it has a mana cost of some kind. Oh, I think that might be. I recognize the card art. It's the one where it's the brain. Is that one of the turn spells? No, it's Memory Lapse. It's Memory Lapse. Okay.
Memory Lapse. Okay. Immediately getting interaction and the next land drop off of Paco is very interesting.
It's certainly not bad. I do find it hilarious that they have all the cards prepared for them where they can pull out. That shows you how much they play this deck. It's just like, okay, print out all of the known, the common cards.
You just got every card in CDH on the ready on the side. Okay, what's Paco find me? It's this? Okay, got the proxy ready already. Cards in their deck too. You got to imagine they have a second copy of their deck on the side just to put whatever they exile.
Well, I mean, they get to exile their own deck, so it's not like they have to make a second copy, but...
Okay. Would be funny.
It would be funny. I mean, they might have a second deck of their own, because in case they play against another Paco player. But
do they have enough if they exile 2 of the same card? That's a good question. I'm curious to see if they just exile 2 Ancient Tombs and then they just get both copies out. They're ready for anything.
they're always prepared. I would not expect for them to be ready for some of the cards that Pixel is running, but I guess we'll have to see.
God, I really want them to hit something insane off that. Yeah, okay, there's the turn 2 Tatyova as well.
Yeah, turn 2 Tatyova, and then cracked a land from the Rockside player. Looks like they're cracking a second land, and there might be some kind of response. Either that or they're just taking their time, making sure they think things through.
No running stickers or attractions. Yeah, what if they hit Mind Goblin off of the top? They have to have the sticker sheet, just in case.
I hate the fact that that is actually a thing that you would technically have to do.
So somebody tell the pilot they gotta start getting their stickers ready. They gotta be prepared.
Gotta declare your stickers in case you hit a Mind Glove. Like, I guess you can just have it where if someone else is declaring stickers at the start of the game, you can declare stickers as well. So I guess you can do that.
You're playing versus Karkashima, you gotta be ready for the command performance. You never know.
Oh, no. Oh, I hate that. What has this game come to?
Oh, is that?
I think that's a calling the week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Calling the week on their Rog Rack. And we'll see what follow-up they have for it. Tapping. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ristic.
Okay, sure.
You do still have 2 black floating. So I don't know if there's anything that they want to do off of that.
It's kind of interesting.
Like they're just...
Huh. Oh, no, wait.
Oh, no, they are.
Wishclaw.
Very nice.
Okay, interesting. So Tatyova is drawing a lot of cards here, which is scary. But
understatement.
Yeah, but I mean, Ristic and Wishclaw, I mean, you're pretty nicely set up for your next turn.
Oh, that's definitely a great turn for you. It's just Tatyova has like half a dozen. No, not half a dozen. A dozen cards in hand. I was debating between saying a dozen or saying half of their deck, because honestly, they're not too far off from that.
Yeah, I think we are going to see a crazy turn, though. Coming next. What? Oh my gosh, we're so blind. That's the Ragavan hit.
I believe the Ragavan hit a Yawgmoth will.
Gotcha. Alright. So now we get to see, okay, Utopia Sprawl into Blind Obedience. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good against Rogsai. Make all those artifacts that are tapped.
It's pretty good in general. Blind Obedience is a very strong card.
Yeah. It seems so, I don't know, it always seems so innocuous to me, and then every time it's in play, I'm like, wait, how do I win? It's like, wait a minute. All my treasures are tapped? I can't dockside combo? Ugh.
The one thing is it doesn't really impact the Tatyova much. Which, given how far ahead Tatyova is right now.
Tatyova has like 1 billion cards in hand, has the commander online, has a Ristic study. They can like just play something that gives them extra land drops, go like bam, 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 draw 4 more cards. Like, Tatyova can explode when she untaps. Like, we're gonna see some scary shit.
We do see another swing of the puppy. Getting a swat from Sergio. I can't tell
like
what that...
I think that's a Cavern of Souls, maybe?
Maybe. That would make sense.
Tatyova is very stacked. Yeah, Tatyova does in fact look like none of the stacks here looks like it's going to be very much affecting you. And like, sure, you get Rule of Lot or you get whatever. If you have Tatyova out, you're still drawing cards, maybe like multiple cards a turn. So you're still getting so much value. Yeah, okay. Deflecting Slot, Worldly Tutor, Cavern of Souls, and then maybe a Chrome Mox.
The Worldly Tutor is what was throwing me off so hard.
Yeah. Yeah,
when I first saw that flip, I was legitimately thinking, is that an ancient Mew? Are we playing Pokemon right now?
Wait, hold on. Wait, it's mine. I swear I got one.
Oh, you're looking for your ancient Mew?
I'm prepared.
But as we see Halidon go for the tap, wonder what they're gonna be playing for off of here. Or is it just because, is it where they realize that Halidon is tapping against the Blind Obedience? That might be it.
Oh, did Paco attack Tatyova? Paco attacked Tatyova, I think.
Okay, then.
Huh. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's definitely in a really good position.
Yeah, Tatyova down to 29. I guess with how strong Tatyova is in a position right now, you really want to apply some amount of pressure, and that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah. Interesting. My mind just keeps going to... I mean, I guess with the Blind Obedience, you're not that worried, but it's like Rogsai with Wishclaw and Ristic. But I mean, I guess Blind Obedience plus the Ristic plus Tatyova has 1 billion cards. I mean, at this point, you got to start doing something to her, or else she's just going to spiral out of control. Ooh, okay. That is Nissa, I think is something like Resurgent Animist.
You are correct. Nissa Resurgent Animist.
So she's sort of like a Lotus Cobra that also just can quote unquote tutor an elemental or an elf if you make enough land drops. I'm curious.
In this deck, it tutors either a Shia, Oracle of Moda, or Quarian Ranger.
Yeah, that just tutors your Ashaya combo, huh? In enough turns, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, in 3 turns, you just get there.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No, definitely not.
Not the fastest thing in the world, but it provides additional value on top of that. Seems pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a cool package. That's a cool little tutor package to put in your deck.
I mean, there's not really much of a downside to it. It just, for free, gets you stuff on top of giving you mana.
Yeah. Oh, so in the chat, RKF, Richard K. Ferguson, the artist, he's the one, he did a lot of the new Dominaria remastered set. So a lot of those tutors, like Worldly Tutor, Mystical Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, all got an art from him. And, he also did... I think it was in the Commander Master set, we also saw, for example, the Grand Abolisher. And if you play, like, Hammer Time, you got your Pure Steel Paladin, just recently got an art from him. So a lot of those tutors you're going to be seeing with this art, because that was a very recent printing that lowered the price of them quite a bit. So, yeah, when people are talking about that, that's what we're looking at. And I do agree, definitely one of my favorites. Like I was saying, that Pure Steel Paladin, like, almost got me into Hammer. I was like, I don't know if this deck's for me, but, like, That art, though, I don't know.
But we did see a Mox Diamond pitching.
Discarding a Mystic Sanctuary?
Yeah.
Holy.
Getting rid of the Mystic Sanctuary.
That's very surprising.
Like, it either means that they have some way to do, like, to get it in their hand, or...
Oh. Yeah. They do have the Ramen up in the Crucible.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Passing with interaction up. I believe in the graveyard is a Wayward Sword Tooth.
That would make sense. That does look correct, yeah.
Alright. Rog Sai. Untapping with the Wish Claw. But I don't know if there's a way to go off on this board. Tatyova left a decent amount of mana up. That is 3 mana with like a hand of 7 cards and a Heuristic Study. Plus the Blind Obedience. I think actually trying to go off here would be a very difficult task.
Well, and with Paco and Haldon both in play, and multiple interaction pieces under them.
Yeah, true. That's a Flusterstorm, Force of Negation. Still not sure what that one all the way to the left is. Or no, Memory Lapse.
It's a Memory Lapse, yeah.
Yeah. So that is 3 counterspells minimum on face up. Like, geez.
Yeah, that is not a whole lot that Rogsai can do here.
Yeah, 2 control players and 1 like light Stax deck is like, yeesh.
You kind of have to go for a more grindy plan, even as Rogsai, which, looking at their list, is not the type of Rogsai that this is. It's a very focused, very fast Rogsai list. Not running any wheels, it is running wheels, not running any Notion Thieves or anything like that. You do still have the Bowmasters in there, so that is an option.
Bowmasters might be one of the best cards you can find at this point. Yeah, definitely. I think if they try to lay low, try and find the Bowmasters eventually. But yeah, that turn 1 rest deck I think was just so brutal. Really couldn't let you try and go off too early. And then just everyone got down their things and got a billion counterspells up. I don't know. I don't think there was a window.
I think Bowmasters might be your best option, because I think if you go for a Bowmasters, you might be able to convince the rest of the table to let it hit so that Tatyova has that life pressure. But we do see a fish coming down and a grinding station.
Okay. Get some advantage. Enters tapped. Fair.
Sure. It is funny.
At least it untaps
itself. That's hilarious.
I always love, like, every time I see that it untaps itself, it's so funny. There's so many different things you can do with that. Enter, sack something, untap. Love that. Mm-hmm. It's just so weird that it does that to itself.
It is a bizarre interaction with its like its own card that a lot of people don't think about until you get really into CDH and realize, oh, okay. This card does these weird things.
All right, Monke hits a... Oh, I didn't see what that was before I went to Exile.
Was it a Beseech, maybe?
Could have been. Did hit the Rogsai player, so...
It was some kind of black card. It might have been a Beseech the Mirror. I'm not entirely sure.
How much have you been seeing Beseech the Mirror just recently, out of curiosity?
I haven't been playing a ton of Magic recently because I've been moving. I just recently moved into a new house, so my setup is different right now than when normal. Which Chad is saying Praetor's Grasp was what it was. Praetor's
Grasp, yeah, okay.
But I think in theory, Beseech the Mirror is a fantastic card. Like, it's just so powerful in so many situations.
I think there's a lot of good for it, especially, we're talking about the One Ring last game, the fact that it can put the One Ring directly into play, I think, is very strong. And the fact that it can, put Breach into play, put whatever into play, just being a very powerful tutor, I think. I mean, obviously 3 black is kind of scary, but strong card.
Yeah, it reminds me of Necropotence in some ways.
Yeah. I mean, it can be Necropotence.
True. But we are seeing a pretty big Cycriff coming down here.
Oh, wow. Is this just main phase, or is this end step?
I don't actually know. I know we did see a Tana get played.
Yeah, I was gonna say we finally see Tana hit the board. We could start playing the game now, but not if they're just gonna Cycriff that.
Yeah, it's a very impactful Cycriff. I would be shocked if it resolves, though. Like, especially looking at Tremnek. The Cycriff, if it is a... I'm not entirely sure whether it was overloaded. I think they have just enough for overload if it was on their main phase. I could be wrong about that, though.
Oh, but their creatures are still tapped. So this might have just been a single target on end step.
Okay. Or if it is single target, this could actually resolve. I'm not sure what it's targeting, though. Looks like there's some politics going on at the table. Be interesting to see where this goes. Yeah, definitely some politics going on. Talking about how Tremnick's saying how he has to block with the Taziova to not die against the puppy.
Oh, is puppy already in commander damage range?
I think it's very close, if not already there. Specifically against Tremnick, because Tremnick has taken the damage before.
Okay, so I imagine it's targeting Tatyova to try and go for the kill. In which case, yeah, you have to counter that.
Yeah, they're doing a whole lot of talking about it. Interesting to see where this goes. Yeah, seems like right now the big thing being talked about is how creatures and how blocking is going to come into play here.
Yeah, that's the brutal thing about playing against Paco Halden is that commander damage becomes a really big, actual threat that you have to start thinking about. And yeah, it looks like Tatyova is probably pulling the trigger on some sort of interaction just to be like, I would like to not die on your turn, please.
It makes sense to me. You've drawn a lot of cards. You really want to make sure you stay alive so you can keep getting that crazy value before doing your loop, which you're not far off from doing.
Yeah, and you can't just bounce the Paca or do single target removal either because that spells guy.
We are seeing a response. I don't recognize the card art.
Yeah, I don't either.
A rapid hybridization, apparently. One of the secret layer arts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I was saying, that spells guide is just gonna eat it, Yeah.
Yeah. The spells guide will get that redirection.
Okay. Now cast Pongify. Hit him with the 1-2.
The ultimate combo. Blue removal. I will turn your entire board into monkeys.
Why didn't that card get overload? Come on. Get on it. It's a Saproling. That's perfect for this game.
Amazing. Cycriff back on the stack. We'll see if there's another response here.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's gotta be, or there might just be dead. Which is crazy considering how wild of a start they had.
Legitimately. Going this far ahead and then being this close to already being taken out by combat damage, commander damage is being the relevant thing here.
Paco is definitely gotta be like one of the fastest clocks too. It's just like, this is 2 turns of getting hit by this puppy, and you're already like death zone.
There is some politics going on, and Pyrex is trying to make a deal with Tremnek, saying, if you let my Psych Rift resolve, I will not attack you this turn. And it seems like that deal is going through.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, oh, you're not killing me? I can untap? Okay, cool. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, you're still not exactly super happy about it, but it's worth taking a little bit of time to play to your outs, I'll say.
Yeah. Like, if you're not confident in your ability to fight, especially since there's a face-up force of negation and it's not their turn, like, it's I don't know if you're going to be winning that fight.
We got another flip. Cabal Writ from bottom right. Is that what is that in the top right? Is that March of the Swirling Mist? What is that card? I think that's March of the Swirling Mist. And then there's a Noxious Revival in there. I think that was just flipped.
Yeah, okay, it is a March. It is a March of Swirling Mist.
Yeah. I'm not sure what was flipped in the bottom left. I mean, I don't know if I'd even recognize a card if it got flipped. I kid you not. When I first was looking through this deck, I had to read a solid 20 cards to have any idea what they did. It's not even the cards where it's like, oh, that's a card that exists. It is like, wait, huh? What does this do?
I don't think they're on Null Rod. So I don't think it's Null Rod. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, they're putting it up top of their camera. Put down a little bit. Let us see it.
Is getting played.
Oh, that's a hard cast Consecrated Sphinx, huh?
Oh, damn.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
I think the...
Oh, did they play Cavern on Sphinx?
Yeah, I think the Cavern...
Ooh.
So that Sphinx could get down for free. Well, I say for free, without getting countered, without getting stopped.
Oh, yeah, something we also didn't mention. Rockstar's dead. Paco killed them.
Oh, straight up.
Paco just murdered them. I noticed them packing their cards up, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Jeez.
Ugh.
Wow.
Okay. Brutal. Yeah, okay. And there's a mystical tutor from Tatyova hoping to find an answer to this ginormous puppy.
Offer you can refuse.
And it is getting offered. Yeah.
See if there's a counter here.
The card from Bruce Tana was Guardian Augmenter. Oh no, wait a minute. Guardian Augmenter with Puppy in play.
That's actually good.
Uh-oh.
That's actually so good for Paco Heldon. That's insane. Normally, not exactly a powerful card. 3 mana for your commanders are slightly bigger and have hexproof, which hexproof is very relevant, but still, 3 mana for a 2/2 that doesn't do much. But man, for that puppy, with how big it is,
the Sphinx resolved. The Sphinx had a Cavern on Sphinx to protect its resolution. Not really much they were able to do about that one. It looks like we were on end step, and Tatyova attempted to Mystical Tutor, which was stopped by an offer.
I'm just saying, you guys have heard of Clifford the Big Red Dog. But I think we've got a bigger dog here. Ow. Well, okay then.
Honestly, I feel for the Rockside player. Whenever I play against Paco Halton, I'm always the one dying to combat damage. I feel their pain. Quite literally.
I was bringing up that if Sphinx was on the battlefield, then the Ristic would have fed the Sphinx. So yeah, it is likely that the Sphinx was still on the stack, even though it couldn't be countered.
You're right.
So, Noxious Revival getting hybridization back into the hand.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Or at least back on top of the deck, so it can be in the hand. But
yeah,
whenever you get to that point right now where you have to debate about whether it's worth it to draw off the Ristic feeding the Sphinx. Because right now, Tremnak has way more cards in hand. And I think Herrick's only has 2. So you kind of just have to say it's not as valuable for me to draw cards as it is to stop you from drawing cards.
Yeah, 2 is a lot.
And we do go to unsap. Draws happen.
At least you have the hybridization now. You can get rid of that Sphinx. Or the dog, technically.
It's the dog. It is absolutely the dog. The Sphinx is terrifying, don't get me wrong. But that dog is just... You're going to be dead next turn.
Yeah. It's rough, though. You definitely... Letting a con Sphinx just sit on the battlefield is like, ugh.
Yeah, it's not good. Deep in the think tank at this point. Trying to see, okay, what's the best way I can do this? How can I not throw and end up feeding them more cards or anything like that?
Alright, hybridization on the con Sphinx. That is what we are seeing.
So with that being the case, I would expect there to be another piece of interaction here. I don't know whether it's going to be played right now or played in just a little bit, but with how terrifying that Paco is, I would expect there's going to be something else in hand in order to answer it.
It is worth noting that the Nissa, at least you can throw her in front of the puppy to try not to die. But a piece of bounce, a piece of removal interaction, and you are just dead. So
Tatiova is getting replayed, followed up by a Gaia's
Riddle. Okay, which also draws you a card, nets you an extra mana. Now up to 4.
Not bad, not bad. The Tatiova getting tapped because they're reminded that currently all creatures come in tapped. Blind Obedience.
Oh, Blind Obedience. Oh, Blind Obedience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Landfall is always the scariest deck at your casual tables, though. Look at how much value you're getting just by playing your land drop. Yeah, let me just draw a card, make a mana. Then it starts to get crazy. Now I'm drawing like 3 cards, making 3 land drops.
I mean, I don't think it is... I don't think it's going to be going for a win this turn. They don't have much mana. They want to hold mana open for if they have any interaction in hand. Or if they draw any... If they draw into any interaction... Geez, my words just failed me there.
You know, it just... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it just occurred to me that the reason that they're running Memory Lapse is that they just counter something and then eat it with Paco. I didn't realize that. Or I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. That's an Azusa.
Oh.
like I'm saying, you're going to start making extra land drops, going to start getting extra mana, and Nissa's going to tutor up something here, which, as we said, is either, it's either Ashaya, Crown Ranger, or Oracle Motaya.
Yep.
So one of those about to get flipped into here.
I think Azusa is probably one of the best drops possible right now.
Azusa is going to get so much value on this board.
As we start flipping, we hit the Ashaya.
Yep, okay. Ashaya, that's a lot of mana.
It's a lot of mana when you can play it.
So right 1, 2, 3.
Right now, the blind obedience is really putting the hurt in there for the Ashaya.
Yeah, they do have 5 mana though.
If they tap out, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. At least for the Ashaya.
Yeah.
Now, if they tap out for an extra turn spell, that's a whole nother story.
Oh yeah, I think if you have the extra turn spell, although that Force of Negation just sitting there is kind of brutal.
Another land coming down, getting to draw more cards.
Make another mana, draw another card,
Just casual things.
Just casual things. So now you have 7 mana?
They have 6 available from the lands, and then they had... was it 1 or 2 floating from Nissa?
I think it's just... Oh, okay, Temporal Mastery. Okay, yeah.
So they had 8 mana available, because that's 7 mana for Temporal Mastery.
Must have had 2 from the Nissa. Yeah, okay. We're seeing the Force of Negation here. Let's see if they have the counter spell. They do have the Ristic trigger, which if they draw, that is... Let's see. Do they have the interaction? Oh, the Fierce! Okay. Wow.
Makes sense.
Are we seeing the extra turn spell? Tayova could be going off right now.
With the Tatiova getting that extra turn, it goes from, okay, Tatiova, while in a good spot, is still in a very scary position. That
Fierce resolves
very quickly. Yeah, that extra turn can very quickly turn this into a game over state.
It resolved. Okay. We're seeing Tayova untap into an extra turn.
Notably, Temporal Mastery does get exiled as a part of its casting. So can't loop that specifically. But
they can... Let's see if they can get to a spot where they can... They're looking probably... What do they need? What do they need to win here? They need probably a Ramanop effect to get back to Mystic Sanctuary?
Ramanop, Sylvan Safekeeper, and another extra turn would do it.
Yeah,
Other than that, they have... So combos are shut down.
Oh. So worth noting, one is that there is still that what's it called? Oh my gosh, Paco still has that. I'm blanking on the name of the card. It's the one you pay with 2 Phyrexian mana and you regrow something to the top.
Noxious Revival.
Yeah, so there's still a Nox Rev that can stop a Mystic Sanctuary loop or something. We're also seeing Field of the Dead.
Ooh.
What else? I was also going to say that the Sylvan Safekeeper was revealed off of the Nissa flip. So it's not in hand right now. It's in the deck because it was revealed when they were flipping towards Ishaya, I think. I believe I saw it.
I do not recall. Either way, that blind obedience is shutting down a surprising amount here.
Yeah. Blind obedience, every time I see it, puts in so much work.
At this point, counting up a whole lot of things.
They draw their whole deck with Curion, which Nissa...
Yeah, Yeah, curing, they can bounce it to itself because the Ashaya is already okay. Yeah, curing, they can bounce it and draw their whole deck. Yep.
Oh, because Nissa's making the mana when it enters. Okay.
Yeah, because of the Nissa.
Oh, but they found, is that the Oracle off the Nissa trigger?
Yes, that is.
Yeah,
Oracle
so they didn't hit the Quran Ranger. They still need a creature tutor or something.
If they get another extra turn, they can get there. Or if they get creature tutor, they can get there.
So turn spell creature tutor is what you're looking for. You win on the spot, draw your deck, win somehow. You know.
I mean, we talked about how it's 3 turns to win the game with that Nissa. 3 turns to win the game sounds pretty slow, but when you keep in mind that you're taking more turns than every other player, it speeds up pretty quick.
Jeez, that Fields of the Dead. Wait, every time the Quran enters, it's also going to trigger Fields of the Dead. That's interesting.
I don't think that matters much in this instance, but it's cute things.
Yeah. Okay, solve the equation so that wins. Because that finds either an extra turn spell or the creature tutor, and then you just get your combo.
Yeah, at this point, need to see some form of interaction here. I don't know if there's going to be any.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, finding the Temporal Mastery, which should be enough to just win the game. Wow. Impressive showing by Tayova.
Still technically not fully closed out yet, but based off what people have shown, I don't expect us to see a way to stop this.
Yeah, I think if there was more interaction, it would have been used on the... Temporal Manipulation. Mastery was the one that already resolved, I think.
Yeah. Manipulation is the 5-mana one.
Yeah, so if you had interaction that you could use on the Manipulation, I think you would have already used it on the Mastery. So I think it's probably over.
Very likely.
And we didn't even get to see a single sapling. Unless you count the one that's actually a lizard over there.
I don't think that counts. It is very sad to see. It's a pretty fast game, honestly.
Yeah.
And yeah, no one has any way to stop it. That's game. Tremnek. Tatiova turns, taking the win.
Interesting. You know, I did early in the stream, I did say Tayova, underrated deck, very strong. You know. Let's put it out. This deck is nasty. But I mean, you know.
Is certainly a very powerful piece that this deck got recently. Really helps out with that consistency, giving you more value, both from another landfall piece to get you mana so that you can continue to play out things, as well as seeing here that consistent tutor.
Yeah. The fact that it just puts both halves of your Shia combo into your hand, if you like chain together turns, feels very strong. And they had a very good start as well, so you know, very cool to see that deck go off.
Tremnek will be, with this win, making it into the top 16. Total of 13 points after this, as they have not lost a game yet. Whole lot of draws, but no losses.
Yeah. Undefeated. Wow. Very cool.
It counts. It counts as undefeated.
Yeah.
People are like, sure. Oh, it's just a bunch of draws. It doesn't count. It counts. We hop into another game here where we see double Atraxa, an Obnix, and we have some Elsha.
Elsha, okay. It looks like
currently a Thurkle on the board. I don't know whether it's on the stack or not.
It looks like it's the other Atraxa's turn, so I think it must have been stopped then. There's also a Bowmaster's in play, which is notable.
Seems like a whole lot has gone on here based off of what's in the graveyard for everyone. Not entirely sure how we got here, but it seems like it's been a wild ride.
So is it the other Atrax's turn?
Either it's the other Atrax's turn, or they are cracking something at instant speed, one of the two.
I do like the Atraxa playmat. This feels very on theme. They're dedicated to this deck.
This is not an Atraxa player that I am personally familiar with. But you do also have Cricket, which is an Atraxa player that I think they might actually have. I think Cricket's list might be on the database right now. I think that might be one of the ones on the database.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think so. I forget exactly. There's a handful in the Brewers Corner, and I think Cricket's is one of them, but I could be wrong.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know whether it was Atrax's turn, but it appears to be Obnix's turn right now. As we see mana getting tapped, Obnix hitting the board.
Obnix, another commander that has always seemed just very, very strong whenever I see it out. It just, the text on that card is just so crazy.
It's a really powerful effect. Only having the two colors gives you a lot of limitations for it. So that kind of slows you down. But you really... I mean, I say you're slowing down. You're playing Rakdos, so you are still fast regardless. It's just, you don't have that same level of interaction and same level of unstoppable card draw, I'll say. Because Obnex, you get a ton of card draw, but it's very specific in how you can do it.
Yeah, for sure. These, oh, what is that?
Toxic Deluge.
Fair. Okay, yeah. Goodbye, Obnex. It wasn't long, but, you know, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't really do much, but Toxic, a very powerful card for a very good reason.
Putting Thoracle into the graveyard, too, not irrelevant. Possibly,
no.
Depending on deck list.
Which I am looking at the deck list right now, and I'm noticing the Atraxa list by Cricket includes Talion.
Oh, really? Yeah. Talion in the 99 is not something I have seen before. I have heard a lot of people just talking about that commander being very strong in play testing, drawing a very large amount of cards. So that's pretty interesting. I've been really wanting to see the deck play out personally, but I know I've heard it's
I
very
guess good. Why not just run Talion, One Ring, Ristic, just all of the card draw engines?
Yeah, I mean, having like 10 whatever 4-mana card event. Wait, okay, are we seeing a Path to Exile on the Thoracle in response to the Deluge? Looks like they were also worried about those reanimate Thoracle kind of lines, which, you know, fair.
Yeah, Eternal Witness is run in the deck for Cricket, so it is certainly a threat, as well as you have Finale, which can get it back from the graveyard.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You just get rid of that win condition, don't want to see it, you know. Just limit their options. It makes sense. Now, Elsha did appear to lose a lot of resources from that, though. Only has 3 lands out, preordaining possibly for a land. And yeah, without that card advantage brought on by Elsha, might be in a little bit of a hard position, especially since, you know, maybe they cast it off like a Jewel Lotus or something, and now it's going to take a very long time to get the Elsha back out.
Well, we did see a Jewel Lotus in the graveyard there. So I would guess something like that happened.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'm looking at the board, and there's so much mana on the board for Atraxa in the bottom right there. So
8 mana right now.
Hey, you know it can be cast for less than 8 mana. Did Trem win that? Yes, Trem did win the last game.
Yeah, Tremnek was able to get the win
In glorious fashion.
Spells and yeah.
It was a Nissa Resurgent Animist win line, which was very cool.
Mm-hmm. Mana is being counted, probably mana types, which I realize it's actually 9 mana available, as one of them is an Ancient Tomb.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I definitely think very reasonable to cast Atraxa here.
It's a very good card.
I have, it resolves and Doom is soon to follow.
It's not always just a win button, but in a situation like this, if you can get that Atraxa to hit the board and no one stops you, it sets you up really well here.
Yeah.
Interestingly, looking at their list, they are on Emil.
Emil. Ooh, okay. All right, yeah, here's the Atraxa cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a lot of mana. Was it already? Oh! Pyroblast? Is that Pyroblast or
Pyroblast?
Pyroblast.
It's Pyro, yeah.
Wow, brutal. Nice.
We said,
was that 9 mana? Yeesh.
Yeah. Tap everything to try and cast that. We said how there's not the most mana or the most interaction for Obnix, but Pyroblast does exist.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. And then they just drew and passed. And then what is that? Is that a Rhystic Study? Yeah, okay. That's the arcane Rhystic Study.
Yeah.
It takes me a second to remember that. Or sorry, Unstable Harmonics. That's what that is.
It's arcane Rhystic. I love that show. I think it's honestly one of the best animated series of all time, which is saying something. But it's the arcane Rhystic.
Every time I'm going on to my deck lists and I'm seeing like what is this card? This is Tomb of someone, and it's just like a Lord of the Rings ancient tomb, and it's like what is this card? Tomb of Balin. I'm like, what is that?
The only reason I know that is because I literally just looked at it in the Atraxa list.
Exactly. I've actually never seen Arcane, so I can't actually comment into if the series is good enough.
Highly recommend.
Yeah.
Like, whether you care about League at all, it doesn't matter. It's if you enjoy watching either animated shows or just good TV, it is a very good series.
I'll have to find time because it's been on my wish list forever, but it's just laziness.
I get that.
You put respect on Balin's name. I'm sorry, Balin. I'm sorry. Balin didn't. I'm sorry.
I believe right now we are having a tutor resolve. I'm pretty sure it's the mystical tutor there, and not where that got countered somehow and a land is getting cracked.
Probably
so we should be seeing a instant or sorcery getting tutored to the top here.
Yeah, probably in response to the rest deck.
That would make a whole lot of sense.
Their deck.
Funny name asking, is that one of those Japanese cartoons? No, it is not. I forget forget where it was actually made, but it's in English, originally in English, not a dub. It's on Netflix. I wouldn't normally recommend that anyone go and watch Netflix. just because of the company, but the show is a masterpiece.
So, oh man, this is a rough situation. They mystical for Enlightened, went to their turn, and then they're probably going to cast Enlightened paying for Ristic, which is like... My biggest fear is that they're doing this and then they're just going to tutor like a mana crypt or something because they just need mana. And at that point, it's like you're spending 2 turns and like 3 mana just to get like a mana crypt out just so you could start playing the game more. Like, man.
Okay, but if you're not searching for Enlightened Tutor to get either like a mana crypt or a Ristic Study or something like that, then you're searching for a wheel? Because that feels horrible too.
Yeah. God, you really don't want to refill these players' hands in this position. Like, it looks like everyone is really low on cards.
Like searching for a Time Twister? Maybe a Savine's Reclamation? Both of those do not feel good. So I think the Enlightened Tutor might be their best option here.
Yeah, it looks like they found the tutor and then passed, which, yeah, makes sense. Let's see. This player just got their Atraxa countered, so presumably they do not have enough mana to immediately recast it, because it looks like they tapped out to try and cast it.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Atraxa going to be costing 9 mana, or not 9, it was 9 mana last time, 11 mana this time.
Ugh, yeah, that's not coming out soon.
I think they only have maybe 2, maybe 3 cards in hand?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just passing. Then we're seeing Mox Diamond paying for Ristic, discarding Mana Confluence.
Or okay, is it
Wait, why not?
Just passing? What is
yeah? Why not just play the land?
I don't know. That was an interesting.
Oh, they're at 11. They're at 11. They just don't want to pay life for Mana Confluence, I guess.
Okay, I guess that's fair. Yeah, we're just seeing a whole lot of draw pass. Enlightened Tutor in the end step.
Paying for a stack, yeah.
Looks like there's some conversation about it.
Or maybe not. I think in this situation where like they have 2 cards in hand, nobody has any cards in hand, like you just gotta pay for the rest deck at this point. And maybe they just find their own rest deck. I mean, they need cards. They need cards more than anything right now. Ristic or Fish or something. Like, I wouldn't hate Fish because you could even pay for the rest deck, whereas Ristic you have to tap out for.
If they had the mana for One Ring, it would easy One Ring. But they're 1 short.
I think my call is Fish. I think my call is Fish because it's harder to pay for when everyone has like a lot of mana and nothing to do with it. And it's you can play it while also paying for the opposing rest deck. But I don't know. Let's see what they find.
Would Underworld Breach do anything here? We don't know exactly what's in their graveyard. But that's the only other card I can think of even being at all worth it.
I'd be a bit worried going for something really scary when every player has just been draw going for the last like turn cycle or 2. But whatever it is, they're having trouble finding it. Or they're just deciding. I think that's a risk deck. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Ristic makes the most sense here. Other than as you're talking about the potential for going for the Fish, which is a less reliable option, but does have a higher likelihood of getting you cards in the short term.
Yeah, I was thinking more in the sense like you're not doing anything. You can just be paying for it. You don't have to give your opponent a card. And like, it's only one more mana if you think about it. And like, look at the other Atraxa player with like 9 mana in play, you know? But yeah. I mean, depends how long you think the game's going, I guess.
I mean, right now it's been grindy to say the least. It seems like a whole lot of players have run out of gas.
Yeah.
They will be tapping out for the Ristic, unable to pay for the tax. They do not pay the 1. And then we go on to Atraxa. Got to touch all their lands just to make sure that they are real.
You know, to be fair, if I had a bunch of dual lands, I'd also be touching them to make sure they're real. So I don't blame them.
With editing, because I'll do editing for gameplay sometimes. Like basically at this point, when Hert's not available to do editing for gameplay video, I'll be doing it. And I gotta say, people just like randomly nudging their cards for no reason whatsoever, one of the most annoying things.
I'm the worst with that too. It's like I'm always like rearranging and like touching my cards and like doing whatever. I need something to fidget with, you know? Always moving my hands. I'd be a nightmare to edit.
I actually hate it. So many times where it's like, oh, I'm going to set my hand down, shove, like, move all of my stuff, pick my hand up, put my hand back down, and move it back to where it was, but slightly differently. And this was, like, in between someone else doing an action. So it's just like, look at their card dancing in the corner.
Oh, okay. We do hit another land drop over there for Alsha, but there is a Dranith in play now, so any hopes of getting out any of these commanders, especially like the Atraxa, like all these commanders are just big commanders that get like a lot of value. So yeah. Unfortunately, your value engine, at least for now, is shut out. And this is sort of what I was talking about, where it's like obviously Fish wouldn't adjourn it either, but like, yeah, they just paid for the rest deck, and I'm sort of gonna expect that to keep happening. It's just a lot of paying the tax. All these players might turn into responsible taxpayers this game.
No tax evasion here.
No tax evasion this game, at least for the short term. We'll see.
Long-term tax evasion always an option. Short-term, maybe. We'll see.
Drago.
I mean, with that Dranith coming in play, you already didn't have a lot of options, and now you have even less. I mean, I'd said how Omnix is something where you can draw a lot of cards with it, but it can also be a very restrictive way in which you draw cards, and Dranith is one of those ways you can shut down that card draw, whether the Omnix is in play or not.
Yeah. Cursed Mirror. Paying for both Restics?
Could be paying for both.
I mean, sure. More mana, never bad.
Yeah, it's just kind of a okay, sure situation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just cast it. I don't really see it getting much better in the near future. Nobody's really playing anything.
I mean, it comes down to, okay, do I want to hold this up so that I can copy something more relevant, maybe? But just copying the Dranith for now, and more importantly, being a mana source.
Yeah, I mean, more mana doesn't hurt when you already have to pay for 2 rest decks as well, so. Okay, yep. Talisman. Sure. You're saying get more mana. Alright, here it is. Begin the Traneth beats. We're gonna be here for a while. There's a win condition on the board.
I gotta say, I did not expect a game to have Draenith combat be potentially relevant.
Every point may matter in this long-term game.
See, this is a game where it's like, when people are talking about, oh, what are you looking for in a relationship? It's like, this is the long term right here. I want to get into a game with you where no one is drawing any cards and everyone has 2 cards left in their hand.
Okay, well, there's a vampiric tutor. Maybe we'll start to get something going there.
Vamp tutor might be able to get one of those engines.
It's resolving too. Could it be the One Ring? Is it time?
I think you either get One Ring here, or maybe they have like bosses in hand.
Ooh,
and tutor for a combo here. One Ring is definitely the safest bet, but they could have potential combo pieces.
Yeah, with so much Drago and with 2 Ristics, I don't know. It depends on what you think. If you think they have the interaction, I suppose, and how much protection you have. If you think you can go for the win.
Mm-hmm. Not knowing what's in their hand, it's hard to say exactly what the right choice is.
Yeah,
but I think getting the One Ring is just such a good thing here.
I would not be surprised if it was something along those lines. Just some kind of value engine to start drawing you cards, digging you out of this situation where people aren't really doing anything. This is the sort of board state in which the One Ring just destroys.
It is. But I did just realize, looking at their deck, they do not include One Ring in their list.
Oh. Okay, so what could they be finding then?
They could be finding Notion Thief, maybe?
Notion Thief. It's a very time ravel. Again, Gilded Drake.
Just another Ristic.
Yeah. It could be the 3rd Ristic. There's... Oh, wait! Mnemonic Betrayal?
Ooh, that could be good enough. There's a whole lot of cards in graveyards. That could be enough.
This has been a long game. There's multiple tutors in every graveyard. Resolve Mnemonic Betrayal presumably wins. I mean, 2 Ristics is always going to be a pain in the ass, but like...
Yeah. You know. Storming off through double Ristic is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But Main Betrayal, if you're trying to go for the win this turn, I think is your best bet.
Alright, let's see. What value engine or absurd win condition did you find? 5 mana.
Tapping 5.
Ranger Captain. Okay.
Ranger Captain, likely to protect a win, but maybe there's something else here.
It does find the S% though. I wonder if it's like, you could technically like Ranger Captain, sack it, silence everyone, and then meme that if there's enough fast mana in the graveyard. Maybe I'm just coping.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. You've got a lot of mana available as the Atraxa player right there.
That is, in fact, an emergent zone, yes.
We are seeing mana get tapped from Cricket, top left. See if there's something they're doing about this.
Mana Drain. Okay.
Okay. Mana Drain coming down here.
Mystic Study trigger. Do they sacrifice the treasure to pay? They...
Thinking about it. Possible they had just enough. No.
They do not. Okay. Sure. Ranger Captain in the graveyard. Turn is passed. Okay. I guess they tutored for Ranger Captain?
Either they tutored for Ranger Captain or they have something else in hand that they weren't confident enough in being able to let resolve.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, even if you are trying to go for the win, especially with the so little mana, no silence available, yeah, probably not worth doing much there. And this 3 mana from Cricket might be enough to get you to Atraxa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If they haven't cast Atraxa yet, they might be able to using that Mana Drain mana.
Looks like Atraxa has been cast once based off that die on it.
Oh. Well, no, 9 mana should still be enough.
9 mana is just enough, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have the Draneth.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Draneth shuts out the meme bat. Never mind.
Oh, so yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, never mind. I always forget that damn card. It's always on the board, and I'm like, oh, I got this really cool line with, I can do this with Underworld Breach, and I see everyone else do it too, and it's like, oh, wait, this stupid card stops that too.
We do see an Urbrask hit the field, though, so that's pretty nice.
Is that the Exile Urbrask?
It's the flip side one. So if you cast a bunch of sorceries, you can flip it.
And that one. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess it does trigger it. Nah, it does trigger Obnix, though. That's something I thought of.
Yeah.
All right. It's here. It's here, the Atraxa. Exactly enough mana.
He returns. Let's see what
Elsha immediately picking up the hand.
4 mana available. There's a very good chance there's going to be a Ristic draw.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely counter it.
Oh, if you can, absolutely.
Uh-oh.
See another Pyro.
Priority. The Red Blast follow-up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's resolving. All right.
Okay, let's see what this hits.
All right. Land, Archivist.
The Fairy. We've got a counterspell. We've got Otawara.
Moxopal. Okay, I see Arid Mesa, Polluted Delta. Oh, is that Talion?
That is Talion.
Yep, okay. So they're taping Mox Opal, Talion, Teferi, Force Negation, and one of these lands, maybe Otawara?
I think it's either Otawara or maybe you're just like, okay, I'll take a fetch land, thin out the deck a little bit.
Yeah, Polluted Delta. Fair.
Yeah. Thinning the deck in a 100 card format, not quite as relevant, but
yeah. Oh yeah, I guess they haven't hit a land drop this turn, so yeah, taking the one that gives you the best mana makes a lot of sense. So now they get their fetch immediately, and that is a very good hand too. Unfortunately, I think Talion might just be getting. I don't think we're going to see the Talion resolve. Well, maybe. It depends on if Force of Negation happens. Because I don't think you pitch the Fairy. Like you're
probably
so close.
No.
You're so close to your combo.
Pitching to Fairy just feels bad.
Talion, aka Flying Rustic Study. Fair. Well, you can't pay for Talion.
True.
So, better than Rustic? Just kidding.
Time for the hot take, the better than Ristic study?
Yeah, the thumbnail, yeah. I do hope we get to see it resolved, though.
I think if it hits the battlefield, it's probably going to resolve.
Yeah. He's probably going to do some nasty things to this board state, too.
They are getting pretty close to time here, though, as there's only 10 minutes left in the round.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they might need to start turning it up then. Okay, Soaring into... Well, Soaring paying for Ristic. Into something. Definitely cannot let the Attrax player draw. Oh, hello.
Imposter
mech, you say?
Jeez.
Interesting.
Really just saying, I may not be able to cast my commander, but I can cast yours.
So about that force negation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is something you need to counter here. The Ristic does get the draw, though. Or at least the opportunity to. We'll see if they pay for it.
Looks like they do. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I think you counter that. You do not want the Atraxa trigger here.
No. The Atraxa hitting is a very good way to have the game end real quick and not in your favor.
See, as an Atraxa player, they definitely should know this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you run in Atraxa a whole bunch of copies, partially to copy other people's dock sides, partially to copy your own Atraxa.
Punny name. You let them have it. Their deck isn't built for it. I mean, that's fair, but it's also just so much card advantage.
At this stage of the game, getting to look at the top 10 cards, even if your deck's not built for it, the odds of them drawing into something relevant is not worth just getting rid of it.
Yeah, we're seeing the Force of Negation, pitching the Talion, and paying for the Ristic. As expected, but unfortunate. Is that another curse mirror? Oh. Fair. Okay. Fair.
Do it again.
They just had 2 clones. Sure. Oh, but another one. Wow. Okay.
They do not have the same mana to follow up off of this one, though.
Yeah. No, Talion is gone. Yeah, we knew it was coming, but it's still sad to see him hit the XL zone.
It is. We get to look at the top 10. I'm expecting them to be able to get 4, maybe 5 cards off of this, but probably not more than that.
Let's see what they find. Probably not much follow-up this turn.
You got
Chain of Vapor, Snap. Oh, they're organizing it by type. That's very nice of them. Oh, Helm of Awakening, Cursed Totem, Deflecting SWAT. Okay, so they're getting 3 cards, but those 3 cards are very good.
True.
So you can find a combo piece, a really strong piece of interaction, and a land, potentially. Or you can take like something like another piece of mana, the Cursed Totem. There's a lot of good options here. That looks like what a Chrome Mox?
I think it depends on whether you think this game is going to go very long.
Looks like they're taking
as far as going to turns or not, or going to time.
Counting their mana.
So
yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to go for your combo as Elsha here. I mean, you could take like a bounce spell for the Dranith, but like Dranith does stop your top thing. But yeah, we also have the question of who's getting hit for 7. That does still happen this turn.
That's true. Heals you up a bit, but other than, I mean, I guess you can just set the Obnix to 3 health, which is not necessarily irrelevant.
You could also send it at the send it at Cricket, who's at 14.
Say, hey, block it with your Atraxa, or go down to 7.
Yeah. I mean, considering they just drew off of their Atraxa trigger, like, not unreasonable. And, like, oh, you lose your Curse Mirror if they block. Like, who cares?
They may not be swinging with it. I don't know. We'll see.
Huh. Interesting. I mean, it has Vigilance. It's free to at least attack the second Atraxa player here. For the Obnex.
Possible they just didn't even think about that. Looks like some table talk still going on here.
Hey, now, technically it was not divination. They got 3 cards off of that trigger.
Dig through time, hard casted.
They got an artifact, an instant, and a land. Thank you very much.
Well, it was only 3 mana for them, so.
Oh, is that a Cyclonic Rift bouncing the Draneth on end step?
Okay.
After interaction was used? Okay.
That's a bit spicy.
Interesting. Oh, please be the meme bat. Please be the demonic portrayal.
Oh man, that would be honestly one of the few ways that the game can actually end here and not just get a draw.
Oh, they're casting something. Oh, it's a windfall.
The wheel.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, they did just fill their hand with good cards, so I mean, sure.
Sure. Why not, I guess. I don't think I agree with this play. But you do have 6 mana available after.
I mean, that is also wheeling away the Draneth, I guess.
Yeah. Wheels away the Draneth draws you into new cards when you have 6 mana available. Never mind. It looks like you got a counterspell here.
Wow, I also had a Force of Will? Holy crap. Okay.
Fair enough.
The worst part is that they didn't pay for Ristic. They could have just drawn into the forest. They didn't pay for Ristic because they were gonna wheel, but yeesh.
Wheel is gone.
Alright. Oh, they have a Cradle out as one of their lands too. Yeesh.
Lovely worthless Cradle.
Yeah, then just passing. Damn.
I will say that is one of the reasons why I've been considering cutting Cradle from my Atraxa list.
I don't think Atraxa really just... The deck doesn't really play enough creatures, does it? To be, like, really interested in Cradle?
Well, you do play, like, 20 creatures.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, you play somewhere between 18 and 22, typically.
Okay. So, yeah, it's not, like, unreasonable.
Yeah.
But, yeah, in a situation like this, where there's been, like, board wipes and counter spells and removal, is a little bit less appealing.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Well, and especially early on, where it's like, man, if this was any other land, this would be a great hand, but it's a Cradle.
Yeah.
It has high highs and very low lows.
Yeah, definitely swingy. We have to like Janet, aka gave someone else. I don't know. We'll have to see about that one.
Gunshot.
Gut shot?
Yeah, and they're paying 2 life for that too. They're going down to 8. What are they doing here? Are they using Mount Doom? Is that what's going on right now? Nope.
casting Obnex.
Interesting. So I guess they were casting the gut shot to get a mana off of Urabras so that they could cast the Obnex. That's my guess.
Gotcha. So my question is, running gut shot. I mean, technically, it's like just
it's 2 mana draw card. It's a get probe, but like more flexible in some ways, worse than others.
Yeah.
Either way,
interesting.
Looks like we have hit time, so I don't know whether we passed. I don't know whether this is last turn for Traxa or whether we were not able to go on to Atraxa's turn and it's game already. It's one of the two.
I think they tied. In Atraxas explaining how they could have won with Teferi. Like maybe they vamped and do something like that. I don't know. It looks like maybe time is called. Yeah, that's a draw.
Looks like it is a draw.
Wow. Very tight game. Very like everyone was just sitting down with their card advantage engines, trying to stall the game out until they can go for something big. And yeah, nobody really able to break through each other, especially with the 2 Risics on board.
Yeah, at least one of these players should still make it into the top 16 with the draw.
Yeah,
but it does dash some of their hopes.
That's always unfortunate, but you know, at least you get to play a long game and get your practice in. And honestly, I've been liking seeing a lot of these new cards as well. Newer, you know, whatever. I was hoping to see the Talion a bit more than just pitched as a blue card, but you know, it is what it is sometimes.
Sometimes that happens. Here's this fancy new card that I'm testing out. I'm gonna pitch it to, gonna exile it because I need to counterspell something.
You know, at the very worst, it's still a blue card. You know?
It's true. The amount of cards that people are like, "Oh, how bad can it be? It's blue. You can pitch the force." It's just.
That's funny.
There are some things where people should not include that card, but they're like, it's blue, it's fine.
See, we were just talking about that in relation to Stern's Call, dang. It's minimum, it's a blue card. Nah, but it's also really interesting. Another thing I was thinking about seeing that game, somebody had mentioned decks that aren't built like Atraxa getting an Atraxa trigger. And honestly, like, I had never really thought, like, your deck isn't built for Atraxa. It's like, it's not really hard to just have different card types, right? But I mean, we saw the trigger, it was only 3 cards. You were saying, like, 4 or 5, but, like, not being built for it and only getting 3, that just kind of surprised me, you know? Like, I figure most decks, like, intrinsically have a lot of the different types of cards to draw, but didn't really see it.
The person who said that was Punny Name, who is a very good Atraxa player. So
yeah,
there's someone that knows the deck really well.
That makes sense. Probably seen quite a few Atraxa triggers from people copying it, not seeing it work out well. But yeah, that is very cool to see though, because that's not really something I think, at least it's not something I had thought of before, you know. That an Atraxa trigger, when you see it happen, it's just like, that's crazy, you know. It draws so many cards, like any deck would be happy to have that, but you know, worst case, it's still 3 minutes.
I do think, looking at the Elsha list, that they did get a little bit unlucky with their draws. I feel like drawing 4 was probably the expected for it, especially given they had 3 lands in the top 10 and they only run 24 lands in the deck.
Oh, wow. Really?
So, Yeah, I feel like they did get a bit unlucky with it. But yeah, you do have to kind of build with Atraxa in mind.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But that is the last round of Swiss, which means we're getting our top 16 here.
Yeah, okay. Good luck to everyone. We'll see who gets top 16 soon. And yeah.
Looking at the list right now, there are some pretty cool names here. Some well-known players.
Ooh, okay. I think we have our top 16.
Yeah, I think the top 16 just dropped.
Yep, okay.
Sorry, looking at just outside of top 16, Tuca, the only player with 12 points to not make it in.
You hate to see it.
And
am I allowed to read it out or no?
Go for it.
Okay. So it looks like going into top 16, Kulikovsky, TOMTG, Artificium, Wrath, Espinosa, Ganeshaha, Shalom Zaki, Baneslayer 88, Tremnek, Samurai Dancer, Sapper, Raziel.nd, Punny Name, Osirius, Vasher, and Cricket. So there are some names of people we saw. We just saw Cricket in that game right there. And
I mean, also Samurai, one of our casters.
Yeah.
Boss, one of the co-founders of Chaos.
Yeah,
Chaos
a lot
himself
of
was unfortunately in 22nd place, so not quite good enough.
Yeah, okay.
Our very own showing their skills here, as well as a whole lot of very well-known players.
Yeah. I mean, oh wow! It looks like 3 of the players from that last pod we just watched made it. Actually.
Wow. Okay.
Raziel on Nixilis, Elsha, or Artificium on Elsha, and then Cricket on Atraxa.
Well, we'll be seeing some of these players very shortly, but for now, we're going to throw to a quick break and be ready for the top 16 when we get back.
Yep. Thanks for watching, everyone. Come back on Talk 16, and congratulations to everyone who made it so far.
Faked our deaths, lit a match, closed the door, waited for the flash. Greyhound station, paid in cash. 'Cause Lazarus was coming back. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last man, stuck in the middle. Even night girls, no good love. You taste so sweet, it hurts a little. Make our home where we stand. One suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along. Pass the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Chaos. Coming in with the Chaos Treasure 7 Top 16. I'm Fetch, and with me, we just can't get rid of him. Neko's back again.
Hey everyone, and you're right about bringing the chaos. This is the pod I'm looking at right now is one of the wildest top 16 pods I think I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. We were talking a bit about the overall top 16 before we threw to the break, and I just want to update everyone. Foss has decided to drop and give Tuka the chance to play. Apparently they decided they didn't want to win their own tournament, so Foss saying, hey, I made top 16. That's proof enough that I'm good at the game.
They asserted enough of their dominance. They didn't need any more.
But that does mean that Tuka gets to come in. They were the only player with 12 points that couldn't make the cut. Now, they're in there.
That means Prosh is in the top 16. What is this top 16 today?
I know, right? Yeah, both of the brothers decided we're gonna leave our Tayam roots and we're gonna go do our own 3-color things. And unfortunately, we don't get to see Pixel with the Naya Beats deck, but we do have Tuka with Prosh in the top 16.
Mm-hmm. But you mentioned three.
No, go ahead, yeah.
So you mentioned 3 colors. We don't even have 3 colors in this pod we're going to be looking at. We have, for reference, we have 3 2-color decks and 1 mono blue deck here.
Yeah, we'll be watching our very own Samurai Dancer piloting a very similar list to, if not exactly the list of, no, I think it has some difference to the list that Ian brought to the last top 16.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a pirate? No, not really. That's a
I love it.
Malcolm Kedis, which apparently he worked with Freedom Waffle on.
Oh, that's awesome.
So cool to see Samurai showing their stuff.
It's done work for him. He recently top 4'd the Mox Masters as well, just the week before this. So getting those reps in.
Fair enough. But not the only Is It deck, as we've got Shalom Zaki, or Zaki, I'm not entirely sure, bringing Vadric.
Yeah, Vadric. I love Vadric. Vadric's one of my decks. Like, Is It Storm is just so fun. And Vadric being able to reduce the cost of the instants and sorceries that you play lets you play just so many unique cards that you normally would never see in the format. Just get these big explosive value.
It's a really cool list that really just has one major downside, and that's that you have to back night and day.
Yeah. I mean, card draw too, but really the night and day is the real kicker, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's legitimate stuff, but no. It's night and day.
Night and day.
And then bringing a surprising show up, an old favorite of a lot of people, but something we haven't seen recently in a while. Vasher bringing Urza.
Yeah, mono blue. This is the Hullbreaker horror variant, not on the polymorph, so you are running it as a couple creatures, so Spellskite, Phyrexian Manamorph. The reality chip, I know, which can do some work with Urza.
it is interesting that they are not like full poly, but they only run 6 creatures.
Yeah, I mean, Mono Blue doesn't have the best creature package, so I think, you have your Fairy Mastermind, you have your Gilded Drake. Other than Consecrated Sphinx, I think you have really the package that Mono Blue can offer. Plus, the bread and butter of the deck is the artifacts, right? And the One Ring, plus the things that I'm going to untap it, will just go crazy.
I absolutely agree. And then, we've got a very familiar pilot, Tom MTG, or Tom TG, or however you want to say his name, bringing a very new commander. Talion has made it to the top 16. We've done it.
We got there, folks. And
Talion, a pretty crazy card draw engine in your command zone. People have been talking about putting in the 99 just because of how good this card is, but also works at the helm, getting that Dimir core and getting so much draw.
So much draw, so much value from it. Shieldred, I think, well, if that card sees play in this match, it's going to put in a lot of work. Also on some weird things like the Rug of Smothering, which will actually be pretty effective up against Vadric. And also the Thada Adele.
That's a card that I did not know exists, the Thada Adele. The Rug, though, surprisingly effective into this pod.
Yeah. Might be here just for that purpose, so we'll see if it earns its place after this tournament today.
We will see. They even run Subtlety in the deck. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. And just for people who are unfamiliar with the new card, Talion is a 3/4 Fairy Noble that costs a blue, a black, and 2 colorless. It has flying, which is good, a thick body, but the real kicker is that when it enters the battlefield, you can choose a number between 1 and 10. In CDH, you're probably going to see 1 or 2, depending on the match. I would be surprised if it's not 2 in this match. And then whenever an opponent casts a spell with mana value, power, or toughness equal to the chosen number, that player loses 2 life and you draw a card.
Yeah, the fact that it is mana value, power, or toughness, choosing 2 mana is one of the most common for cards played in our format. And then you've also got where pretty much every other creature is either 2 power or 2 toughness.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, basically all the staples.
Exactly. Breach, Dockside, of course. A lot of the counter magic too, if you see some of that. Tainted Pact. Even the pieces that Urza's running, some of those artifact take pieces are usually at that 2 mana mark.
Yeah. It's one of those reasons why Talion is so good at drawing so many cards.
Mm-hmm.
And you also just incrementally ping people down with it.
Yeah. I mean, Dimir now has a commander that lets you play a more generic Dimir shell and still have card advantage in the command zone. So you're playing probably the 2 best color combinations in the format. The only downside of the card is that the draw is not optional. So if you're trying to do like a consultation win, that can be a little messy sometimes. But besides that, it's pretty solid.
And this Talion, I know a lot of people have been talking about building Talion as a more control-y list. This is just a straight-up Dimir good stuff. You've got Thoracle combo, obviously. You have Labman in here, Jothi and Oppo, Shieldred, as you mentioned earlier. Really neat things. Sakashima the Imposter is in this list.
Oh, that's cute.
I love that include.
Why name one when you can name them both?
And running no major Stax pieces with the exception of Graph Diggers, but having a whole lot of interaction.
A lot of interaction, a lot of removal too. Like some of these more niche spells that you don't normally see, like Stern Scolding, for example, Snuff Out, Shieldred's Edict, like just jamming them all in because it has the flexibility being only 2 colors, I guess.
I think the one kind of weird card included would be Bloodchief Ascension, kind of giving players even more of a clock. saying, yeah, I can play the long game. I can just draw everyone. Like, I can outdraw everyone. I can let everyone try and go for things, and then I will slowly ping them down. And Blood Chief Ascension speeding that process up.
Yeah. Being able to get that online is so powerful for this deck. And having a 3/4 flyer even helps with that process. And you have things like Mana Crypt Flip, Timna damage, so that makes it even more likely that it's actually going to get online pretty quickly.
Yeah, they do not run Adnos, so by no means a turbo deck. But
sorry,
still. Sorry, go ahead.
I know we're talking about Talia, but I have to just talk about what I just heard. Urza's currently on a mull to 3. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Oh, Vasher, I'm so sorry. You decided you wanted to bring something special, and while it got you this far, it seems like your deck has finally decided to betray you.
That's the way of it, unfortunately. But yeah, looking back at Talion, some good removal pieces, a couple board wipes, which are nice. Monopic Betrayal and Thassa's are the two main win cons that I see, but just the damage that you can do through things like Blood Chief Ascension are things to contend with.
Definitely. Yeah, it does kind of fall into a mid-range control deck that can go fast because you're in blue-black shell, but doesn't have anything too crazy. You're not in on Adnos. You're more focused on making sure other people can't do their plan.
Which is fair, and you know what? I don't think this could be a very controlling game. All these players are on blue, so even though players may be going down more, like the game might go long, so damage may be relevant, players might be able to get back into it. We'll see what happens here.
I mean, you were saying how we don't have 3 colors in the pod. In fact, we only have 3 colors in the pod. There is only blue, red, and black.
True. 3 colors between them, I like it.
Yeah. With our power combined, we can become a 3-color deck.
The Urza now on going down to 2, so I don't know how much power is going to be there.
Oh no. When you get that low, you kind of just have to take something. Maybe they're just not getting lucky.
I think they're not getting lands. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when you're mulling, yeah, you at first look for a good card, like a good hand, but once you get down to 4, 3, or now going down to 2, you really just need like any mana whatsoever.
Yes. And looking
we'll
at
see whether Vasher can get it.
I'm holding out hope. Everyone loves an underdog story, right? Like, it can happen. You just need a land and fish.
Yep. Land Mystic Remora. Let's see it. Come on, Vasher. You're in last seat. You're going down to no cards in hand. You got this. I believe in you.
It was the plan all along. Lull them into a false sense of security.
The secret play. They won't counter you if they make the jeez. My brain just shut down. I was trying to be like, oh yeah, you're gonna be the underdog. They're gonna not be able to like target you because you only have 2 cards in hand, and they're gonna be like, no, he won't have anything. And then my brain just decided, nope, words are not going to exist anymore. The sense of English is going to be wiped from your mind.
The awe of what's happening here just drew you into shock. I understand. All right, we are starting. Vasher has 2. Everyone else has a pretty full plan.
Yeah. 7 for our top 2, and I think that's 6 for
Samurai, I think. Yeah. Jeweled Lotus coming down at...
Yeah, Jeweled
pretty
Lotus.
good.
Jewel Lotus into turn 1 Talion is a fantastic play here.
Passing priority?
Yeah, I don't expect anyone to be able to answer this.
No. Just thinking what they're going to name for the number. I say 2 still, but what do you think?
In my mind, 2 is hard to beat. Yeah, with the table, 1 has some validity, but 2 is just so consistent.
I mean, there's a merit to 1, right? If you're going first and you get a turn 1, like 1, you hope they play 1 drops, but I think long game 2 is just going to be so much better.
Well, especially Malcolm Kedis feeds 2 so hard.
It does.
So I think 2 is probably the correct choice here.
Looks like 2, yep. Definitely wasn't a decisive decision, so we'll see how it pays out for them.
I mean, it's valuable to make sure that, especially this far into the day, you've gone through 5 rounds of Swiss, you're in your top 16, you don't want to make any mistakes here, so taking your time to think through your actions, worth it.
It really is.
We get a fetch land coming into play here. I would assume it's going to get a volcanic island.
Yep.
But we'll see.
A volcanic island pass, and now explaining how day and night works, because if you're a Magic player, you're obligated to explain how day and night works, probably once or twice per game.
I mean, we don't go outside enough to see what actual day night is, so we gotta explain it in game.
I mean, there are werewolves out there. We all know how we feel about werewolves, Fetch.
Oh, I mean, how I feel about werewolves?
Yeah.
I do have a whole thing about protection from werewolves being very valuable.
Exactly. You don't want to get hurt by werewolves.
Exactly. Too dangerous, man.
Too dangerous. Though a 1 coming down again for Samurai, just with a Mana Vault. Unfortunately,
Mana
no turn...
Sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna no turn 1 Malcolm. Mana Vault's good, but turn 1 Malcolm into turn 2 Geddes is just so hard to beat in that deck.
Oh yeah, it's such a valuable thing. Honestly, I'm just being like, maybe you should have chosen the 1 for the Italian. 2 1-drops, just hit the field. But we do see an Arcane Signet.
Just Mana Acceleration, which is nice. But looking at the 1-drop you mentioned for Basher, Sensei's is not the worst thing you could see in that situation. You at least get to rearrange your top draws, maybe draw into something good.
On a Multa too? Oh, it's a pretty solid second card.
Yeah.
It's no fish, but it does give you that benefit of being able to filter through your deck.
It does. Do you see some combat here? Wondering who they will be swinging into for the 3 damage. Looks like into Samurai.
Yeah, sideways towards Samurai. I don't think it makes much of a difference who it's targeted at. You just kind of pick someone and go for it.
Yeah. Definitely a lack of black being played in this pod, so really Electros won't be super relevant, most likely.
Well, and there's not even green for consideration, because sometimes you have it where green has Sylvan Library, and so you want to hit the green player. None of that.
Nope. I do want to talk about, so we see the Fell Warstone coming down for Badrick. It's tough there, because you also want an early Badrick, usually by turn 2, so you can start getting value from that day-night cycle.
You do have some amount of early ramp, but it does mean turn 3 is when you're getting your Vadric, which not the end of the world, but could definitely be better.
It could, and everyone else is kind of having that slow start too overall, so could be okay.
You say that, we'll have to see what Samurai does right now. 5 mana available.
5 mana, probably just going to be Malcolm Pass, I assume. Could be Malcolm Kedis actually both in one fell swoop.
It is at least going to be something.
It will be something.
we do see we are having things tapped. Yep, looks like Malcolm and Kedis are both coming in here.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good. Yeah, Italian's gonna finally get some triggers going on here too.
Italian drawing twice there.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe choosing 2 is still worth it.
I think we're gonna see that value come in long term. Cavern of Souls, naming pirates means this is probably safe. Don't have to worry about your Malcolm at least being countered.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that Malcolm is such a valuable piece, even without the Kedis being in play. So making sure that gets in safe is absolutely huge.
It is.
Just resolving the cracked fetch land as we shortcut for the playing, and then going on to Vasher's turn.
Vasher did activate the top on the upkeep, did get the second land drop, which I think is very important. Just got to keep making those and hope you can turn it into something.
Yeah, eventually you get enough mana for that Urza and maybe can turn that into some major value.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And even still, like, again, now some of the fate pieces that you'd like to see are on 2. That might start to come down. Like, I think we see, like, a Winter Orb. Winter Orb could be pretty good this early, though with Malcolm, that might just let them get too far away. Torpor Orb, I think, would be good if they can get that.
Torpor Orb would be fantastic into this table.
Yeah.
Really just hits a lot of what people are going for. And, I mean, unsurprisingly, doesn't really affect you.
Exactly. Oh, a Dothi, there we go.
Ooh. Dothi, not the end of the world here for everyone else. No one's a graveyard deck by any means. But it is a very good piece to get you some more value.
Yeah. I mean, Badrick at least is on the Breach plan as a backup, so it may come into effect there down the road, but we'll see. And then Malcolm Kett is also on Breach, so turning off at least a couple of the win lines.
At least making Izzet have a slightly harder life.
Mm-hmm. The good thing is, though, these Izzet decks both have alternative ways to win, both enhanced by their commanders, so...
But we're seeing 3 mana be tapped, and not immediately reaching for that Badrick, so there could be something in hand getting played here.
Nope, it's just Badrick after all. They were teasing us.
They were like, maybe? No, it's the Badrick.
So, you know what the fun part is with Badrick coming down on this board state?
Go ahead and enlighten me.
If Urza doesn't have a second spell to play, then that triggers day turn into night. So Badrick won't have to just pass their turn. It will trigger on Urza's turn.
That's actually disgusting.
Yeah.
That's
so,
actually... Man, turning Vasher's misfortune into your fortune.
Yeah. So to just go over day and night, because it will be relevant, when Badrick enters, it becomes day if it's not day or night when he enters. For day, if an opponent doesn't cast a spell on their turn, at the start of the next turn, it becomes night. And then when a player casts 2 or more spells on their turn, night becomes day on the next turn once more. And each time it turns from day to night, Badrick gets a +1/+1 counter. Now that's relevant because Badrick decreases the cost of instants and sorceries based on his power. So right now he's just decreasing it by 1, but as you get him up more for either pump spells or counters, he will eventually decrease spells a lot more.
It is a very powerful way to ramp out some big tools, but right now we see another powerful way to ramp out some big tools pretty much ready to go here. Samurai getting 3rd land drop, tapping 2, and that's before even swinging. Oh.
Ooh. Oh.
And that turns that swing into even more damage. Reckless Fire Weaver hitting the board here.
More damage, but more card draw for Talion.
Yeah. Focus Fire Reaver costs 2 mana.
Mm-hmm. Notably, Talion is open for attacks. The flying blocker is tapped, so...
I mean, it doesn't really matter where you swing here. It'll make small difference. But the big thing is, everyone's going to be taking at least 6 here, I believe.
Unless there is... Oh, it's an Orcish Bowmaster. Oh, no.
Okay. That does shoot the Ketis.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yep.
Instead of having a terrifying clock and a very, very big turn, going to at least get slowed down just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really stopping Samurai in the tracks there, so... Yeah, that damage, that treasure, we were counting on just slashed dramatically.
Went from 3 damage to everyone and 3 more mana to work with, down to 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get it.
You still see treasure hit here. Not enough mana to replay the Ketis, unfortunately, but next turn we'll be able to.
Mm-hmm. Emrico's Fireweaver is a live win con, right? You just need something to turn it into a pirate and then an artifact to come down after that fact, and you have infinite pings right there.
I didn't even think about that as a thing. That's terrifying.
Yeah. A lot of scary creatures.
Not only a clock, also a combo. Both Maskwood Nexus and Arcane Adaptation in the list.
Oh, that should be fun.
Everything is pirates.
Everything is pirates. Everything is card draw. It's gonna be crazy. I'm still hoping for a storm, though. I'm hoping for this wizard to cast a spell on my heart. I'm just saying.
Out here just simping for Vedrick.
I mean, I represent, you know?
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm heartbroken.
Good to see these more fringe decks getting to do some top performances.
Mm-hmm. Sadly, the Badger deck is not as fringe as my personal list. I run a lot more like 5-4 or up drops. This one is more traditional, just using Badger for the combo potential with things like Reiterate.
A little bit less flashy, but maybe a more consistent list.
Yeah. Wait, are you saying my list isn't consistent, Fetch?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Nope, I am innocent of all charges.
All right, I'll believe you.
Vasher going to draw though, and hitting Urza Saga. Not too bad.
That's an actually pretty good one. Until the Oppo comes down.
Let's hope Talion doesn't have that Oppo as well. That'd be pretty nasty.
They've drawn so many cards. They could have anything.
It's true. I mean, that turn 1 Talion is just... I don't want to say it's as good as a turn 1 Ristic, but it's not too far behind.
No, it's getting work here for sure.
Mm-hmm. See if they have anything else, or if we are going to see Nightfall.
So they have a card that they want to cast, but they are concerned about drawing Talion cards. It's a Grim Monolith, they're saying.
So do they want to play their last card in hand and feed Talion? Or do they want to hold on to it and let night happen?
I don't think you let night happen. Yeah. You have to cast it eventually. Better to rip the Band-Aid off now, deny Patrick some value, I think. That way you're only letting one player really benefit.
Well, in that way you can also get your Urza online a little bit sooner.
Mm-hmm. Urza now Hellbent, no cards in hand.
I mean, not hard to do when you start at 2 cards in hand, so...
Yeah. Hey, they've done pretty well for themselves.
Yeah. 6 mana available and a top. That's not too bad right there.
Yeah, next turn they can get a couple constructs, get some board presence there.
But as we go on to Talion's turn, 10 cards in hand at the start, and plenty of mana among that.
Yeah, coming down with the Lotus Petal to start, just mana on mana, cards on cards.
And
I see Talion.
Yeah, it seems like they're thinking about something. They're definitely not done with their turn yet.
I do want to highlight, Talion doesn't seem to be on Adnos, so we don't have to worry about that coming down.
Mm-hmm. Choosing to be a much more, I don't want to say consistent list, but much more control-focused list.
Mm-hmm. Is that a Shieldred's Edict come down? Because that's going to be brutal.
I am not sure. It's possible.
Yeah, each player sacrificing a non-token creature that kills Patrick, that kills Malcolm, or the Reckless Fireweaver even.
I would assume the Fireweaver is the one that takes it here.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, Vadric and the Fireweaver are both in the bin now. Well, Vadric going back to the command zone, but still.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we have Tom just completely controlling this board right now.
I mean, when you've got that many cards in hand, you're able to do what you want with it, really.
And the rug to follow it all up.
Oh. You are really putting a clock on this table. No one's super low yet, but they're going to be getting there pretty quickly here.
I mean, that's if they can even play spells. They've been set back so much, some of them, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, this is... Not to make a pun, this is a very smothering board state right now.
Love it.
It's the amount of cards in hand is so brutal, because Talion can basically decide, you get to do what you want to do, or I can tell you not to.
Mm-hmm. And now, dude, Samurai has lost another win con. It's under the Doffy. It's there seemingly forever.
Doffy being so relevant here.
Mm-hmm.
It's slowly accruing that value while shutting people out little by little.
Little by little. And Samurai's already down to 20. There's, like you said, there's a definite clock here.
Samurai has been the main target of getting the combat damage. And Samurai's also been triggering the draw, which is also a toll on your life.
It is, for sure. Now you're going to have the mana vault. It's just going to keep coming down.
Either way, we do see passing, I believe, onto Vadric's turn.
Mm-hmm. Vadric playing a lane drop. Could replay Vadric here, but have to do it.
It's a really rough situation, but if you don't have anything else in hand that's really valuable here, then I think it's probably what you've got to do.
Mm-hmm. And Vadric is a very commander-centric deck, so you really need Vadric to turn on some of that stuff for you, but they have 8 cards in hand. They hopefully could do something. I think 7 after the land drop.
Well, they've got 1 card. Oh.
Okay, that's not bad.
Shatterskull coming down here, being able to get rid of that Talion.
I don't know if it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna resolve, but we'll see.
6 cards in hand for Talion. Talion's the only one who's gonna answer to it.
Mm-hmm. 2 to Doffy, 2 to Bowmaster.
2 to Doffy, 2 to Bowmaster. That's an interesting choice if that's so.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the Doffy is good. I think getting rid of the Bowmaster is also relevant.
Did they just not quite have enough mana for taking out the Talion? Was that what it is?
I think they had to. I think they had to choose between one of their, like. I think they prioritized the pieces that probably wouldn't come back. Because I think getting rid of Doffy keeps away value from Talios, and it also lets you get your graveyard back online, which, again, these decks are on Breach, so it's something. Bowmaster, you don't have to worry about the wheel now coming out of the Dimir deck, so...
Yeah, I can see it. It's still rough having that Talion still be in play. I don't think they quite had enough mana for it, though.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they had 5 mana available. Yeah, they had exactly enough to get rid of the two of them.
Yeah, gotta chip away at it little by little where you can, you know?
Yeah, getting rid of some of those more oppressive pieces for you. The rug is still in play, though.
It is.
Don't underestimate the rug.
CH Staple Rug of Smothering. That's right, the one Rex.
But as we see a Jessica's Will come down here for Samurai.
I wonder who's that targeting?
I wonder who's been drawing a ton of cards here.
Only 6 in hand right now, though, but looks like they're Force of Willing this.
Wow. Well, apparently they said, I'm going to have less than 6 cards in hand, but you're not going to be able to do anything about it.
Notably, this is a creature spell, or a counter that can target creatures being used, so if Glinthorn enters the stack anytime soon, may not have an option for that then, but right now, again, just controlling everything that's happening.
I guess they're prioritizing removing gas from the equation rather than getting rid of any high impact individual pieces.
Yeah, because Samurai only has, I think, 3 cards in hand, so...
I think so. I understand the reasoning behind it. I'm not entirely sure if it is 100% the correct play, but it's definitely not bad.
Yeah, I think the strategy, like you said, is just to beat them down, not give them the chance to get ahead, rather than answering them when they are presenting threats. But we have a tragedy here. Sakashima was exiled from the Force of Will. We're not going to see a second one.
No, only one Talion in the game.
No, what do you mean? It was going to be a second Rug of Smothering.
Oh, you're right. Double rug.
I think the rug does have flying, which is also relevant here.
All I know is we need someone to figure out a Rug of Smothering copy pasta.
Just confirm, Rug of Smothering does have flying, because it's relevant here, I guess.
It does block Malcolm, yeah.
Yeah. We do see Top being activated here at the end step of Samurai's turn, just to let Urza see what's coming next. There is going to be also, I think... Urza with a struggle of drawing Tom cards, but also wanting to develop in this game.
Basher, very much in cash-up position still. We're seeing that Urza hit the field. I'm guessing we're not going to have a response. I would be shocked if anyone counters this.
Yeah. But you never know. We do see
Will just being shown, and with only 1 card in hand for Vasher. Either way, though. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it'd be strange, but this could be what they need, right? They have the construct. They could make a second construct here, which would be, I think, good.
It's not bad. Just wondering, is there anything big that they can get off of now having that in play? Because they're not on polylines. They already have artifacts in play, so they can do transmutative things.
Mm-hmm. They have mana at least, and they have the ability to present these, especially the constructs, they're going to pile on each other, so they'll bump each other, so you could present life total pressure, at least in some part, against Tom.
The life total pressure could honestly come into play. You might just say, okay, it's time for beats. And Urza's not a bad beats deck.
No. Right now, having 8 damage just from the constructs alone.
And then maybe you get lucky and next turn you spin the Urza, hit something real big off of it.
True, that is an option you can just do. That's right. You can just activate Urza and pray.
I mean, it's not the highest chance for you to actually do something relevant, but sometimes you're desperate.
Yeah. You take the Hail Mary sometimes. I like it. We do see Tom just passing here, though. Not any real development that turn, but I think 4 cards in hand right now after everything.
I mean, you're not in a position where you need to be pushing out and progressing. You just want to getting value off of what everyone else is doing.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the value is going to be as consistent as it was, though. Yes, you're turning players off, you're slowing them down, but you're also stopping them from giving you advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So this may be a chance where they could develop more, make their land drops, and be able to present more threats.
We'll have to see. But plenty of mana available. See whether Shalom can do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
Tapping 5, just getting the Vadric back out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good play. We do see again it is actually activating, getting more value. Born Upon the Wind, exiled under the Chroma.
I think Born on a Wind in this situation doesn't really do a ton, so giving that extra mana is absolutely worth it.
Yeah, I agree. But, I mean, storming off at instant speed is good, but I think we're a long way away from that, so...
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, it cycles, it allows you to storm off at instant speed, but right now you just want to be able to develop the best you can.
Mm-hmm. Notably, too, it was night when Vadric came down. Playing 2 spells does turn it today. Vadric does get that immediate counter.
That is pretty cute.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing with Night and Day is that as soon as something comes into play, you track it for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And very relevant in a situation like this.
Yes. Very much so. So hopefully you can get a bit bigger still. We'll see as the turns move. But Samurai tapping 3 here so far. Is this just going to be the Glenhorn?
Is that actually?
No, that's something else.
What is?
I don't know what it is, but it's something.
Are we sure that's not the Glenhorn?
It's different art than I'm aware of. No, is it Ingenian Archelaus?
It's Hedron Detonator.
Hedron Detonator, okay.
It's Hedron Detonator. Man, there's a whole lot of cards that look pretty similar from
the idea is the idea is the same though. Make it a pirate and you can do some cute things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at first I was like, is it a Glinthorn? But for some reason it's reversed. But no, it is in fact a Hedron Detonator.
Okay. It's a body, it's another potential win line on board that's being represented. Malcolm swinging in, gonna make an artifact, get a little damage in.
Next turn allows you to dig a little bit deeper, give you semi-card draw. Not amazing, but it is something. And as you said, if it gets turned into a card, it can win the game.
Yeah, I think that's how these players are going to come back, right? Just these little by little things.
Incremental value.
Yes.
Although if you do too little by little, Samurai's at 14 right now.
That's true.
Low on life here.
You do definitely have a clock on you, that's for sure.
Like Vasher, yeah, spinning the top, looking at what they want to draw next.
Notably, they will be shuffling away 2 of those cards, with the Urza Saga ticking up to 3.
I think is really good for them in this situation based off of how they've been acting around those cards. Doesn't seem like they're the best draws.
No, and I think that's evident as we see another construct come down.
The bots are here. It's beat time.
That is 15 damage represented in 3 bots. That's 10 damage you can swing at with this turn.
Well, it's 10 damage, and I have a feeling it's going to go up at least by 1, if not 2. Well, it definitely goes up by 1 because you're going to be getting an artifact off the Urza Saga.
Very true. So, yeah, that's cute. 18 damage.
18, and depending on what is that last thing in hand, or what you can potentially... There's not much mana left available here, other than from artifact sources. But might be able to draw into something else here.
I think if you're Samurai, you're loving this, right? Because now this takes away the pressure from you. Because now Tom has to look at Urza's board. Because if they don't, they're going to get beaten down pretty quickly.
And I don't expect Vasher to be like, okay, now I'm going to destroy Samurai.
No, I don't think so.
It would be kind of funny if Vasher is just like, okay, I'm going to get out an artifact, a second artifact. They're now 7/7s. I will swing 2 at you where you are at 14, Samurai. But I don't expect that to be the case.
No, I don't believe it to be either.
We see the Soul Ring hitting the board. And combat is happening.
A Rift here would be devastating. A Cyclonic Rift.
Oh, Psych Rift would be disgusting. And it completely shut down Vasher. He would be able to replay a lot of the mana. So it's not the end of the world. But I'm getting swung out for a whole lot here.
From 35 down to 23 in the blink of an eye.
Jeez. Well, and then it's not like this is the end of the damage. Next turn, they're going to get even bigger.
Yeah. And Patrick ticks up. Let's go. It's nighttime.
The day-night cycle continues. We're playing Minecraft now.
But, like, we joke about it, but Patrick now is reducing the cost of everything by 3.
Jeez. And that adds up real fast.
It does. Once Patrick gets to 4-2, that's that magic number where he can just present the infinite combo with, like, Desperate Ritual, Reiterate.
Well, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tom plays more than 2 cards right now. Picks it up all the way to 4.
I mean, Tom did pass last turn, though, without playing anything, so that might just be the game plan here, too.
6 cards in hand. Kind of depends on whether they're dealing with sorcery or instant speed things.
Well, there's a Tainted Pack, so see what they opt for here.
I expect they're going to be getting something that they'll play immediately.
Yeah, Toxic Deluge wipes the whole board, even their stuff, so we'll see.
Toxic is a very solid choice. They don't have enough mana to overload a Psych Rifts right now.
Could be the One Ring, could be Blood Chief Ascension. I don't know. Curious to see.
Passing it up on a fish. Dress Down. Dress Down, I believe, kills the golems.
I believe so, yeah.
Dress Down might be it.
That'd be a pretty good one. Yeah, that's a cute interaction.
Get the Dress Down, pass the turn, play it where it's actually going to be more relevant. Because it doesn't matter when you play it, it'll kill the golems regardless.
Yep.
Oh, that's really good.
It is really good. Now you can answer either the Vadric or the Malcolm if they try to go off in this rotation.
I think Dress Down was one of the best options they could have drawn into there, honestly.
Yeah.
It impacts every single player on the board, including you to some extent, but it really hurts other people more.
They're casting it now. I'm curious about this timing.
I am too. Vasher begging for the counterspell.
Vasher, no, we believe so hard for you.
I'm sorry, your golem army must leave now. I think we're seeing
topping activated here.
The topping activated, yeah, okay. Potentially fishing for a counterspell right now.
3 mana available, 1 floating from Soul Ring. Could draw a card, yep.
I could cable her. Why not semaphore? After you've got to declare yourself.
Alright, top on top. A Swan Song.
Hits it. That's huge.
Surely there's an answer though from Tom. Tom has something here.
5 cards in hand. Good chance.
A mental misstep.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't for sure by any means, but that mental misstep does make a lot of sense.
But now we enter the time where interaction is being spent. The Dress Down was used basically at sorcery speed. So now there is a chance for both Vadric or Malcolm to present a win here and feel maybe safe about it.
I do think it was a mistake to go for the Dress Down right now. Maybe they thought, okay, people are tapped out. Now's the best time for it to not get countered.
Yeah, that's possible.
That's it seems like the Dress Down is resolving.
Yeah.
Vasher is suffering.
Vadric is suffering. Tom, Vasher's saying Tom's gonna win here. I don't think Tom's gonna win right now either.
Not right now, that's for sure. While it does completely shut Vasher out of the game, it does leave Vadric in a very good position. It will be flipping today, ticking up to 4, and that Dress Down is going to be gone. Interaction has already been shown. You've got an open door here.
Yeah. It could easily be killed again. There's a lot of removal that Tom is running here. A lot of single target removal that could hit both Vadric or Malcolm.
Yeah, it's definitely not a closed game yet.
No.
But it's certainly a scary position for the board.
It really is.
We go on the daytime.
You could say this is a new dawn for these players.
Draw, go up to 5. Let's see how scary this is gonna be.
Alright.
Land. Alright.
Complete the circuit being cast.
Okay. Complete the circuit, not the end of the world here.
But it is, again, giving you that flash speed, which could be very relevant. And then whenever you cast an instant and sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell twice. You may choose new targets for the copies.
I mean, it's certainly pretty scary.
But Fierce coming down for Samurai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That certainly takes the wind out of Complete the Circuit. Not shutting it down completely, but... Sorry, my brain just misunderstood Fierce.
No worries. It will counter it.
Yeah, it will be able to counter it, assuming there's no response here. Vasher was, however, being very sad. The fact that Samurai didn't counter the dress down feels incredibly betrayed.
Yeah, and Samurai, so there's always that conversation about priority bullying, seeing if Tom has it. Samurai choosing not to do that here and using the interaction when priority says.
Priority bullying, while can be very valuable, is also a good way to mess up and make it where a spell that you wanted to get countered doesn't get countered because the player in last priority just says, no, I'm not going to do anything.
Solve the equation is resolving though, so Vadric can go pick out something here. Pretty good.
And Vadric is still in play, so the cost reduction is still very much active.
And a point that was just made here is Cyclonic Rift now is basically just 2. You could pay 2 mana and overload the Cyclonic Rift.
That's beautiful. There's honestly quite a few good options here.
The power of Vadric, it's so fun.
Yeah. I mean, you are already searching for whatever you want, but if you want to search for more, you can go for a Factor Fiction.
Factor Fiction would be good. Frantic Search is also really good in the deck.
Dragon Greens is not bad here.
Jessica's Will, their own, could be good. Are they on Jessica's Will? I'm not seeing it in the list. Oh, I'm looking at the instance, that's why. You know what they need? They need Inspired Tinkering, I think. Or Mystic's Mastery would be really good.
Mystic's Mastery would be huge here, actually.
Yeah.
Basically, they've got plenty of options as far as what they want to go for.
Because they have Solved the Equation in bin, and they have the Complete the Circuit.
And even if they don't overload the Mastery, they still can get the Circuit back. And do some crazy stuff off that.
Yeah. They are talking about maybe getting a wheel here, though, so maybe not having anything following up.
Interesting. Would get them a fresh 7, which is not too bad. Gets Vasher into some potential interaction, gets Samurai into potential interaction. Doesn't really make much of a difference as far as Tom's concerned.
Inspired Tinkering, though, so this with Vadric is so good. So basically, here for a red, Vadric is going to get 3 treasures and exile the top 3 cards and be able to cast them until the end of his next turn.
It's like a Jessica's Will, but you get more permanent things rather than more temporary things. Truly inspired.
Very much so.
And for only 1 red mana.
Yeah, I mean, 1 red mana plus Vadric's cost reduction.
Well,
yeah.
In this instance, 1 red mana.
Yes.
I'm not saying you should play Inspired Tinkering in your Rogue Side deck.
I don't know, new spicy tech.
We're about to lead so many people astray.
Color fixing.
color fixing and card draw all at once.
Yeah.
For the low cost of the same mana as Adnaz.
Mm-hmm. Just call it the mini red Nas. Is this being resolved, though? Let's see. Big hits here. I hope it's not 3 lands. I hate when that happens.
Drum roll.
Mystical Tutor?
Okay, land.
Island. Not great, not great.
It wasn't 3 lands, at least.
Yeah, at least you get it to the end of next turn, so you can set up with a Mystical Tutor.
It's not too bad. There may be something else in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who knows? Maybe the Mystical Tutor able to...
I get the Soul Cauldron.
Okay. What does the Cauldron really do in this deck?
It pumps Vadric. Not only does it pump Vadric, it gets you the activated abilities for Vadric. So if there are mana dorks in the bin, for example, could be cute.
Yeah. Doesn't really come into play a lot right now.
I mean, there's a Dothi. There's a Dothi in the bin, though. And there's some things
and you
void
can see
counters.
from the void pile.
I think you get a land, but I don't think it's worth it, but it's relevant, I guess. I guess you get Reckless Fireweaver too, but I don't think you can capitalize on that.
Not really. Because unfortunately with the way that it works is you will still have to sack your Vadric. Because you gain the activated ability, but as a part of the activated ability for Dothi, you do have to sack it. And sacking Vadric just does not feel good in a situation like this.
It does not. Alright, Cephalid Coliseum online with the Mystical Tutor still in bin, access to for their next turn, which can be very relevant.
You see the untap. And I believe that is, the exile here, or sacrifice, not exile.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice to exile. That's what it is.
Yeah, just digging here, getting the mental misstep off the top.
It's not too bad. Not amazing here, but having access to that mental misstep in case someone else tries to go for something, including the Mystical Tutor that we can see.
Yeah. Because is that until end of your turn or end of next turn? This turn. So it does have to, it's only available to you for this turn cycle, so could be relevant, but
I would be surprised if it comes into play, but it might.
Dockside. Uncounterable Dockside.
That's pretty disgusting.
Dress down would have been beautiful here.
Yeah, if only that dress down was not used at sorcery speed. Dockside at this point getting like what? 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 it looks like. If things aren't sacked. Or maybe 7 if you count the rug. 1, 2.
Is the rug an artifact?
It is an artifact, yeah.
It is an artifact,
2, 3,
yeah.
4, 5, 6. And then, 8 with the Belwar Stone, maybe? The Belwar Stone's still there. And I don't know.
Oh, and the treasures too. So assuming the treasures, so the treasures and the pedal can get cracked.
Mm-hmm.
But if neither of those get cracked, that's a whole lot of mana to work with.
I imagine the pedal's going to be cracked. I don't know if the treasures are.
Depends on how greedy people want to get with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it comes down to really what your read is on those last two cards.
Yeah, could have some options there. It could be a Niv would be very good here, I think.
A Niv would be amazing here.
Mm-hmm.
You do also have it where for each treasure that comes into play, everyone's going to lose some life.
True.
Hadron Detonator being able to deal 1 damage to target opponent for each artifact. So not quite as much as Reckless Fireweaver, but going to be able to do some very major pressure. Potentially even killing Tom.
And Patrick's at 13, which is also relevant.
Are we seeing the top get shuffled? Or not shuffled, but put on the deck in response? Or is this just happening?
Yeah, it just happened.
Jeez.
Simmer made a bunch of treasures pass. Urza pass after playing the top.
Well, where are those pings going? That's the real question.
I think they already happened.
Oh, so is it 6 after the pings?
I think so. I think that was not clear, yeah.
Okay. They just did it so fast, I didn't expect it.
They did. So on the end step, Shalom just asking for Agatha's Cauldron, trying to exile something. Probably the Dothy.
Dothy, I think, is the only relevant thing here, even though it's not the most relevant.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it doesn't matter what you exile, you get a counter, so...
Mm-hmm.
Dothy is chosen as the target.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's a creature with an activated ability that could potentially matter.
Mm-hmm.
Not likely to, but there's a chance.
Mystical Tutor being cast here, I'd imagine.
It looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
And for the rest of the table, that is not a safe thing to see.
No. The rug is still putting in work, though. Definitely decreasing the Vatric player's life total.
Yeah, at this point, it really just comes down to whether that life total hits 0 before the game can end.
Mm-hmm. I think this has to be... it doesn't have to be, but I would be surprised if this isn't the Niv's Mastery.
Niv missed its Mastery with the amount of cards that you have in the bin. It's very powerful.
Yeah, because then you can Mystical Tutor, then you can Inspired Tinkering. All before that, you can cast Complete the Circuit.
Yeah. And then at some point, you should be able to get some amount of removal.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to bounce the rug so that you don't get killed.
Mm-hmm. I do see what appears to be maybe a Brain Freeze in Tom's hand, so whatever is put on top might be sent to the bin.
That would be brutal. That would be such a good shutdown from Tom.
Oddly enough, though, Shalom is talking about the wheel, and I don't think wheel's the play here.
I really don't get why going for the wheel. Like, it feels like choosing the wheel here is notably setting yourself back because you're setting everyone else, with the exception of Tom, forward.
Mm-hmm. And, like, even Tom you're saying forward, because Tom might not be representing interaction here, So all these blue players are untapped, right? Like, you fill their hand, you're going to give them theoretically counter magic, if not win cons to go with them.
I guess if you're just saying, hey, I want to drag out the game a little bit longer, I think the amount of value that drawing a fresh 7 would be for me, given how big my Vadric is, I think I can out-grind everyone and out-value everyone. Then I guess that's why you go for the wheel here?
I guess. I don't know if I agree with that reasoning, but it could work out in their favor. Everyone could just draw bricks, and Vadric gets what they need.
It brings you from having one card in hand to having a fresh 7. And who knows what that 7 could be. Mm-hmm. That's not bad. And I think wheel is less likely to get countered by anyone except for Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Because anything else you play, it's going to get countered.
I think so.
At least if people have interaction, obviously.
Mm-hmm. And Samurai has so many treasures too, like, they'll untap, and if they have nothing, they can still just exile things from the top, maybe get something there. A wheel just makes it so much more definite, I feel.
Yeah. I don't know. I still, even with everything that has been said, I still think the wheel is probably not the choice here.
I agree. And now the blue elemental blast targeting the Vadric to destroy it in response just ruins any chance you had from recovering from this, I feel like.
That is absolutely brutal. The blue blast getting rid of the upside that you had for the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So nasty.
Yeah, it really is.
They are tapping it for the Dothy in response, so they can at least get something off of it. So the Dothy ability will be going through. I don't know what they're going to go for here.
I mean, if you get your own dock side off this wheel, that might be something.
Is there a dock side in the bin right now?
No, but if you draw your dock side with the Reckless Fireweaver on the field,
yeah, that could be very relevant there.
Rain Freeze and Gamble, the cards discarded from Samurai.
Not a whole lot from Tom that's relevant. Whole lot of some interaction, multiple pieces of interaction. I believe there's a Drown and I think a Mindbreak Trap, and then lands primarily.
Yeah. So I think this is just going to draw them all gas.
I mean, Tom could have stopped it and said, no, I'm good with it. I'll take a fresh 7.
Yeah.
This is okay.
Patrick for 7.
Patrick for 7 really sucks here.
It does. At least you can Agathos here to get another counter to reduce it a bit.
Mm-hmm. Start to reduce your stuff just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully you can do something else after.
Yeah. And again...
Instead, yeah, playing that Vadric once again triggers Italian. Life total down to 7.
Yeah. But then again, Tom's down to 5. And you know what? Samurai's at 10. Vasher still at a very healthy 30.
If Vasher wins this just by having a high enough life total because no one thought they were a threat, that's going to be hilarious to me.
It would be very hilarious to me too.
Well, and Vasher went from having at most 2 cards in hand at any point in the game to fresh 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's... Maybe Vasher's got a chance here. This Urza.
Oh no, and just passing after all that. That's just so feels bad.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
That being said, we see a march here.
Getting rid of the rug,
March
probably?
I can't quite tell.
I would say rug, stallion.
I'm not sure what they're going for here. Stallion probably makes the most sense. It really depends on what's in their hand. It's going to be either rug or Talion.
I think they are targeting the rug at least. Oh, was it just Italian? I thought they heard the rug too. Maybe not. Okay.
That will be the Talion phasing.
Yeah. Oddly enough, no one could respond to this, so...
At least no one chose to.
Yeah.
That 9 life is still relevant here, though.
It is. The rug remains, so each spell they cast.
CDH staple right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before the game started, we were talking about how Talion can really put a clock on people, and Rug at this point being that clock right now.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be very careful with the cards you choose to cast.
I mean,
9 life. It's not a lot to work with.
Theoretically, you only need to cast the one, though, right? That one little pirate, Glinthorn?
The one little pirate, or even the one little thing that turns everything else into pirates.
Mm-hmm. Heck, a big dragon would be pretty good here, too.
True. Don't need to storm off, but at this point, you don't really have the ability to storm off without being very close to death.
Mm-hmm. Alright, 3 mana being tapped. Professional Face Breaker with a ton of treasures to go with it.
That's a way to draw into more gas. It's not too bad.
With double-digit treasures? No. 11 treasures.
Yeah, 11 treasures. You can fish through a whole lot.
Yeah. You are still kind of doing like a storm strategy almost, though. So, like you said, you have to be really crucial with how you are managing those.
Mm-hmm. Samurai's going to combat. I don't know if I think this is a misplay.
Yeah, not even trying to get the Glinthorn first thing.
I think this is a misplay. I don't think Samurai should be swinging here. I think Samurai should dig a little bit before that.
Unless they have another win con in hand that they want to get even more mana for.
If 11 treasure is not enough, then I'm very concerned about what win con you're going for.
Yeah.
They will be getting a whole lot of treasures off this combat, but I guess they decided Vasher's still going to be alive if I go for the Glinthorn, so there's no reason to go for it.
Oh, you know why they didn't do Glinthorn? Because it wouldn't work, because everyone else is so low that you couldn't kill Urza. See, Urza has so much more life,
It would leave Vasher alive, but it would take out the rest of your players. Leave you in a 1v1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you think your odds are on winning the 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, you have a March.
Okay. We've got responses here.
Mm-hmm. Targeting looks like it will be the Facebreaker and the Malcolm.
Getting both of them, okay. That is pretty good.
I think that's very good, at least for a turn.
Well, and given 8 life, 1 turn might be all you need.
Yep, chat saying that it would only kill 2 people, so that makes sense why they haven't gone for that.
Vasher debating about changing the target.
The Heating Detonator also declared as a target.
Okay. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I guess they want to just remove any possibility to draw cards off the treasures.
Mm-hmm. Shalom making an argument, though, to exile the rug, saying that they could deal with some stuff if the rug is gone.
Phasing out the rug is a risky play here.
It really is.
Because, I mean, it's great if Shalom can shut down Samurai. But if Shalom can't, Samurai has a whole lot of mana available and can activate Professional Face Breakout at instant speed.
Yeah. Malcolm Hedron are the two declared targets. Definitely curious. I mean, Professional Face Breaker is strong, so...
I mean, Facebreaker gets you more cards, but it doesn't technically present a win by itself.
Mm-hmm. But
getting rid of the other two means you don't have that life total pressure to the same extent.
Mm-hmm. Choosing to use a Force of Negation, though, to try to counter this march.
I'm not surprised.
No.
Seeing counter magic here is absolutely necessary.
100% so.
See if anyone else can back it up, though. Fresh 7 for a whole lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And even if you do, like, again, your life totals are so low, like, trying to fight over this will just hurt you in the long run.
Well, Samurai going down to 6 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Only 2 more spells that can be cast this turn before dying.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the Deadly Rollick.
Mm-hmm.
Deadly Rollick trying to either force Samurai to kill themselves by interacting, or saying, no, you're not going to be able to do your thing with Malcolm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty aptly timed.
That is...
Exile off the Professional Face Breaker. Looks like a Seagate Restoration exiled off the cutoff.
I believe that is correct.
A defense grid, I think.
Yep.
Transmute Artifact, which is scary.
Scary, but I don't know if it's scary enough.
No. Soul Ring. Chain of Vapor might be relevant here.
Chain? Chain, they can copy to hit your own stuff, which is not great for you, but you can get rid of the rug.
You bounce your dark side.
The bolt?
Oh. That's really good, the bolt, too. Yeah, I don't know. You chain your...
The bolt?
Maybe.
I forgot that this is not a flip until you stop. This is...
Yeah.
You can cast all of them.
You have all those. So you can chain your dock side theoretically, right? Chain, then the rug.
You know what card would be really powerful here?
What card?
Born Upon a Wind.
Born Upon a Wind, yeah.
That would allow them to do a whole lot in this situation, but...
It would.
Hey. We'll see.
Yeah. It's a standoff here for sure. This is such a fun game to watch, though. Like,
the amount of blue that makes this such a complex game to play.
Mm-hmm.
And us watching these pilots just navigate their way through some very risky waters.
Yeah, I mean, a rug is just like warping this game.
Yeah. we do see as the exile does happen.
Mm-hmm. Malcolm
the
and
Heat detonator is no longer in play. So Maskwood and Arcane Adaptation no longer win the game on the spot.
Did still make the 4 treasures though, so they have, again, more wiggle room there.
They can, as you were saying, they can now bounce to get even more treasures.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do, they're going to have to copy it to bounce the rug, because otherwise they're going to be out of spells to cast, just because of how low their life total is.
Yeah, because they've cast how many spells this turn? 2 already? So casting another one will take them down to 3, I think.
Yep, take them down to 3, and then casting a 4th, that's them out.
Mm-hmm.
It is a tough situation here.
It's chain or bust, yeah.
I mean, at least with what we've seen revealed so far, it's possible they can draw into something.
Yeah.
But it's not good.
And like, if Tom tries to interact with it again, Tom will go down to 2.
Wow. That's insane. Rug is actually one of the most relevant pieces in the game right now.
It is.
Never thought I'd be saying that.
Yeah. It's the stars align, right? The right pieces, the right decks.
Yeah. And for the right table right now, Rug is really shaping the game.
It is. Rug is so powerful. Wheel is the last card revealed so far. 2 treasures remaining, 1 land untapped.
Well, okay.
I wonder... I just see the chain.
Chain is the only thing that I can think of. But Shalom has already said that if the rug is gone, then they can do something.
Looks like they're just passing here.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, losing all those cards.
Samurai saying, I can't get there. I don't want to die to rug. I'm going to let all those cards go.
It's a gamble to hope you untap. We'll see if it pays off, because I think they'll be in a good position if they untap. They may be able to try to present something else. Their card will come out of exile, so...
That being said, Vasher, 7 cards now in hand because of the draw for beginning of turn. And a decent amount of mana available to them.
And the life total to really play those spells now.
That's the biggest thing. Everyone else is in the single digits, nearly below 5. But Vasher, 27, plenty of life to work with.
An imposter mech for Dockside?
Oh, man, Dockside in blue feels really good.
Or, hear me out, the rug. Like, you laugh, but think of how crazy that would be, right? You could play one spell a turn.
It's true. If you play with the rug, if you copy the rug right now, then anyone who plays 2 spells in a turn dies.
Yes.
Just straight out. So, honestly, copying the rug might be a play. It really depends on how much they have in hand.
It does.
It does make a lot of treasure.
Yeah, it really does. Just so much. Even getting a Talion for yourself would be really good here.
Yeah. Talion would once again give a clock while also giving you Draw engine. Man, Imposter Mech very powerful here.
Mm-hmm. So good.
It does. No, it doesn't. I don't think it can. It can't get the Talion because the Talion's phased out.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point.
I was gonna say it does trigger the Talion, and then I remembered. Wait a minute, Talion's not even here. Talion's on vacation. Tallion's gone to their summer home. They're relaxing, having a great time while everyone else is dying.
Yeah, I don't know if Tallion's reacting. Tallion might be sweating right now.
Fair enough.
Tallion's in the closet, right? And when he opens the door, he's not going to know what he's going to see when he looks out.
Talion just hiding, just like, no, don't see me.
See no evil, speak no evil.
Mm-hmm. Whole lot of talks going on.
Should I counter this?
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing right now being discussed is, hey, how bad is this for me because of that rug?
The answer is bad.
The answer is bad.
So Vash, you're politicking here, like, if you don't want me to have the rug, I won't get the rug. Yeah, it's either rug or dockside.
It is the lesser of two evils here, and right now I don't know which is more evil.
Vasher is saying, or not Vasher, Shalom is saying that he could get rid of one of the pieces.
Interesting. This is a rough spot for the table to be in.
It really is.
If I'm Vasher, though, I'm getting excited. I'm thinking, hey, I'm ulted 2 this game.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot of people can do that and come back.
No.
Let's just win the thing. And Vasher right now in a commanding position, I'll say.
Yeah, anyone could take this. And if Tom does survive this turn and untap, Consult, like Thassa's Oracle, Consultation, or Tainted Pact is a real possibility.
That is true.
And like the Esses are Cephalid, but yeah, okay, they are leaving that untapped.
Well, it is a real possibility unless the Imposter Mech copies the rug. In which case, you cast those 2 cards, you die.
Mm-hmm.
But we are seeing a snap here. And I believe it's going to be bouncing...
the rug.
I would expect the rug. We'll see.
In a weird world, though, I almost think that keeping the rug on field would have been better for Shalom. And getting rid of the dockside would have been the best thing.
It technically hasn't resolved yet, so we'll see what nonsense happens here.
Mm-hmm.
People are cracking their treasures. And the rug is getting bounced.
Mm-hmm.
Dockside time.
Dockside time.
ETB, Imposter Mech hits that dockside. Not quite as huge of a dockside as last time, but still not exactly small.
No.
Counting it up right now. It's actually not too ridiculous. Is it only 4?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, is it only 4 right now? That's wild.
Wow. Dockside much smaller than I was expecting. Still nuts too, but only 4 treasures. That being said, all of those treasures can be used without cracking them because of Urza. And right now, the rug not being in play, honestly, opens up the door for a lot of other people.
It does.
Tom himself, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I think Tom used a Tainted Pact earlier in the game, right?
I believe so, yes.
So Consultation would be the win there with Thoracle, but there is Cephalid, and you can always just have someone draw you out when you try that line. Mnemonic Betrayal here would be crazy, though.
That would be pretty wild. The amount of stuff that you'd steal that is hugely relevant.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, though, as Vasher's still not done.
Nope. And the best part is, too, those treasures, Urza, again, just how Urza works is you can tap them and keep them around.
Unless for some reason you need something other than blue mana, which I don't expect to be the case in a mono blue deck.
No, most likely not.
So you've got 7 mana available for Vasher? No, 8.
7 mana? I can think of something that costs 7 mana.
Man, if we see right now a big old Kraken boy. If we see that Hullbreaker come down, I'm gonna be excited.
I will be too, yeah. Even a Cyclonic Rift would be wild right now.
True. Cyc Rift would set a whole lot of people very far back. Leave you in a great position.
Yes. Looks like they're only using 2 treasures so far.
Okay.
Oh, a Narset.
Oh. Okay, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
So, 3 treasures used. Narset down.
Narset wheel. Does Urza run wheels?
Time Twister and Windfall are both in the deck.
Narset wheel here? Question mark?
Mayhaps. Mayhaps everyone shall have 0 cards.
Mayhaps. Well, not everyone. Urza would still be looking pretty there.
Well, yeah, everyone except for you.
Yeah.
You're Vasher.
I guess everyone gets 1, right? You can only draw 1 card per turn with Narset. It's not Notion Thief.
Yeah, everyone would only draw 1.
Yeah, significantly better though than have them more than 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, 1 is better than 0, but it's a whole lot worse than 7.
Speaking of things a whole lot worse, Winter Orb was just revealed off the Narset.
Okay, sure, why not?
Why not?
Just shut everyone out? Man, Vasher really turning things around. This is really why I thought that wheel was a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. Voltaic coming down. Really good piece here.
That's cute. Urza really showing their stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, Urza not as dominant as it once was. Urza once of the best, or at least one of the best stack decks in the game. But Urza still does things.
The one Rex. So Talion is currently is phased out due to a March of Swirling Mist. Talion is named 2 right now. Untapping their Grim Monolith is pretty good, yeah.
That's certainly not bad. You get access to 5 mana right now? 6 mana?
Using 4 of it. Solve the equation. Floating 1.
Ooh. What do you think they get here?
I was actually just gonna look.
Because I'm wondering if this is game over right now.
I don't know if it's.
They have.
Do they have enough for a wheel right now?
They have just enough for a wheel right now. They have exactly 3.
Okay, then yeah, wheel right now would be wild.
I think you either go for a wheel, a counterspell, or maybe I don't know, maybe some kind of artifact tutor.
I think Windfall here is just backbreaking.
Windfall here is pretty brutal. it does set up for the small out, although with the... No, yeah, it still sets up for the small out of the meme betrayal.
Yeah, or Time Twister is another option too, of course, but... Yeah.
Time Twister would shut down the meme betrayal out.
It would.
Potentially open up some other things, but don't think it'd be that big of an issue.
I don't think so.
Debating the options.
And worst case scenario, if this is countered, like they still have the Winter Orb in hand to look back on.
Though you would be tapped out going for the wheel.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is they get the counterspell like you mentioned, right? Then play the Winter Orb.
You search for a counterspell, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Asher searches for a counterspell here, so it's either you search for the Windfall or the Twister and have a very good chance of locking everyone out, but also has the possibility of getting counterspelled. Or you say, okay, I'm going to search for my own counterspell, slam down a Winter Orb and say, okay, you guys are all stuck to very little mana. What are you going to do? Either way, it's not a bad position. It just depends on how risky you want to be with it.
Yeah.
Vasher will be choosing that counterspell.
Force of Will
going to hand.
Yep, that's a really good one here for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think Vasher going for that conservative play, going for the safe choice. You want to really make sure that you don't throw the game away, especially after getting this close to coming back.
100% agree, yeah.
Yeah, there is that Winter Orb. I do just want to remind everyone, Vasher mulled to 2.
Vasher...
This is the board state with only 2 cards in your starting hand.
And this was after his 3 7/7 constructs were removed from the board.
Yeah. Actually insane.
And Winter Orb resolves. No fight over this. Tempting to pass turn.
Wow. Wow.
End of main. Tom does have some black flowing that he wants to use here.
Okay, Tom, let's see if you've got anything. You do run a decent amount of removal in the deck. Liliana's Triumph, okay.
So each player sacrifices.
Yeah, I was going to say, for those of you who don't know the card, it's each opponent sacrifices a creature.
Kill Savadric again.
Savadric's having a bad day. Sometimes a bad night, but right now a bad day.
A bad day, yeah.
What a wild game it's been.
It really is.
Looks like that's going to be it. Vasher passing the turn. Now we see if anyone else can do anything.
Samurai did choose to get rid of the dockside. If he can recur that, though, a lot of tapped treasures on Urza's board that can't be sacrificed in response.
That's very true. Apparently there may be something going on at end step as they're talking through options here.
Just wondering what Tom can do on his turn, I think, and if there's any way to stop it.
I mean, would have enough mana available for that Thassa's consultation as you're talking about earlier, and now no longer have to worry about getting destroyed by your own rug.
Well, there's still the Cephalid, right? There's still that Coliseum. There is still the Force of Will. And if anyone plays a 2-drop, right, you still get the rug pulled out from you there because you are forced to draw a card.
True. It's definitely not a safe thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a chance.
There is a chance. Phase is back in.
Okay. Let's see.
Untapping the command zone because there is still that Winter Orb in play.
4 mana available here.
So big brain play, right? If he does have the consultation, he could. Oh, I was gonna say if he does have the consultation, he could still go for it because Narset means he can't actually draw a second card. So Cephalid Coliseum and
that's
Galleon
huge.
doesn't actually take effect.
Using the Narset to your own advantage.
Yeah,
That's a great thing.
Shieldred though, Shieldred's pretty good too.
Cool. Oh, especially how low people's lives are.
Yeah, and not only that, you're gonna gain life. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to heal back up. You get to ping everyone else down. Your Italian's back in play. So you have that as a factor as well. Man.
And now
Basher's
Basher's
still in a great spot, but...
Well, I don't know if he is anymore because now he's locked under his own Winter Orb. So the longer he has to go, the more value Shieldred's going to get.
Because the Urza got removed.
Because the Urza got removed. And
wow.
Talion now has 7 mana on board if this resolves, so he could start swinging into Urza a turn.
That is... Okay, that's pretty nasty.
And
it looks like Shieldred will be resolving.
Opting not to use the Force of Will here to counter it.
Okay.
I wonder if not using the Force here is going to bite Vasher.
Maybe Vasher is just like, yeah, go ahead and kill everyone else and then I can take care of you.
Now Narset's gone, Vasher can start, or Tom can start drawing some cards.
Okay. Exiling a creature just because.
Or any card, actually, I think.
Oh, it's any card. Okay,
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Exiling from the other Izzet player makes sense. Just because Breach is still a factor.
It is. I think the Dock side, or the Jesk as well, they choose to.
Being said, going to untap. And now we get to see whether they have anything of value here. Shieldred gonna be damaging him already.
Did Vadric phase in? Was he?
I believe Vadric was removed.
Okay, it looked like it phased back in, so I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Vadric was removed, so I don't know why Vadric would phase in. Unless I'm misremembering, which is possible.
It is. There may have been like some other exile effect that was there, so
I don't know.
Down to 3 for Shalom 2.
That's brutal.
It is.
3 life, and if you play something that is either 2 mana, 2 power, or 2 toughness, you go down to 1 life. You draw a card, you go you go down to 1 life. You do both, that's the game.
Yeah, and if you play a 2 something, Tom goes up to 6.
Yep. Vadric is one of those 2-somethings having 2 toughness. So if you replay that Vadric, you're going dangerously low.
Yeah, not counting the Shield Dread. I don't know. That's interesting.
Deep in the think tank at this point.
Just trying to see. Vadric saying, hey, if I cast a spell, will it actually resolve? And Vasher asking, what are you doing for me lately?
Oh, Vasher. If any of you have ever played with Vasher, you would be very aware. They, like most of the players that are some of the best in the format, are very good at talking. Very good at doing some conniving, some politics. Maybe not to the same level of Jedi mind trick that Ian is known for, but Vasher by no means slacking when it comes to the political game.
Yeah, having a known counterspell really gives you a lot of power at the table.
It really says, hey, if you want to try and go for it, sure, you know I can stop you. Why am I not going to? Give me a reason.
It looks like the question now is Shalom is wondering if he could play a Psychonic Rift and still be alive after it all happens.
I believe he does have the mana to overload it. I think letting the Psychic resolve is the play here.
I think so, but a gamble.
Oh. Okay.
4 cards in hand after the gamble resolves.
If it is gambling for the Psych Rift here, that is brutal.
I think it has to be, yeah.
That's what I'd expect. And there's a very good chance that it does not stay in the hand. I mean, gamble's called Red and Tomb for a reason.
Gamble's tricky. The 50% you can get it, but then like you have a 10% chance to discard the card and you discard it every time. So
we'll see.
We will see. Do you see the breach in Vasher's deck or Shalom's deck? Soul Ring, Stormkiln.
Yeah, I hope we don't see the breach in Vasher's deck. That'd be a little bit concerning.
Yeah. I mean, after everything Vasher's done today, I think he's earned a little treat.
A little cheating as a treat.
A little, yeah.
No cheating here. We have been. I'll say while this is going on, while the search is happening, we've gotten quite a lot of people giving us their recordings of games where it's like, hey, I don't know if this is cheating, but it looks kind of suspicious. Can you check it out? Make sure it's nothing. Or if it is something, deal with it. We've heard from multiple players throughout and want to thank every single one of you guys. We did review each and every one of them. There was one player that got DQ'd, but after some further review, we decided, based off of a number of things, not to just permaban them outright. But because of you guys, because of the community, we are able to make sure that even a little bit of cheating doesn't happen. So, sorry, Vasher. No treat for you.
No treat. Sadness. Magic has one more card than we saw. One was on top of it. Looks like 5 in total now, actually.
Okay.
They had thought about one card and they changed their mind, opting to go for a second one.
We've got a 1 and 6 here.
I think it's 5 in total with the card revealed.
Oh, it's 5 with the new card?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Or no, is it 6? 1, 2.
No, I think it's a 1 and 6.
Yeah, okay, I guess there is another card there. Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the cards was just kind of slightly under the other.
Yeah, okay.
So 1 and 6 of this going horribly, horribly wrong.
Mm-hmm.
the dice shall decide. Nope, never mind. We're going to have someone pick. We'll see if there's any sniping happening.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's
opting to do the D6.
Okay. They're just having someone else do the D6. Vasher putting fate in their hands and discarding an island.
Okay. Yeah, not the card I think they went for there.
Probably not. I don't think they gambled for an island. That'd be an interesting choice.
It would be.
But now we get to see likely what they did gamble for.
Mm-hmm.
Did it actually phase out? Am I stupid? Did it phase out instead of getting removed?
Yeah, it must have, because he flipped it over on his turn. I didn't see it get removed, though.
I don't know. Maybe I thought that... I don't know. I guess we got phased, not removed. That's my bad.
Mm-hmm.
So how's the situation with the person? It was not cheating. However, it was shuffling in a way that was not sufficient randomizing. And while there was heavily discussion about a ban, the decision was made for an immediate DQ as soon as we found out. And then a severe warning where basically if there's any signs of them doing anything like it again, because this was their first tournament and it was... I'm not revealing who it was because I don't want to ruin their reputation. Basically, they weren't aware of how bad their shuffling was. And so we decided, hey, we're going to give you another chance. But if you do anything anywhere close to cheating again, you're gone. So it is important to obviously be hard on cheaters, but we don't want to drive away new players who make mistakes, because we all make mistakes, especially when we're learning. And if you realize, oh, I really messed up here, and then suddenly get banned from ever playing again, it's rough.
Mm-hmm. We do see the Justice Will coming down, meets the Force of Will. It does resolve. So Shalom basically on the mindset, I'm dead if I don't try this, so...
Makes a lot of sense to me. At this point of the game, you're down to 3. You're just going to take a swing from someone.
All this I do think this goes to make Shieldred and Tom's chances just so much more likely.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think Tom is for sure locked in here, but going up to 6 versus 4, especially with that Malcolm in play, does make a huge difference.
It does. And now Vatrick down to 1 life. Brain freezing, maybe trying to get the past and flame into the bin here?
Probably. Because if they have a breach in hand, the casting it will kill them.
Yeah. So there's like Clog on the Griff. Is that Gemstone Cavern? Yeah. No past and flames there.
That is not ideal for them.
It really isn't.
They've got 2 cards on hand, maybe 3. I'm
3
guessing
cards,
3
I
based
believe.
Based off the die.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 cards. Let's see what they can do with it.
They just said that they have an option, but it's the nuclear option. So I don't know what the nuclear option is, but here we are.
I don't know, but they don't have time as an out here.
Nope.
You can't draw any more cards. Because you'll die. You can't play any 2-drops because you'll die.
It was phased out at the start of this term, so we did confirmation it was phased out.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we just missed what phased it out then.
I made a comment about it having a bad day, so I must have just misunderstood that it was getting phased out and not fully removed.
Well, it was going to be sacrificed, I think, but maybe there was something in response.
That must have been it, because I thought, wasn't it going to get killed and then it was going to get blasted and then sacrificed? Or did that already? I honestly, at this point, it's been so far into the game, I don't even know.
It got blue Hydroblast and it died there. It was recast that same turn. And then Tom played some black, everyone sacrifices a creature spell. So it was Liliana's Triumph. So I guess there was something in response to that.
Okay. This is fine.
They are talking about trying to kill Tom with just combat damage.
Combat damage would be enough to get Tom. Just barely. Or at least, depending on how the blocks go.
Yeah.
If there's any form of creature removal, then might be able to get there.
Malcolm, yeah.
It's a complicated situation for the table.
Tom and Bash are the targets of this attack.
Okay. I mean, gets 3 treasures? And the exile does not count as a draw, so you can technically get around taking the damage from Shieldred.
So if you do want to try to dig here, but you still are constricted by not being able to play things that have 2 in them, basically.
Interesting. Man, this is one of the most precise games I've seen in quite a while.
It really is.
It's like everyone except for Vasher is having to live like with the you are barely hanging in there and you are trying to win. And Vasher, while doing fine on the life side, is unfortunately somewhat locked out by their own card.
They do have a lot of artifacts, which is relevant. Not only the treasures, but their mana rocks. So I guess they could theoretically replay Urza on their turn. They get
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say they get a nifty new construct at least.
A fresh new construct in memory of their old ones.
Captain, it's a possibility. It's anyone's game, I think, right now, honestly.
Yeah, right now, in my mind, the 2 most likely are Vasher and Tom.
I agree.
And it's a close one. But that Shieldred just really putting in work here.
Really is.
Yeah, people deep in talking here, trying to figure out, okay, how do we get out of this? How do we make our way here?
What's the best option here? What's my out right now?
Yeah.
And when you're at one life,
obviously, yeah, you're competing against the table, so it's not a what is the best out for all of us. But sometimes making the decision that's best for you also makes the decision that's best for everyone else.
Mm-hmm. How do I live when I'm at one life here?
Yeah. Man. This is a tough spot.
It is. Yeah. I mean, not that it's relevant right now, but Shalom, I guess, could kill Samurai at any point.
Yeah? Apparently people talking about, okay, if Vasher can kill Shieldred, but Vasher saying, I can't. I've got one card, that's all I can't do anything.
Yeah, Vasher may not be able to kill the Shieldred, but can he bounce the Shieldred? The real questions.
I would be surprised. Maybe, but I would be very surprised by it.
Mm-hmm. We did see the resculpt being discarded earlier, so that's on the table. Shield Lotus coming out for Samurai here.
I don't know if Jewel Lotus really matters here.
Underworld Breach.
That does. It does trigger.
It does.
So, Tom getting card draw, getting to heal up.
Mm-hmm. You can't play.
Yeah, you can't play any 2-cost things here. Which 3 treasures available? But Samurai's been thinking about this for quite a while, so I'm guessing they've got something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on.
All right. Passing on the draw. Mm-hmm.
Draw happens. Up to 6 for Tom. Now, question is, how much can they do off that breach?
Yeah. So just confirming too that, yes, Cephalid Coliseum is online here still. So,
which means anyone can get killed with the exception of Vasher.
Well, you can't kill Tom either. The only one you can kill Cephalid right now is, a Samurai, basically. I guess you could kill yourself.
You could kill yourself if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Kind of throwing, but...
Is this just trying to gamble for something?
Maybe? I don't even know what you can gamble for.
Blasphemous Act is notably in the deck.
So, gamble for Blasphemous Act, escape the gamble again, get a Brain Freeze?
Brain Freeze is already in the bin, so you can't even cast Brain Freeze as a thing too, because it's 2 CMC.
Yeah, you need to kill. So, gamble for some form of removal. Is Blasphemous Act 2 mana right now?
Blasphemous Act is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. So yeah, it is 2 mana.
So that'd give you enough mana to cast the Blasphemous Act, but I don't think you'd be able to cast anything after unless there's something for free.
The thing is, so even if you can't cast anything after, you're alive. You kill the Shieldred, which is the thing that's putting pressure on you right now, right? Mm-hmm. So you can at least hope to untap, at least in some capacity.
Yeah. So...
But going for the LED instead.
Okay, LED is another option because LED you can get more mana, so you can then gamble again, get the Blasphemous Act, and then go for the Brain Freeze.
Mm-hmm.
If you have enough, cards in your graveyard, that is.
Yes.
It's a big if.
4 cards in hand, 1 being the LED. No, 3 cards. Okay.
And honestly, this could be
getting the LED. That's rough.
Okay. That means you have to escape an additional time here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're running low on cards in graveyard.
Yeah, you may have enough to do it 2 more times, but then can you escape from the graveyard after you gamble? I don't think so.
I don't think so. So unless there's a removal in hand already, then maybe. But even that, it's so close.
It is. Ugh, what a great game. Like, what a close game this is, all things considered.
If that gamble hitting the LED actually comes into play here, that's going to be so brutal.
It is.
Just mess up the 1 and 3. Oh.
So brutal. But let's see if they do try to continue with this, or if they are going to accept their loss here. They have some mana floating from the Jeweled Lotus, so maybe just replay Kedis here.
Maybe. Although Kedis is currently at 4 mana. So they'd have to spend some mana into the Kedis in order to cast it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Not great.
Oh, they're talking about how things work for additional casting costs. So March is, I think, what they're looking at right now, how March works with the escape cost. And because March is an additional cost.
So the way that it works is because with stuff like Fierce, it's an alternative cost.
Mm-hmm.
And Escape is already an alternative cost. But with March, that is not the case. So you can pitch cards to March in order while you're breaching it.
Mm-hmm. Because it is, that escape. Or that's the additional cost.
Yeah, there's a few other cards that work in a similar way to that.
Mm-hmm. Things with effects like sacrifice effects too. You still have to meet those criteria.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Samurai trying to think the way out of this.
Going into the main card for this one.
As soon as you get rid of that Talion, you're online. You can go. It's gonna be tight though.
Very tight. But you have the LED and the Brain Freeze if it's gone, but do you have enough mana or do you only have the 3 still?
I think there's 2 treasures available right now.
Yeah.
So, and you need the escape cost to be high enough. Or you need enough cards in the bin to pay for escape.
Mm-hmm. So you LED, that's 3. You try to gamble, that's 3 more, but you have 2 more additional cards in bin. What's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 cards right now, it looks like in total in the bin.
I don't think 8 cards is enough.
I don't think so. Plus the 2, so you have, let's say, 10 cards in total with the discards you get.
If you have to tutor for something here using the gamble, I don't think you get there. And it, honestly, the fact that LED went into the graveyard is part of it.
Mm-hmm.
A huge part of it.
Opting to do the gamble instead, so going down to just 1 mana, I believe.
And the Brain Freeze is getting exiled.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
That's tough.
It is. We saw the Chain of Vapor, I think, be exiled, so they don't have that option. See what else they could have.
Yeah, in chat, there's questions about whether this is slow play. There is no time limit for this pod, so there's no slow play, basically. Does it waste people's time? You could argue. Does it make a difference in game? No.
I'm not seeing any 1-mana removal pieces, though, at least not at instant speed. What about sorcery? Not really.
I mean, Blasphemous Act, I don't know if it's online for the 1 mana.
I think it's one short. Maybe they have something in hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it's one short.
Simeon Spirit Guide?
If they have a monkey in hand, then they could Blasphemous Act. Red Blast or Pyroblast could also do it.
Well, the Shieldred I think is the biggest threat, right? Because Shieldred is Talion is scary, but Shieldred will definitely kill you.
Yes, but if you can cast a 2-mana thing, then you might be able to actually go and storm off and win this turn. Although with the Brain Freeze no longer being in the graveyard, it does make it a whole lot more challenging.
It does. The Flusterstorm being discarded to the gamble.
Obviously not the thing they search for.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Underworld Breach is gone. They have Blasphemous Act supposedly in hand. So if they can somehow survive... Choosing to spin the top. I was going to say they're almost tapped the Soul Ring. Or they're tapping the Soul Ring to do this, so...
Okay.
Which means they are kind of losing a mana in the whole exchange. I guess it can untap it with the Voltaic key before you change phases, so...
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so I guess you kind of go neutral there.
What are we going to see here?
Yeah, you probably untap the Grim Monolith, I guess, with the floating instead of the Soul Ring, so you go a little positive.
Thinking through mana, thinking through cards.
See what they can get
figure
here.
out exactly what to do here.
Yeah, every decision really matters right now. Like, yes, it matters all the time, but especially here where it's all down to the wire.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. Vasher, seems like they're about to do something.
You never want to hear how many cards in hand.
Vasher asking how many cards that Tom has, and it's 8 right now, which is brutal.
Mm-hmm. Winter Orb, though, still, even though you have all those cards, you're very limited in what you're untapping with next turn, only really having 3 mana on your turn if you don't tap anything else. I guess you could play a land drop, though.
Okay. Tapping things out.
A Tezzeret on the stack.
Okay. Wow. Tez right here, not necessarily win on the spot.
No, especially with an offer.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Could get Isochron Scepter in theory, right? If you have the Dramatic in hand.
If you have the Dramatic in hand, yeah.
That'd be really good. Trinisphere wouldn't be a bad hit, honestly. I think Trinisphere with the Winter Orb would be brutal.
True. Are there any other op searches to look for here?
Either Spell Bomb, you could put it into the Shieldred into hand.
That's true.
So there are a couple things you could do. Offer countering offer.
Man, really talking about an offer you can't refuse.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what it hits.
-4ing Tez. The One Ring wouldn't be great here.
One Ring's not ideal. It's still not horrible, but it's not ideal. Unwinding Clock, maybe?
Yeah, but with only one card in hand, Unwinding Clock doesn't do you a lot of good.
I mean, One Ring...
Oh! Phyrexian Metamorph.
Oh, that's so good. Oh,
as a copy of Shieldred, that's awesome.
Wow. Okay. We weren't even thinking about artifact creatures.
No, they're in a different tab on Moxfield.
Phyrexian Metamorph coming down here, hitting that Shieldred, and suddenly the constant healing that was going towards Tom no longer so much of a thing.
No. If you're Samurai or Shalom, though, you're in hot water now.
Yeah, not only have you got one Shieldred you had to remove, now you've got two.
Yep.
Wow. In chat saying these guys are gonna miss next month's event if this doesn't end soon.
Yeah, we still got a final after this fetch.
Yeah, we do.
We're not only Pod 1 is also still going.
Is it really? That's wild.
I blame Tremex in that pod. Him and his turns.
Man, this is... What a game. This. Oh. Okay, let's see what Tom can do.
A lot of mana to work with here, which is nice.
Whole lot of mana. Not all of it is permanent, but still, plenty of mana.
Plenty.
Plenty of cards, too. I would expect there to be something here.
Monompic Betrayal still, I think, out for Tom.
Not quite as powerful as it once was, but still very good.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at cracking their land. But
going down to 4.
Want to make sure that you don't throw, don't kill yourself, don't grab the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a One Ring hitting the field.
That is gross.
The only player other than now Vasher, who One Ring is just straight upside.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good thing is, right, you're at 5, so you're not gaining the life from Shieldred with the One Ring. It goes neutral, so you still have to... You're still losing life on upkeep from it.
That's true. But you do also have protection from everything right now, so you're not going to be dying to combat damage this next turn.
True. But your Shieldred still doesn't have protection, so at least you could maybe still try to kill that.
That's true. If Shieldred goes down, then suddenly the other Shieldred and the life lost from the One Ring, those are going to very quickly take you out.
Very much so, yeah. Choosing to swing in with Talion here.
Question is, are they saying, okay, Vasher, you're the target? Which it looks like they are. I was going to say, or are they going to say, want to make sure no one else has a chance to do anything?
Mm-hmm.
But they figure, hey, we've got 2 Shieldreds in play, they're going to die next turn anyways.
Yeah.
Pretty... Yeah, that's it. Untap, upkeep, and die. Well, Shieldred triggers on the stack, technically.
You can't respond to them, yeah. I don't know if you have anything you can do.
If there are instant speed options, you can respond.
Mm-hmm.
So your death is on the stack. What are you going to do about it? 1 life, instant speed, and they are activating the Coliseum.
Going out on their own terms.
I mean, technically, they do get to draw 3 and see if they hit anything again where they can respond with the stuff on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Cephalid Coliseum, at this point, they get to sculpt their hand. Getting rid of Git Probe, which makes sense. It doesn't really do anything other than kill you.
Yeah.
Arcane Signet, and I don't know what the middle one was.
Merchant Scroll.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
4 cards, and the hope for an instant speed win.
Intuition in response to all this.
That's not a bad start. Not a bad start to trying to win on the stack.
No. So the fun thing is, right? If you can kill everyone at the same time here, right? And force a draw, that just means you have to shuffle up and try again. So just reset everything to 0.
Please not that. It's a long enough game already. We're not going for the draw. I do not want to see another 2-hour game on top of this before finals.
Oh gosh.
That being said, Born Upon a Wind would kill you if you could cast it, but you can't. It's in your exile.
Yeah.
There are other instant speed options, though.
Whirlwind of Denial?
Oh my goodness. That counters spells and abilities your opponents control. I believe that would counter the Shieldred triggers.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's...
Yeah, because those are abilities that are on the stack.
That is wild.
Whirlwind Denial would allow them to live. Because for each spell and ability your opponents control, countered unless its controller pays 4. I don't think either of them have 4 available to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's in Samurai's best interest to give him that one.
Yeah. Choosing Samurai for it? Oh, that's amazing. That's fantastic. other option is Frantic Search, it looks like.
Which doesn't do anything.
Not really, no. And then they do have a third choice. Oh, putting the Frantic Search back.
Mm-hmm.
Put in...
Past in Flames.
Makes sense, makes sense.
No, it makes total sense, because if Past in Flames goes to the bin, you can flash it back, yeah.
It absolutely does. He's saying he's not trying to win here. It's probably so he can try and survive.
Maybe do some setup, you can hope, right?
There's a third option, though, that has to go in there.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I say just get a land.
I mean, I guess that's a fair choice. Thinking about it. I mean, the big problem is that most of the things that you want draw you cards, which kills you.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of exile effects too. Jessica's Will, Inspire Tinkering.
Tinkering has already been played, so that's not a factor.
Well, it's in the bin, so if you Past in Flames it, right?
True.
Is what I mean. So you can, like, tutor, you can exile some things. I don't think you're casting anything else except the Whirlwind Denial, but...
we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Patrick's going hard, Waddy.
What is that last card?
Well, Shalom, the Arctics, the idea is you're going to Whirlwind Denial, and then the Past in Flames is in the bin, so you can flash it back.
And from the looks of it, the last card is a recall. Wow. This is... Whew.
Trying to make a deal where he will save Samurai.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, showing the Lotus Petal saying, yeah, I can do it. I can save you.
I think, yeah, they need a land drop still. 2 Whirlwind Denials.
What a game.
What is...
Man. Hurt is either going to hate this or love this, and I have a feeling it's going to be hate, but... oh, is this going to be a good game to watch?
Oh, it's a very good game to watch. I still think, like, despite all the politicking, it's still in Samurai's best interest to do this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it gives you the chance to live.
Exactly.
He's saying, hey, I can keep you alive. So, you take the opportunity. There's no downside to Samurai taking this chance. That being said, if either Vasher or Tom have a counterspell here...
Vasher's already passed priority. Like, if you want to counter this, Tom, feel free. Tom's like, I don't think I have a counterspell.
Wow. Whirlwind Denial coming in clutch here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can tap the One Ring to draw a card at least, so that is an option.
That is true. Get to dig a little bit deeper. Try and hit something. They do also have that land they can crack.
They do. And you know what the best part is too? If Samurai, like, untaps, they could try to swing into Tom too to deal with one of the Shieldreds.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Oh, what a game.
You still have this...
Yeah, we do have the crack happening. So Search is going through. Snow covered into play.
Deck's looking mighty thin though for Tom.
I don't think it's gonna come into play at all.
I don't think so either.
They have drawn a lot of their deck.
They have.
Wow, what a game. Okay. We've seen the crack. They doing the Brazilian cut. And then I'm assuming we're going to see whether that ring can draw us into a counterspell here.
Yeah. And again, I have to highlight, Pod 1 still going on too.
Is that actually...
They're all still there, yeah. Pod 3 and 4, done. Pod 1.
Yeah, nothing has been reported for Pod 1 either.
Who do we have as the winners for Pods 3 and 4, to give everyone a little teaser of what's to come next?
So, Pod 3, we've got Sapper, who...
Okay.
Yeah, Sapper, pretty well-known player. Bringing the Atraxa. Multiplicating plus Subtraxa equals 8. It's 80,085 by Sam Sapper. Same in that deck.
Nice.
And then we've got Royal Bomb Kenrith, or Royal Bomb Squad Kenrith deck, being brought by Espion Set, or Espinoset? I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Yeah, Espinosa? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
The King's returning.
The Moxfield list is under the name of Is It Really? So that's easier to pronounce. But yeah, Kenrith, Royal Bomb Squad.
Nice. So now there is a Pognify on the stack. I think Tom wants to target the Shieldred. Badger is saying, don't do that. Target Badric. Stop everything that Shalom's trying to do to save Samurai.
Wow. That's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Badger just being like, no. Sign their death. Maybe getting a judge called into this. I'm not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm.
We will see what happens here. It's been quite the game already, so...
Yeah.
Never hurts to call a judge.
Nope. Always good to just make sure everything's going smoothly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll make sure that people aren't breaking any small rules, because Magic's such a complicated game. There are so many things where it's like, oh, this is fine, and then you realize, oh, it's not fine. I just broke a rule here.
And you know what I think we're forgetting too, looking back at this game specifically? If Samurai is saved by Shalom, Samurai still has a Blasphemous Act. At least we think he does.
Oh, that is what we expect to be the case, yeah.
So being able to untap, get rid of both Shieldreds, that's beautiful.
So if Shalom saves Samurai, then Samurai can kill the Shieldreds, theoretically, and save Shalom for the next turn, because there won't be the triggers anymore.
Mm-hmm. Pognify or Rapid, whatever one it was, is targeting the Shieldred on Basher's board.
Okay. We've got a lovely Drake that is not actually a Drake. It is a ape. But close enough. And very cute. What is going on? Oh,
Fluster Storm off the top.
Oh. Wow. What a game.
That's crazy. So not only do you take the gamble to get rid of the Shieldred, you have the counterspell on top to save the board and save yourself.
Well, and with the Pongify, you also fed the storm count, making it where it can't be paid for, like in any way. Like, who knows? Maybe they might have been able to get some amount of mana. Not anymore. There's no chance. At this point, your only out is really I don't know. So bolt being shown. That's it.
Yeah, Force of Will in hand, but yeah.
Yeah, the only out was a Mindbreak Trap, and no Mindbreak Trap available.
No. Consecrated Sphinx Blasphemous Act in hand for Samurai. Samurai just dying here as well on the upkeep.
And now it comes down to a 1v1. And Vasher's not in a great spot here.
No.
Shieldred being removed means... Wait a minute. It was Pongify, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, it was targeting a Metamorph. Okay.
Yes.
For a sec, I was like, if it was an imposter mech, then he couldn't have targeted. It was not an imposter mech. It was in fact a Metamorph. It was a creature. He's fine. No illegal game actions were made. Everything is okay.
Yeah, the imposter mech is currently a artifact dockside.
I forgot the imposter mech is still in play.
Yeah.
But Asher down to 12 already. One ring, now no downside whatsoever.
All on the upside, basically, yeah.
As soon as that Shieldred was removed from Vasher, the tides very much swung.
Yeah. Vasher's going to take 8 in combat damage, or 7 at least in flyers. Then the 2 from the Shieldred draw. So he's going to have one more turn after this.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
And Tom at this point about to be gaining a whole lot of life. And
that's
a whole
wild.
lot of cards too. I don't know.
Curse Totem. That destroys Urza's whole game plan here.
Well, it went from I don't know what Vasher can do to I don't think Vasher can do anything.
I mean, he has to get the top deck of the century. That's what he needs.
Yeah.
Acting Urza in response. And yeah. It's worth noting that Urza gives the artifacts the ability, or it's Urza's ability that allows you to tap them. So which means with the Cursed Totem, you can't even tap them for mana anymore.
Yep. It is Urza doing the tapping. It is not Urza giving the ability to tap. Although, even if it was Urza giving the ability to tap, you couldn't tap them anyways.
So, Counterbalance revealed off the Blind Urza flip.
It's just too late. At this point, that's pretty much GG here.
Most certainly, yeah.
Vasher gets one untap.
Looks like they're actually slow rolling it a bit, only swinging in with the Talia, not the Shieldred.
You don't need to swing in with everything.
No, I still would have, I think.
Here. And at this point, you've got a lot of mana. You got one card to work with.
A big construct that you can swing in with at least.
I mean, yeah, but there's a very small army that can block it.
Yeah, but take it where you can, I guess.
based off of the sounds that Asher's making right now, it does not seem like that draw was what he was hoping for.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, not looking happy here. Nearly made the comeback. So close. But just not quite close enough.
Tragic.
Technically, game's not over yet, but it is very close to it.
Very much so.
He will be swinging. The construct is going to be going to combat here. I doubt it's going to make a difference.
Could be some trick here, but doesn't seem like it, yeah. Shipping the turn here, unfortunate.
Wow. And at this point, lose 2 life, and then draw a card, gain 2 life.
Draw 3 cards.
3 more, yeah.
Yeah. The One Ring's a good card. Have you heard that?
I have heard that, yeah.
So is Shieldred.
One Ring is Shieldred. Very nice combination of cards there.
Sauron could never.
We thought that Sauron was the master of the One Ring, but no.
No, it's Shieldred.
Should have known. Up to 16. And Vasher, for the first time in the game, is behind on the life lead. Wow.
Mm-hmm. So now can swing in and then just put it, I think, Vasher down to what? 2? And then we'll die to the Shieldred trigger if there's no response.
If everything is swung in, then the Shieldred can be blocked.
Mm-hmm. Killing the token just...
Is that a snuff out?
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Swinging for 7. Setting Vasher to... Or, yeah, swinging for 7, setting Vasher to 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Vasher does not run Whirlwind Denial.
Which is unfortunate.
Let's see. That's it.
GG's. Tom takes it.
Just barely.
Oh, that's awesome.
What a game. So close from Vasher. Nearly making the comeback. Went down to 2 in the hole again.
Mm-hmm.
That was so close.
So close. Even, yeah, Vasher came very close. Like, again, mulling to 2, being able to do all that still, wild.
But on a brighter note, we've got Talion in our top 4.
Yeah, Talion, Atraxa, and Ken so far.
I really hope that the other pod is finishing up here.
No, Autonomous, pod 1 is still going on, so we don't get to see the final 4 yet.
Oh no. Oh no, it's not done yet.
We gotta blame Shremnek here. Tom won on Talion there. Mountain Turtle.
What a game, though.
Let's go, Pod 1.
That was... What a game, man.
That was a roller coaster. I think everyone presented, like, some win attempts there, at least things that could be win attempts, like...
Yeah, no one was doing nothing that game.
Yeah.
Everyone, obviously, Tom had a... Well, I mean, getting a turn 1 Talion really shapes the game, and Tom had a huge effect on the entire course of that game, but no one was out of it. There was no nothing player. I mean, with a game that long, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But, wow. What a marathon of a game.
Yeah, just some really cool decks that you don't get to see often. Just putting, I think, a pretty good show forward for everyone.
Yeah. Whew. What a game.
Yeah.
Which, looking at it right now, it looks like there are some judges in Pod 1, and they're handling something. So we'll be hopping into that shortly, once the judges deal with whatever it is. But we've had a lot of great games today.
We have. And I think if this is any indication, the final will just be really stacked with real quality players.
Oh, yeah. But we are getting into the pod here, as we've got Tivit, Stisse,
there we go.
Stisse,
Mm-hmm.
Tremnek on the Tazio returns, and Atraxa as our final player in the pod.
So looking at the sports day, I believe that's a Seagate restoration on the stack for Tremnik.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. I see an elk, so I guess there was an Oko at one point. Sisse actually has a cauldron too. Nice. Sisse also has Tivar. Ristic study for Atraxa.
It's a very complicated board state, but given the amount of pieces in play, I feel like someone's going to be getting a win here very soon.
Does look like we are on Tremnek's turn. They are exiling some cards from the top, or doing something with the cards.
Whether it's exiling or looking at them in some way or another, there's a whole lot of relevant pieces that just got flipped.
Mm-hmm. Now where will they go? Oh, I guess there's like an oracle, so everything is revealed as it's drawn. So this might be drawing from the Seagate restoration. Okay.
That's definitely what it is.
Yeah.
Ristic and a fish on top of Psych Rifts, a Mindbreak Trap, and seeing on the top more mana.
Mm-hmm. Things are looking good for Tremnek here, I think. Looks like there is a Phyrexian Metamorph on the Atraxas player, which is a copy of the One Ring. I don't know where the original one is. That might have gotten removed somewhere. Oh, nope, it's on the, what's that top right player's? Tivit. It's on the Tivit's board.
You mean top left?
Yes, top left.
Yeah. I mean, it is not so easy to destroy the One Ring. You have to bring it to Mordor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think any player here is running Mordor, so that One Ring is going to stick around.
Yeah, I think it will be, if they get a turn, though, to actually, use it.
First Totem being in play here could be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Stop some people from doing things. Graph Digger's Cage also in play, along with a Blind Obedience.
A lot of Blind Obedience today, I feel like.
It's a good card.
It is.
One-sided Stax piece that, for some decks, can even be a win outlet.
Mm-hmm. So good. It looks like Sisse's on a bit of a Planeswalker package, though, so maybe you can get out from under it for Baneslayer. But, yeah, Cursed Totem, too, on the side of Tremnek. Yeah. That's rough, yeah. They have the Carrion Ranger. I don't see the Ashaya. Playing a fish right now.
May as well draw more cards.
Might as well. Don't think you have enough there.
No max hand size now, so no downside to it.
Mm-hmm. And plenty of mana to keep paying for it for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. If there's one thing that Tatiova does well, it's getting mana.
That's very
Once
true.
You're running, you go.
Yeah, and they're definitely going here. Where it's going, I don't know, but they're doing something. They are only at 9 life, though, so something to consider there. Sylvan Library, I think, really brought them down low, and I don't see any flying blockers, and Tivit's looking mighty hungry.
That boy can punch, certainly.
He can.
I mean, awfully large for a rogue, but awfully good at putting the hurt on.
Very much so. We do see a card draw from Atraxa from the study.
Not too bad.
No.
Seeing land get tapped. More mana available. And there are also multiple fetch lands that can be getting even more landfall triggers. Psych-Rift, though.
Psych-Rift, single target? I don't think they overloaded it, unless there was more mana floating than I thought.
I think it's a single target, but I'm not confident.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out.
Mm-hmm. If it's single target, where do you think it's headed?
So, you do have your life total as a worry. So, targeting the massive army in the top left corner might be an option. Other than that, I think it's probably getting rid of one of the draw engines from someone.
So yeah,
maybe even the Tyvar?
My feeling is it's going after something like either the Grafdigger's Cage or even the Blind Obedience. Those
That's
two pieces
a fair point.
Might be stopping like a loop, because creatures would enter tapped, which makes things Shia combos difficult.
That is a very fair point. Shia combos do get pretty hard shut down. Although with Tatiova specifically, Quarry Ranger, you can bounce yourself, and if you have either Lotus Cobra or Nissa, I don't believe they currently have either.
No, it doesn't look like it.
But if you have either of those, then you can keep going even with creatures entering tapped.
Yeah, and we saw Nissa do great work for this Tatiova deck early on in the day.
Mm-hmm. It's a very powerful card in the deck, but we are seeing as I think the Psych-Rift is resolving, or did it get countered by something I didn't notice?
I think it countered something on Sisei's board. I missed. It was whatever was on the left of Sisei.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what it was, because right now I'm seeing the Tyvar. There's also the Cauldron, along with the Sisei being in play.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Cauldron and Sisei is really cute.
It is. Sisei already up to what PSV 4 counters right now, so
very nice for them.
Yeah. Just so happens that there's a Curse Totem and a Grafdigger's Cage, though, which makes it not as fun.
Not quite, no. Planeswalkers can get around it somewhat, but still, you've got some limitations on your lines.
Mm-hmm. The Planeswalker line does benefit from things like Dockside, though. Blind Obedience means the treasures are entering tap still, so not as great there either.
Mm-hmm. We're still going through Tremnak's turn, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tremnak not done yet.
So I knew I was right to blame Tremnak. Is that a Mystic Sanctuary, though, I see down there?
Yep, that is Mystic Sanctuary in play.
That's pretty good.
It's certainly not bad.
Revealing what appears to be a Ghostly Flicker?
Yes, I believe so.
That's going on top, it looks like, from the Sanctuary.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Revealing a creature of some kind, it looks like, from the top. I can't... Or is it a land? I can't quite make out what that is.
I am not quite sure.
But yeah, they're looking...
Up.
Yeah. Tell us, Twitch chat.
Tell us your secrets. or even YouTube chat, as we are streaming on YouTube as well.
Yes.
Okay. Come on. You guys know everything. What card is it?
Doesn't matter, we're searching. Out of sight, out of mind. Old news. Shooting up another island.
That's a very pretty island.
It is. Making more tap zombies.
The fact... Okay, I don't know about you, but I remember when Field of the Dead was an incredibly oppressive card in Standard. Like, that was when I got really into Arena, and like playing Arena every day, like grinding Mythic, all that stuff. And Field of the Dead, it was disgusting. I hated it.
Yeah, I wasn't playing Standard back then. Not that I do it now, but I remember hearing the stories about it.
Oh, I don't play Standard anymore. Don't worry. I found something better. But yeah, Field of the Dead at the time was disgusting, and seeing it here gives me flashbacks, man.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I used to play Hull in casual. That was a fun card to have in there, though.
But we are seeing the Ghostly Flicker see play.
Curious to what it's targeting here. Because Ghostly Flicker is anything, right? It's not just your thing?
No, it is just your things. It is two of your things, but it is just your things.
Okay.
It'd be a really good card if it targeted anything.
Oh, wait. Mystic Sanctuary and Gaia's Cradle.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, because Ghostly Flicker is any permanent, right? Not just non-lands?
It is 2 target artifact, creatures, and or lands you control.
Yeah, so you bounce the Mystic Sanctuary, you can get it back, you put Ghostly Flicker on top, tap T over, I think, triggers, because it's a landfall trigger. Or just when the land enters the battlefield?
Whenever a land enters the battlefield, so you get 2 triggers. That, I think, does loop.
Yeah, you draw your deck.
That is infinite.
Pact of Negation on top for backup. Yeah, now just demonstrating that I think they're going to go through their deck. Silence, though, in response.
Okay. Silence is pretty good.
Yeah, it's something. Seen the pact in response, so trying to counter it.
Makes sense. We knew the pact was there, but you've got to cast something.
Yeah.
You've got to try and stop the loop.
As for Sentinel Trigger, it looks like...
I think the S is on the silence.
Yeah. Mystic Study Trigger, can't tell if that was paid for through the pact. I didn't see there was some mana floating, but...
They should have the mana from the Guy's Cradle available for that. Because they also make infinite green mana from this, because every time the lands come back into play, you get the trigger of your zombies.
Yeah, I think Ghostly Flicker is also on the stack, so it hasn't resolved yet, so those lands were still tapped, but... Oh, you also have a fish that you're drawing from for all this too, if you're Tremneck, which is really, good.
Yeah. Yeah, Tremneck probably going to be able to close this out. There's a chance that someone can stop him, but very, very good chance that this is game.
Yeah. And even if you stop, it's most likely only for a turn cycle, so you have to try to rally to do something about that.
Any response to the fact?
Most players are tapped out, though, so it has to be free interaction, which is probably not a lot. Force of Will looks like it's already in the bin for the Tivit player.
Does make it challenging. Looking at it.
Looks like Tibbet's teasing something.
Potentially.
Mind break trap. Oh, that's really good here.
That's very good. Ignacy does still have the opportunity to respond.
Mm-hmm.
We do know they have a mind break trap in hand, but it, I don't believe, is turned on currently.
No, I don't think so. Fierce, so we saw that too, yeah.
And Fierce is turned on.
Mm-hmm. There's some triggers over Stick Study as well.
Playing through everything, making sure people don't miss anything. Giving the rest of the players at the table the best chance they have at defeating the unstoppable Tatiova.
Yes. Chat's gonna love this up if Trebnek wins, I know it.
I mean, Tatiova fitting into that Final Four would be a wild ride.
Mm-hmm. It would be for sure.
We do see, I believe, Monke getting the draw.
Mm-hmm. Showing a Lotus Cobra on top. That's a good piece for them too.
Yeah, that will give them infinite of any color.
Looks like Mind Break Trap was countered successfully. Packed back on the stack. Some triggers resolving first for draws.
Looks like Pact is good. And that should be game.
Yeah.
Should be able to loop there, create a ton of zombies, take an extra turn, swing at everyone with combat damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
at this point, infinite mana, infinite zombies, draw your whole deck. You can bounce the Tatiova at any time so that you can stop drawing your stuff. You've got a whole lot of options for how you want to close this out.
Oh, for sure. So I think we can start looking at top 4 now. That should be an interesting one as well.
Yeah. I mean, assuming there's no shenaniganry that happens here, we've got Tatiova in our top 4. We already know, as we watched Tom bringing that Talion to the top 4. We've got Sapper on Atraxa, which apparently Atraxa had a very good turnout for this game.
Oh, nice.
Whole lot of Atraxas and multiple in the top 16. And then Royal Bomb Squad Kenrith as our final deck.
Fetch, why do I have the feeling we're not going to go home tonight?
Are you prepared to feel like all the EU players feel every single...
Listen, all I'm saying is once midnight comes around, it turns into chaos after dark, and who knows what's going to happen then.
We're about to have a situation where we see the sun start to rise, and it's not even because of Adric.
I was going to say we're going to cry out Adric's name.
But yeah, it looks like no one able to stop Trebnek as Tatiova the Unstoppable.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Tivit did have a force in hand, but no blue cards to pitch to it, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
But yeah, Trebnek, I believe, went undefeated so far.
Yeah. 3 draws, 3 wins.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad right there.
Not at all.
We'll see whether Trebnek can make it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
As Tatiova, a deck that a lot of people were just like, nah, that's not a real deck. That's not CDH. What are you talking about?
No. Cooley's evidently been on a bit of a grind from what I'm seeing in chat. Been going since 8 p.m. yesterday, and it's currently 1 p.m. for them. That's commitment.
Fair enough. Go for it. Yeah, we've got. I blame Tatiova. Too much time manipulation going on and stirring everything off.
Mm-hmm.
We're feeling the ripples of all the time walking.
I agree. We'll definitely have something to look forward to, though. I think that 4 just really good commander-centric decks that all have kind of their unique strategy that they're going to try to go for here. Will be fun. Hopefully everyone gets to do a little bit of their thing and see who can come up on top.
We will certainly see. We'll see whether Trumnet can continue this unstoppable run with Tatiova. I mean, Nissa turns out to be a very good card for the deck. Really opening up a lot for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does
But
so much
then
work
we've
in that
got
deck.
Atraxa being an absolute powerhouse in this tournament, seeing multiple top performances. We've got Kenrith still on the rise. Made a big return last tournament, and apparently not done yet. And then the new kid on the block, Talion, being brought by Tom. We'll see whether this brand new commander can take a win.
I mean, they call Kenrith the Returned King for a reason, right?
We've got 2 fairy tales, and depending on whether you want to call Tatiova a nightmare, 2 nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see who wins when we get back from a short break. Hello and welcome back to the Chaos. We're bringing you Chaos Treasure 7 finals right now. It has been a day. There's been a whole lot of good games. I'm Fetch, and with me is Neko.
Hey everyone, yeah. Excited to be bringing you the finals.
Yeah, this has been a wild ride. I don't know if you guys missed the Swiss rounds, but like, oof. Or not Swiss, top 16. It was, I mean, it was long enough where it could have been a whole Swiss round. Like,
yeah.
A lot of really intense gameplay, a lot of really like so tight choices. When you've got such high caliber players and they have to play their best to win the game, it's insane. But we've got our finals coming up. They're finishing up their shuffling right now. I will say though, before we get into the finals, I just want to thank all of our patrons for helping us put this on. We could not do everything we do without you guys.
No, for sure. We definitely couldn't. You're all a big part of what we do here, and even those who are taking the time to be with us in chat, participating, or just viewing the tournament does so much to support us and lets us do what we enjoy doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to say, if you have been enjoying these games and getting to see some of the top gameplay, you can be a part of it yourself. Any time of the month, we've got our Chaos League going on for just $5 a month, whether it be supporting us on Patreon or through Discord directly. You can get access to our league where you can play with all of these top players, including all the top 16 as they get access to it, and be a part of a really good community of a lot of players playing to win, playing to improve, and just to have fun as you go, you know?
For sure. And like you were saying, if you want to try it out for tomorrow, anyone can participate in the league for free. So from midnight EST up and through tomorrow, you can get some games in. We have people looking for games all the time, especially once the league kicks up again. Last time we had someone doing like 61 games in like a month. People up in the 50s, even people in the 30s and 20s. It was wild.
Oh, and we've got a prize pool for it too, and I think it's getting up there now. We've got a couple $100 at least, and the more players we have playing, the larger the prize pool gets.
Yeah, it just went up again, which is awesome. And I think you mentioned, but anyone who made it to the top 16 today or made it higher than that will have free access to the league for that month. So we've had a lot of people take advantage of that. So if you want to get some quality games in, now's the time.
But speaking of quality games, it looks like our players are just about finishing up their shuffling. So if we want to hop into this.
Yeah, so if you were with us for the semis, you'll recognize the player we have going first. Tom, bringing back the Talion, this mid-range value piece that can just get you a bunch of cards, has pieces like Shieldred to really capitalize on that card draw, and really just pressure life totals.
I mean, it's like having a Ristic in your command zone. How bad can it be?
When it lets you play Dimir, not bad at all.
Certainly not. But we've got 5 colors here as well as Espen bringing that Kenrith. Royal Bomb Squad, a Auriok Salvagers, aka Bomberman list, and running the Talion in the 99, but also running both a bunch of really good mid-range pieces as well as the Adnaz, so the ability to go a little bit faster if need be.
Yeah, really, you're wanting to make infinite mana. I think that's like one of the main goals of this deck, right? Get the mana that you can filter into Kenrith to assemble the Thassa's combo or Adnaz. But it's also running those traditional pieces, right? You have the Underworld Breach, the One Ring, just drawing into the Thassa's Oracle, Tainted Pack naturally.
Yeah. You also obviously got Dockside Emil as a great combo for infinite mana. Lotho as an early mana source along with that. And as you said, just so many card engines.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of card engines, our third player here is a Trimneck, bringing that Tatiova. Been a fan favorite all day. People in chat have been loving this deck. Not one we've seen a lot, but gotten some new toys, I think, that can really help it go. The idea is you play lands, you draw cards, and you assemble your combo, usually using things like extra turns. At the end of the last round, we saw Ghostly Flicker with the Mystic Sanctuary play a part.
Mm-hmm. Mystic Sanctuary, huge combo piece, as well as a relatively recent include of Nissa. Getting that from Aftermath. Nissa Resurgent Animist really opens up, as not only does it give you another Lotus Cobra effect, it also is a tutor for combos.
Yeah. Being able to get your Ashaya is really good. Getting your Oracle or your Kieran Ranger, just so strong.
It really just puts a clock on people.
It does.
But
and then,
last but not least, Sam Sapper. Pretty decently known pilot. If you're not aware of them, you should be. They're very talented, and they're bringing the Atraxa.
Yeah,